Good evening. We're going to call to order the Narragansett Town Council special meeting agenda, August 18th, 2021 at 6:07 p.m. Everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out tonight. No matter what side of the debate you're on, it is good to have the public come and participate in the process. Do we have a, are you ready to go? Okay. Do we have a motion to hold and open a public hearing on an ordinance and amendment of Chapter 731 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Narragansett, Rhode Island, entitled Zoning, specifically text amendments at Section 2.2, Definitions, and a new section, 7.21, Student Occupied Dwellings?
I'll move the motion. Susan Cicilline Bonanno.
A second.
All right, so the public hearing is open. Just want to make a couple statements before we get started. So the mask policy is posted on the doors outside. It's the same as the CDC recommendations, which is for anyone vaccinated, masks are not required. For anyone unvaccinated, masks are required and provided outside of the hall. In terms of commenting and testimony tonight, we have a speaker sign-in sheet in the lobby, in the main lobby. If you wish to speak, please print your name and address on that sheet. We'll be going in order. We'll be calling 2 names at a time so that we don't have too much lag, and we'll have individuals come up separately to say what they'd like. Please be respectful and courteous in your testimony. I understand it's a heated debate, but we need to do our best to stay civil and also to continue to move the debate along. So if possible, please be concise and succinct with your comments. We definitely want to get through everyone. So, we're recommending if you could try to keep your comments to around 3 minutes. That will help move things along. Before we go to the public, I do want to give the council a chance to comment.
Jesse, you have to vote. There was a first and second. I didn't hear a vote.
Oh, we didn't vote. All right. Well, we did. Good point. All right. So we have the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved 5-0. Thanks, Janet. All right. Before we go to the public, I want to see if anyone from the council would like to speak beforehand. Does anyone on the council want to make any initial remarks?
No, I just want to say thank you for being here, everybody. And, this regulating housing has been an issue that Narragansett has struggled with for a long time. We have the 4 unrelated. And I think we need some kind of regulation. I guess for me, is there a number? Is it about the enforcement? It's about, executing that plan and what is the right number, because to me, we keep debating, 3 to 4. It's really about regulating and controlling the housing. So I'm going to listen to the public. I have an open mind. We've received tons of emails, and we appreciate the interest, and we know as you care about the community just as we do. And so we're going to listen and see, what happens in the future. But thank you all for being here. And I'm going to echo what Jesse said. I have seen debates in this town where people have gotten spirited and sort of angry at times. And I'm just going to encourage everybody on whatever side you're on is to be respectful, and to everybody listening to be as respectful to them. So thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Patrick or Eva, would you like to speak now or hold off?
I'm going to hold off. I actually see both sides of the argument. I'm looking forward to hearing from everybody tonight.
All right.
I'm all set.
Okay, great. All right, before we go to the public, I do have a brief kind of presentation I'd like to make over the projection. It's over to your left. I just want to address some issues. I was on the last council that dealt with this, this ordinance, yeah, thank you, Dan. And I want to give just a quick summary of kind of the history of what was discussed last term, as well as some of the thoughts I have on it, and kind of address some issues that came up last time. So the 3-student ordinance. First, very simply, what is it? So it's a zoning ordinance limiting the number of college students in a single-family home to a maximum of 3, regardless of relation, which is important. Next. What is it not? So it's not a 3 unrelated ordinance, nothing to do with relation, specifically enforced on college students. It's also not a 3 unrelated college student ordinance. Again, it is specific to college students, not to whether anyone's related or not. The reason I bring this up is because we get a lot of emails, and there are a lot of misstatements on the actual wording of the ordinance. Next. So why are we discussing it now? So this exact ordinance was approved by the previous town council last August 2020. However, the ordinance was later invalidated in court due to a procedural error during the council's public hearing process. The court ruling did not state that there were any substantive issues with the ordinance. The ruling stated specifically that the town council did not allow for complete public comment during that process, which is why we're going through this process again. So when would this ordinance pass? When would it start if it passed? So if passed, the ordinance would go into effect upon passage. However, it would likely be enforced on any leases signed after the enactment date. So any leases currently signed would not be affected by this ordinance. I also want to just kind of start with this statement. I don't believe it's productive or fair to blame the college students while we debate this, or to blame the property owners and the investors. I know we're going to hear some comments that maybe disagree with that, but the situation we're in is because of a lack of policy in town. The people have worked within the system. We know that. College kids will always be college kids. Most of them are respectful. Small minority maybe are not, but I think we all had fun in college, and I'm not going to blame the college students for enjoying their time in college. What I'm going to discuss actually isn't going to be about partying at all. It's not going to be about noise at all or nuisance violations. The problem, from my perspective, is that single-family homes have become pure investments, portfolio pieces, rather than viable options for potential year-round residents. Interested investors could purchase a home and have guaranteed tenants for 9 months of the year as a college rental. They could then use the home for personal use during the summer or go with other options, such as, Dan, sorry, can you move forward? Next, please. Airbnb would be an option. Next. VRBO. Next. Booking.com. Next. Or if you don't want to go through the trouble of using those services, you can hire a company like Evolve, Vacation Rental Management, or any other national management services to actually coordinate that and handle those bookings and coordinate cleaning services and make it even easier. So it's very, very, very turnkey. And that's just the reality. That's the way things have evolved over time. Next, Dan. Can you move back one? Thank you. And you can see here, that's what Evolve does. They have partnerships with all the major online vacation booking services, and they make it easier than ever to purchase a home and maximize the profits off of it. And in Narragansett, you'll always have that winter rental for the college kids. So you're covered throughout the year. Next, please. So really, Airbnb, VRBO, those services and college rentals are working hand in hand. It's guaranteed income in the off-season with maximum profits in the summer. Next, please. So why is this bad? It isn't necessarily bad. However, if it's without moderation, the market could go and get thrown out of balance, which I believe and I'll contend is the problem that we're seeing in Narragansett now. Next. So quickly, we'll go through some data. So what I did not do is pull data from the last year, from 2020. With COVID, I don't think that that data is going to be reliable. Housing on campus was not what it normally would be. There was so much remote learning. There was remote working. I just don't believe that that is going to be useful data. So this data goes from 2004 to 2018 for the URI data. So what we've seen in those 14 years is an increase in unhoused students at URI. So from 2004 to 2018, the enrollment for undergraduate students in URI has increased by 3,928 students. And the beds, they did increase their beds, which is great. It increased by 1,900. However, that leaves a gap of 2,028 new students that cannot be housed. So this is knowingly done at the university. Increased admissions without increasing the dormitories or bedding proportionately. And those students need to live somewhere. And typically, their preference would be Narragansett. And you can't blame them. If you go to URI's off-campus housing website, they have a photo of teenagers on the beach with the towers behind them. So it makes a lot of sense. Next. Registered rentals. We've seen a large increase over 12 years. We did start taking those registrations till 2007, so that's the data set that we have. So 2007 to 2019, we saw an increase in registered rentals of 468, which is a 20% increase in 12 years. And I think most reasonable people would agree that the number is most likely higher than 2768 because not everybody registers their rentals. It's definitely not lower, most likely would be higher. Doesn't mean the increase is a larger percentage, it just means there's probably more rentals than that in town. So what does this sort of situation lead to? In short, it leads to a housing crisis. Most people think of a housing crisis as basically a crash in the housing market, like we saw in 2008, 2009. That's a housing crisis, right? When there's a mortgage crisis, people default, and you have prices dropping. That's the crisis. Most people would say we're in a boom right now. This is a housing boom. But is it a housing boom when there's a chronic housing affordability issue for so many people in this country, not just in Narragansett? And it is an issue throughout the country. It also leads to a shift in population age in town. So we have census data from 1980, 2010. I wish we had the 2020 census data down to these numbers. We don't yet, so we're going to have to go with this. And we can extrapolate from 2010 beyond if we want to. So what we're looking at here is two age groups, 20 to 24 and 25 to 34. So I identified those two age groups, one being college age. There was no data for 18 to 22, so we did 20 to 24. And then 25 to 34 is the age group when you would actually settle down in a town, get married, start a family, and buy a house. That's the age. So in 1980, those two age groups were essentially even, almost down to the exact number. They were within, 62. Then you go 30 years later to 2010, the college age group has increased by 37% in town, and the 25 to 34 has gone down 46%. So the age group when you would buy a house, when you would want to put your roots down, that age group is dropping very, very quickly in Narragansett. At the same time that we're seeing the rise of vacation rentals, the increase of college students, the increase of college rentals. Next, Dan. This situation also leads to an effect on the school system, and really it's a decrease in school enrollment in Narragansett. So from 2000, so I have, again, I didn't do the latest numbers because of COVID, I did the year before, 2019, 2020. Narragansett High School school system had 11,075 in-town students. That means not students that are doing the CTE programs, not out-of-town students that are coming in, but students who live in town. That number is 17% less than it was in 2009. So the school enrollment's gone down 17% for in-town students. Next, Dan. And a very, very sharp decrease in enrollment for elementary school students. 552 in 2011 to 425 in 2019, which is a loss of 30%, which is most concerning because if you have less people in elementary, then you're going to have less people going throughout the entire system. And it also shows you that you're not getting that age group having children in town. The Narragansett school system is so under-enrolled, in fact, that we have the ability to add 100 new students right now, and it would cost the taxpayers nothing because our classrooms are not even at capacity for what they should be at. They're under capacity. Small school class size is great. However, we could take more, and it wouldn't cost any more money to take 100 new students. Again, what does this whole situation lead to? So the appeal of purchasing a vacation home in Narragansett and having the mortgage paid by the college students has led to more rentals popping up in traditionally non-rental neighborhoods. So these are neighborhoods that you don't consider as the big college rental neighborhoods, not Eastwood Look. We're talking about maybe Briggs Farm, Metuxet, Petaquamsket, the neighborhoods in the North End that have always been very heavy in young families, kind of further away from the beach, along the river there. Those neighborhoods, you're seeing more 4-bedrooms becoming vacation homes and academic rentals in the winter that are then used as summer vacation homes in the summer, because you could do that at very minimal expense. You basically are having someone else pay your mortgage. What it does is it affects the market in a way that if a family would like to maybe buy that 4-bedroom, they're consistently getting outbid by people that are investing in a house because, again, they can afford that mortgage and they can afford to overbid because they're not going to pay the mortgage. Someone else will pay the mortgage. Next. So back to the housing crisis that I brought up earlier. This is real. In 1970, the average household income in the US was $8,730. The average home price was $17,000. To qualify for a loan, the buyer would need to put down a down payment of about $5,238, or about 60% of their annual gross income. So that's the important thing. It's 60% of their yearly income to put down that down payment. Today, the average US household income is $68,400, or about $5,700 per month. However, the average home price in the US is $387,000 as of the third quarter of last year. In this scenario, a 20% down payment would exceed the entire annual household income. So over 100%. This situation is even worse among first-time buyers. Builders report record low numbers of first-time buyers in the pipeline. If you're interested in looking that up, the source is there. I'm sure you could just Google it. You'll see those numbers pretty much anywhere. Next. So when we talk about restrictions or regulations, there's basically 2 ways you could do it. You could deal with the problem proactively, which would be regulating on the front end, which would be basically what we're talking about tonight, or you could let the market act organically, just continue on unrestricted, and then you would try to fix that problem on the backside with a mandate, like an affordable housing mandate, subsidized housing, that sort of thing. What we've seen and over the years is that the mandated subsidized housing or mandated affordable housing does not really work. If it did work, we wouldn't have affordable housing crisis that we have today across the country, also here in Narragansett. Our affordable housing is something like 3% in Narragansett when it should be at 10%. So trying to regulate or mandate this on the backside has proven to not really work. Next, Dan. One of the aspects of this ordinance that was challenged in court and not addressed, so the ordinance was not invalidated based on this argument, but the argument made in the case, and also an argument that was brought up during the planning board sessions, was does this ordinance in some way conflict or go against the town's comprehensive plan? So a comprehensive plan is a working document that the town adopts over time and can amend as it goes through, that basically is a guiding document for the town for planning overall. It consists of 3 parts. There's a baseline report, there's a roadmap, and there's an action plan. The last time our comprehensive plan was updated was in 2017. I made the argument last time around, so a year ago, that this ordinance is not in conflict with the comprehensive plan, and in fact, it is in line with the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan, again, guides the leaders of the town to act as they see fit to achieve certain goals. Next, Dan. So, in the comprehensive plan, we have, looks like I'm missing a slide, but that's all right. We have on the 3rd page of the roadmap. So basically 3 pages in, we have the guiding principles of the comprehensive plan, and there's a few guiding principles. This statement is in that comprehensive plan. The town's year-round population, however, has diminished in the past decade, and many Narragansett comprehensive plan roadmap for looks like I had a couple issues here. But commercial proprietors find it difficult to sustain their business because of the highly seasonal community. Encouraging year-round residency will strengthen community spirit and expand the customer base for existing and potentially new businesses, particularly in the non-summer months. Next, Dan. One way to do this is to increase the number of available long-term rentals. Compared to other communities in Washington County, a significant portion of the town's housing is rented on a seasonal basis. This is reflective of the town's rich history as a summer tourist destination and as a short-term settling place for college students during the academic year. And each of these groups brings with it certain qualities that contribute to the town's character. Next. But potential new residents have difficulty finding 12-month rental options. The financial attractiveness of seasonal versus yearly rentals and the higher costs of purchasing a home in Narragansett are issues that need to be balanced and addressed in this plan. Next, please. All right. Sorry, 1 second. All right, also in the comprehensive plan, under housing and neighborhoods. At public forums and in discussions with municipal officials, participants discussed numerous opportunities and challenges faced by the town relative to housing. 4 major issues or themes emerged in these discussions. Seasonal housing. The town needs to balance the demand for year-round rentals with the desire of property owners to rent their properties seasonally. Neighborhood character. Tearing down small cottage homes and replacing them with large homes that dominate the landscape is a problem in some older neighborhoods. Next, affordability. There is a shortage and need for affordable housing and starter homes. This is driven by the market and by demographic changes. Low and moderate income housing. Most of the town is built out. Therefore, an aggressive set of tools related to small infill properties and incremental increases to the stock of low and moderate income housing will be needed to meet the state mandated goal of 10%. All right? And again, so my contention is that this ordinance is in line with the goals of the comprehensive plan. It's available on the town's website under the planning section. So you go to departments, community development, and there's a plans link. If you want to read it, click on that, and you'll see the 2017 comprehensive plan, and you'll see references to the need for more year-round housing under guiding principles, land use, economic development, housing in neighborhoods, seasonal housing, and affordability. Next. All right, so the next question is, the big question which comes up, why not just go with 4 instead of 3? And I have reasons why I believe we should go with 3. First of all, the 3-student ordinance has been proven to be legal, specifically that ordinance in Providence over the last year and a half, which is the ordinance we mirror this one off of. A student-specific ordinance is easier to enforce than an unrelated ordinance because you don't have to figure out if someone's a distant relative, a third cousin. You have the rolls from the college, and you can see if someone's enrolled in college. A student-specific ordinance breaks the academic year summer rental turnkey option, which is the reason why houses are being purchased, especially 4-bedroom houses, because you have that ability just as a turnkey solution to rent it out in the winter and then rent it out in the summer. If you target students with this ordinance, the 9-year lease is gone. Which I will also add, in most cities, there are no 9-year leases. Like when I was in college, I subletted my own apartment in the summer because I had a 1-year lease. But there's too much money to be made in Narragansett by letting the college kids stay in the summer. Why else do we not go with 4? We go with 3. 4-bedroom homes in other neighborhoods, non-traditional rental neighborhoods, are being turned into academic rentals now. A 4 unrelated would not cover those homes. And it makes less financial sense, and this is, to me, the biggest issue, the biggest reason. It makes less financial sense to purchase a 3-bedroom academic rental and rent it than it does a 4-bedroom academic rental, because the price between a 3 and 4-bedroom is not that significant. You need to rent it to 4 to make the money. If you rent it to 3, you're not covering that expense. That's a assertion that I have heard challenged. My colleague here has challenged that assertion many times. He's a realtor. I respect his opinion. However, I will contend that this is correct. And I don't have to say that myself. I can have a property owner, just like so many people out there tonight, an investor who owns multiple properties can tell us that. Because we received an email from a property owner of multiple rentals that, that state just that. So, as an investor, so here's a quote from an email the council received.
I can't see.
As an investor, I know the numbers like the back of my hand. The difference between a 3-bedroom academic rental,
Disagree. That's what's
okay, and a 4-bedroom academic rental is the difference between covering your cost or losing money. Next. Next. If the ordinance remained in effect, I likely would have to begin to sell off my rental properties, because it would not have been worth the headache. I am friends with many investors who are of the same opinion that the numbers do not work on a 3-bedroom academic rental due to extremely high property values. I'll also add to that, if this wasn't the case, why would a business lobbying group in Narragansett be so opposed to it if it was so easy to make the same amount of money on a 3-bedroom? Next. So we're talking about a 3-bedroom ordinance, right? Some people say that's too aggressive. Some people say that's too radical. We shouldn't go that far. It's too far. There's plenty of other places with much more restrictive options. Let me first say I am not proposing any of these, but I am stating that they exist. They are reality. So what did they do in New Zealand since they had an issue with affordable housing for their citizens? Remember earlier when we discussed a little civility and respect? Thank you. All right, so generally what they do in New Zealand is, if you're not a New Zealand resident, an Australian resident, or a resident of Singapore, you actually can't purchase property. Again, not a proposition here, but that's something that exists. And it is interesting because it looks like the landlords have had it very easy in Narragansett for quite a long time. More restrictive student ordinances or unrelated ordinances. So a two-bedroom or a two-student ordinance exists in plenty of other towns and cities in this country. Again, not being proposed, but more restrictive. Other cities ban Airbnb and short-term rentals if the owners don't live in those rentals. Not being proposed. But again, what we're doing here is something less aggressive than what's done in other places. What we're doing is taking a three-pronged approach to an issue that has gotten out of hand in Narragansett. What we've already done is pass the bulk zoning amendments. So if you want to build a new house on a small lot to house 6 or 7 or 8 students and rent out in the summer, you'll have to be able to adhere to the new zoning rules, which are something that should have been in place decades ago. Second prong would be a 3-student ordinance. Third would be addressing the short-term rental ordinance in some way. So again, this isn't going to completely solve the issue of lack of affordable housing in Narragansett. It's part of the solution, but it is a 3-step approach at minimum. And ultimately, what's the goal? And this is really more of a question for my colleagues on the council than it is for the audience. What is the goal of this ordinance, and where do you stand on this ordinance? And what is your goal? What do you want to get done? So do you want to pass something because it's a compromise and you feel comfortable doing it? Or do you want to pass something because it's actually going to get something done that we can look back on in 10 years and say, we actually took the chance that was needed to be taken to affect the change that we're looking for? And if the issue is 4-bedroom houses that are getting swallowed up in North End neighborhoods, the 4 unrelated is not going to do it. The 3-bedroom or the 3-student ordinance is the best shot. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thank you. Couple more quick kind of random thoughts that are not in the presentation, then we'll move on to public comments, public testimony. So we have been told, council, we all get the same emails, but we've been told many, many times that what the 3-student ordinance will do is eliminate starter homes in town. What starter homes? What starter homes? A starter home, a 3-bedroom house in Narragansett is $400,000 to $450,000. Is that a starter home? It's not. So it's not going to eliminate those. We've also been told that we should embrace the disproportionate number of academic rentals because some of these student renters will decide to stay in Narragansett after they graduate, and we want that young talent, that young population in town, which I agree we definitely want. And we see by the demographics that we don't have that. So how are they going to stay here after they graduate? There are basically 0 available yearly rentals for these people to rent. And a house is $400,000 to $450,000 at minimum. So how many 22-year-olds are going to be able to find that rental or pay for that house? And that, again, is why our population has been cut so drastically. We've seen emails for property owners telling us how they bought the house as a college rental, and someday they will retire here. It's being rented for now. They will retire here someday. So basically, and again, I can't blame, again, I want to state this again. I can't blame people for wanting to do that under the situation that we have now. So what they're doing basically is purchasing a house and taking it off the market for what could be a year-round resident or a family to someday retire in that house. Then they will eventually, after they age out or pass away, they will probably leave that house or potentially leave that house for their family, who could probably use it as a summer house, keep it as an academic rental so they have that income coming in, and the cycle will continue over and over again, and that house will maybe never come back and be available again as a year-round house. So I'm asking the council, because we all took positions on this in the campaign, Sometimes it's a different perspective when you're on the council. You get different communication, you get more communication, you see things differently. I'm asking you to keep an open mind on this. When the 3-student ordinance passed in Providence, my initial assumption was that in Narragansett we would be doing the same thing, but we would do it as a 4, because that's what we had discussed in the past was 4 students. So I kind of assumed that. It was proposed as a 3, and because of that, I did the research needed to understand if that made sense. And my conclusion was that it did make sense for the reasons I stated tonight. And I'm just asking again the council to take that same look at this. The problem is going to continue into other neighborhoods until there are no more family neighborhood options left in town. What we'll be left with is mandating affordable housing on the backside, as I mentioned earlier, which hasn't worked here and isn't working in many other places these days. We have investors telling us that the 3-student policy will not be effective. But as council members, again, we have to ask, who are we accountable for? And who are we accountable to? Are we accountable to the year-round residents that support the businesses year-round in the off-season? Or are we accountable to a business lobbying group? And that's the question that we should ask ourselves. Again, that's it for me. Thank you. We'll go to public testimony. All right. We're going to start with public testimony. Number 1. So let me just, real quick, just give some outline to this again. Stated it earlier, if you could be concise, succinct, and direct, we appreciate it. If the same comments have already been made, and you want to just come up and say which way you fall, you support it, don't support it, that's fine, you have the right to do that. And you will be sworn in by our town solicitor to your left. You'll state your full name and address, and then you can speak your mind. So first and second on our list are Thomas Morrill and Evan Morrill, and we'll start with Thomas. Thomas, could you just try speaking in a little bit more? We couldn't really hear you.
Thomas Moore,
Okay.
6 Foster Lane.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your name and address.
No.
Thomas Moore.
Into the mic, please, for the stenographer.
We're some of those people that...
Could you please state your name and address again, please? Thanks.
Thomas Morrill, 6 Foster Lane. My wife and I are some of those people that Jesse was talking about. 30 years ago, we found Narragansett and started spending summers here. After 5 years, we knew we wanted to retire here, and we bought the house that we live in now. We could not have done it without being able to rent to students during the off-season, and we bought a 4-bedroom house to make room for our family. We have a real estate firm that manages houses with students in them, and around half of those houses are owned by people who are in the same boat we were. They need 4, 5, or 6-bedroom houses, and if they can only rent to 3 students, the numbers just don't work for them. But you know who the numbers work for? The nasty investor who can pick up $30,000 or $40,000 during the summer. He can take what he can get from the students and write off the rest on their taxes. By the way, you probably will never see them because the investment is the only thing they're interested in. Earlier today, I went back to look at a list of our clients about 5 or 6 years ago. I was amazed at how many people live here, and they're our neighbors now that did the same thing we did. 65 to 75% of our clients don't rent during the summer. That means instead they're living in their houses, and they too are our neighbors. Of the remaining 35%, more than 90% use their houses for some part of the summer, and they too are your neighbors. There's an interesting lesson that is taking place on our TVs today. You turn it on and you see pictures of the horrible disaster taking place in Afghanistan. You know what that's called? Unintended consequences. Let's not take the chance that we might do something that has also unintended consequences. We passed an ordinance that limited the students to not more than 4 for a house. For various reasons, it really wasn't tried. Maybe it would be a good idea to experiment with the 4 before we shoot for the 3. Who knows? It might demonstrate that 2 is an even better number. Can I have a hallelujah? All I'm asking is that we tread carefully before taking these steps that could actually destroy the fabric of my favorite place on the planet. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. And he's speaking in the mic. It's kind of hard to do, but
Evan Morrill, 6 Foster Lane.
do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name and address again.
Evan Morrill, 6 Foster Lane. Good evening. I am Evan Morrill. I'm the Director of Academic Rentals with Narragansett Properties. I really do understand what you are trying to do and why you're trying to do it. I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to increase the family population in Narragansett, but the way you're doing it is working against you. Let me give you a few examples. Families that are looking to buy or rent in Narragansett are not looking for larger homes, but instead are seeking out the more affordable and properly sized 2 to 4 bedroom houses. As I speculated previously at one of our earlier Zoom meetings, we have seen a large increase of homeowners that have only rented to families prior to the ordinance, having now switched to renting to the academic population. Why, you might ask? Every few years, the town tries to implement an ordinance of some kind. In doing so, the homeowners need to make up for lost monies. The only way to do this is to increase rents for academic and summer rentals. Back in 2016, when the first 4-person ordinance was introduced, the average academic price was $500 per bedroom. It then jumped to $650 per bedroom. The most recent ordinance brought the price from $650 to $850 per bedroom. When a non-student landlord hears that their neighbor is getting $2,600 for their 3-bedroom for 9 months of the year, they want the same. Since April, we have acquired more than a dozen clients who have kicked families out and switched over to academic rentals. Do with this what you will, but I can tell you homeowners are not going to give up their homes. It will simply continue to increase rents and run more families out. Plus, limiting 3 renters to a 6-bedroom home will now absorb another 3-bedroom house as an academic rental. Nothing will have been gained. Thank you for your time.
All right, next we have Joe Lembo, and then after that, Shauna Lynch.
Please raise your right hand.
Joe Lembo, 20 Black Alder Lane.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And please state your name and address again. Thank you.
20 Black Alder Trail, Joe Lembo. And I am here tonight representing the Narragansett 2100 organization. These are a group of people that you will hear tonight. About 50 of us are signed up to speak. After that introduction from Council President, I believe we all need the time to speak to correct some misnomers there. As the communication director of the Narragansett 2100 Corporation, I am a landlord. I also live part-time here in town next to my rentals. You are going to hear testimony tonight on our corporation's stance against the three college student ordinance, and can it have any effect or balance on the quality of life in Narragansett. First, though, let me establish who the Narragansett 2100 is. It is not a club, as some members of our in the chambers tonight have referenced. Quite the contrary. The Narragansett 2100 is a 501c4 corporation with tax filing requirements and legal status in the state of Rhode Island. We are a community partner. Since its creation by the late Ray Kagels, a great Narragansett resident, we have been providing community assistance. We've been helping in noise complaint reductions up to 35% in the last 7 years, as well as other statistical reductions. I'd like to share with you, and this can't count in my time, some elements, right? So I can bring those up.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, Janet's saying yes.
And basically, in these graphs, you're going to find that education and enforcement assistance that we've provided to landlords, to property owners, even to the Narragansett Police has worked. We are a very active organization in this community. We've run food drives to help out the Johnny Cake Center. We've run help for the food pantries. We've even organized annual neighborhood cleanups with students. And we also give a scholarship to a student residing in town who emanates what we want as a good student from URI. So what this brings me to now is more about we're community, and I hope that you can listen to what we have to say tonight, because we want what's best for everyone in the community. We don't know what the real answer is going to be, but it is best that we debate it in this room and not in a courtroom. You're about to hear testimony from our members that are full of facts and not just anecdotal, same old statements from the neighborhood groups who really haven't done the right digging into what the unanticipated consequences may be. We will be presenting facts based on logic, data, and respect for the comprehensive plan of our town and the community as a whole. Now, Council President and I may debate over the comprehensive plan. I am currently involved in town planning. I have 15 years of town planning. Our interpretations are crossed, but you have a phenomenal comprehensive plan to use as a roadmap for the future. Please take all these facts into consideration. Absorb the information we're about to bring you as factual, forward-thinking, non-emotional statements, and please, let's just drop this discussion in this room and not end up in a room where it's going to cost the taxpayers and a lot of people a lot of money. Let us work together on compromises and find what's best for our community. Thank you.
Can you hold on the right side here, front row with the
Good evening. My name is Shauna Rahani.
Please raise your right hand.
Yes,
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Shauna Rihani. Somebody wrote the wrong name. Yeah, sorry. And my address is 35 Tupelo. I have a lot of data. I'm a real estate appraiser, and so, of course, that means we have numbers. So I want to pass it out to you so that you can review it later.
Thank you very much.
The three-student ordinance was passed approximately 1 year ago, and although its enforcement was questionable due to a legal challenge, we do have 1 year of preliminary data to review its initial impact on the housing market. Specifically, whether or not the predictions made often by Council President Pugh have borne out. He claimed many times that the limitation of students would discourage properties from purchase for rentals and encourage year-round residency, while also making homes more affordable for families. This narrative was repeated often in arguments favoring student restrictions. So what happened to home prices following the passage of the ordinance last year? Did they become more affordable, and did families move into the homes that sold since the ordinance passed? In the table below, you can clearly see that in fact, prices have soared in homes normally marketed towards families. Since the passage of the ordinance last year, homes with 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms rose by 30, 27, and 52% respectively. Let me state that again for emphasis. Since the passage of the ordinance, 4-bedroom homes rose by 52%. The homes predicted to become more affordable did not. They became significantly more expensive after the ordinance passed, with prices rising dramatically, outpacing almost all towns in the state. And who bought these homes? 38% of all of the homes purchased since the passage of the ordinance are now on the rental registry. The market share of rental homes in Narragansett has been more or less constant over the last decade. However, the ordinance has incentivized rental properties, and as Councilman Murray predicted, the passage of the ordinance is now encouraging additional rental home purchases. Over 1/3 of the homes purchased last year are now rentals. And why is this? The passage of the ordinance created a new demand for a minimum of 380 additional rental homes to house the 1,140 students who were kicked out of the existing supply. You can see in the table below, which we pulled from the building inspector's database, that we have 380 homes that it would take to satisfy that new demand. Also, as the supply of housing shrank, and you heard just from Evan moments ago, the cost of living in the remaining homes rose to become even more lucrative investments. As an example, an updated 3-bedroom rental can now generate $2,400 income monthly, a significant increase over the previously expected $1,800, and an increased profit of 30%. Finally, Councilman Pugh continues to talk about families returning to Narragansett once investors relinquish ownership. The truth is, population growth is on the decline. The average family size is 3.15. These families, often referenced, just don't exist at the levels of demand suggested. The theories proposed by Council President Pugh simply have not come to fruition. Home prices, especially those typically marketed towards families, rose by shocking rates. In fact, over 1/3 of the purchases became rentals, outpacing the existing ratio of the housing supply in town. And I'd like to add that if you remove the $1 million homes, it's actually 42% of the sales last year are now on the registry because the demand has been increased so great. I urge you to vote against the 3-student ordinance before it further damages the delicate balance in the town.
All right, next we have Ron Gilchrist, and after that, Bruce Andrews.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Ron Gilchrist, 75 Bristol Road, Eastwood Look, and that's my real address.
Thank you.
My wife, Jane, and I have lived here almost just under 46 years. Shagnon, Hillary, Macari, Gilchrist, Mancuso, Ferry, Stewart, Galucci, Lavec, McHugh, Grimm, DeGrange, Camp, Nielsen, Kelly, Drescher, Woolworths, and of course the one that we call Sleeps 20, because that's what it is. It sleeps 20 in the summer, sleeps 10 in the winter. Plus, being true Rhode Islanders, having only left the state for a few vacations, we refer to all the things that we know by the families that formerly lived there and grew up and lived with their children, as well as mine when they were growing up. So we still, when we walk around the neighborhood, we still refer to those houses, even though we have no clue who the owners are. We still refer to them by the family names of the families that lived there. Those are just the houses, by the way. Those are just the houses within a 100-yard perimeter of my house. That's not the whole neighborhood. I could go on through the whole neighborhood. I could go street by street, because when we first moved there, I was a firefighter for the city of Providence, and most firefighters work part-time jobs. And I worked on the majority of the houses in Eastwood Look as they were being built, either painting, banging nails, whatever it took. So I know all the ones that were 3 bedrooms, and there was a very, very few that were 4 bedrooms. All the ones that I just named are now 4-bedroom houses, with the exception of a couple that are 6, and of course the one that sleeps 20 is 9 bedrooms. What a change from the ones when I was banging nails, building those houses for the families that would move in and be part of our neighborhood. That's approximately 66 college kids, if you look at it. About 66 college kids within a 100-yard perimeter of my home.
Mr. Gilchrist, just make sure you speak it to the mic.
That's approximately 66 college students will be moving in within a 100-yard perimeter of my home in just a matter of a couple of weeks. Strangers, really, strangers. We have, well, in less than 3 weeks, we will have, within Eastwood Look, we will have almost 2,000 strangers will move in into Eastwood Look. Think about that, 2,000 young adults. Distressing? I think so. I've witnessed it. Soon, my voice will be hoarse from yelling, "Slow down," as I try to cross the 25 feet to my paper box or my mailbox. Think about that, 2,000 cars in a neighborhood that was originally designed for maybe 600 cars. 300 homes, approximately 2 cars per household. Now we go to 2,000 cars, right? All young adults, most of the time, a lot of times distracted. So we've totally lost our sense of neighborhood community. There's no more kids playing after school, sharing meals, helping during illness and deaths, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, after-school activities. We are contacted at least twice a week, urging us to sell. But this is our home. This is our real home, right? This is where we had our kids. This is where they went to school. This is where they were growing up. And in fact, even just yesterday and last night, grandchildren were playing in our pool, as did most of the neighborhood kids growing up. Our roads, sewers, water, and Eastwood Look were not designed for this heavy load. I urge you, take a minute, stand in the lot at St. Mary's Church. Look across the street at Cumbies, Dunkin', Schwabies, et cetera, et cetera. You have no problem regulating, restricting, or licensing them. But that, other than rental registration, which is pretty meaningless in my opinion, other than rental registration, we do nothing to regulate all of these businesses. And they are businesses. You know, many of them are listed as LLCs. Right? We have no way of knowing who they are. We can't contact them if there's a problem. Right? No oversight, no licensing, no restrictions, inspections, or whatever. If we did this, if I did this myself or any of my neighbors did this in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Greenville, Cumberland, or even Johnston, if we did that there, boy, oh boy, there'd be hell to pay. Right? As a retired Providence Fire Department captain, and I was also a Narragansett Fire Department Engine 2 callman, so I have given back to my community here in many, many ways through the years, coaching and helping with the kids and everything. I can tell you that this is a dangerous situation. Many of these homes have been converted haphazardly and quickly, because as soon as a property sells, the contractors are there the next day converting the property. If it was a 3-bedroom, it's becoming a 5, automatically, right? And up. Right? So it's a dangerous situation. Remember, for the fire department, it's 2 in, 2 out. So if the guys show up from engine 2 to Eastwood Look, and they have to essentially wait for the next engine or ladder to arrive before they can even take any action about entering a building to effect the rescue. 2 in, 2 out. If engine 2 is out on another run or displaced at the hospital, we're waiting for engine 1 or ladder 1 to arrive, or maybe the rescue. Lastly, we, the town, we've lost 8.5% of our population. That must have been a shocking number, I would think, to you folks up there. To think that we were one of only a couple of towns in the state of Rhode Island to actually lose population. And not only lose population, but we were the biggest loss of population, 8.5%. And of course, that affects our representation as well, our representatives. So in the future, we'll probably see a reduction in representation. You know, I can tell you, I know that some of you may live in what you consider protected enclaves within the town, areas that you feel safe in. But I can tell you, whether you have an HOA or any kind of neighborhood restrictions, you've heard the folks say, lawsuit, 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 lawsuit. Right? They've sued the town I don't know how many times. They're coming after you. Right? Somebody's going to buy a house in your neighborhood, right? And they're going to put it up for rent. You're going to complain, and it's going to go to court, and eventually you'll lose, and you'll be like the rest of us.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Bruce Andrews, 49 Secluded, Narragansett. I'll be short. I'm a year-round resident here. It's not the town's responsibility to house the URI students. And I would ask you to please pass this ordinance. It survived a court challenge in Providence, so please pass this and get it done. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Bob Scialor on Avis Street, and David Gorley. Bob's first.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address.
Bob Scala, Avis Street.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I really wasn't prepared for a speech. I just wanted to come and voice my opinion. I'm new here, and for the past 15 years, we've been coming here for vacation, and we love it here. And in the past year, we bought a home here because we loved Narragansett. We loved the whole family community, the peacefulness about it, the safety, and I agree with the gentleman that spoke previous to me. I think you should have this three-person ordinance, because if you let it get out of control, you're going to lose the beauty and the charm, what puts this place on the map. Thank you very much.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and address.
David Gorley, 34 Green Meadow. A lot of what I've heard tonight in the background has already been said and what I had written down in here, but I want to just let you know, I live here in the summer and I do rent in the winter. I love this town. My family's here. My kids actually come to visit us. They're grown kids now, so because they all love being in a beach community during the year. I think, though, that some of the things Councilor Pugh indicated in his presentation I didn't really agree with. Some interesting things about mortgages not paid by rental income is the prices already are so high, and they keep going higher as we reduce the number of bedrooms, and it's not changing a lot in the noise and the composure of the particular neighborhoods. My wife and I work with the students, with the parents, with our property management company, and our neighbors to make sure our students that come in are going to integrate into our community. I vehemently oppose the three-student ruling, so I'm going to keep it short because a lot of what I was said. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jacqueline Kelly and Susan Orban.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address into the microphone.
Jacqueline Kelly, 50 Gardenia Lane. Hello, and thank you for having all of us here for this opportunity. The one thing that seems to be missing, the planning board review. That was missing in any discussions in the previous hearings and seems to have been discarded and rejected, in spite of the fact that the planning board had a very thorough approach to it. Yet that has been discounted so far. The trigger for this seems to be Providence. Okay, Providence did it, so let's do it. Not there is a new problem, not the statistics that the police department shows. No, those have gone down. So the trigger is merely because Providence did it, let's do it. So President Jesse Pugh raised issues with the BNB, Airbnb, et cetera. Those are not up today. And you will see that most of the people who speak out in favor of this are speaking about complaints about noises and loud disturbances, not really about housing, not about affordable housing. The demographic stats that were shared are shared in isolation. There's no comparison with other municipalities as to what the percentages of young people, of people that are young adults, midlife, elderly, et cetera. It was done in isolation for Narragansett, so it doesn't speak to anything when you look at it. And I have college-age sons in out-of-state who do 9-month rentals. They have 9-month rentals. So I don't think we can make a categorization about what is and what isn't. I think some places there are, and some places they are not. This change from 3 to 4 did not hurt me. Why? Because I charged the same price for 3 students that I did for 4. And all it does is drive up the price for students and drive up the need for more housing. So what is the goal here? If you listen to President Pugh, the goal seems to be to have more affordable housing, certainly an admirable goal. I think it's not a Narragansett issue. I think it's a nationwide issue. And I think that the 3-student ordinance is not going to solve that problem. What other avenues were explored to remedy these issues? If the issues really are affordable housing, or the issues are, as you will see from testimony, mostly complaints about noise. Were other avenues explored? It seems that they were not. So why were they not, or why were they dismissed? Let's go back to the goal. How will this ordinance accomplish that goal? How will it be measured for success? What are the key performance indicators will be used? We had a previous real estate appraiser go forward with more recent information showing that this is not an improvement. We need to compare it against other municipalities. There needs to be some real thinking here, not just a knee-jerk reaction, Providence did it, so let's do it. I believe that this really is a well-intentioned mistake that will not solve the problem, but as others have mentioned, will have unintended negative consequences, including, but not limited to, discrimination. Thank you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Susan Orban, and I live at 113 Montauk Road. I moved here to support my husband's career, and we've lived here for 21 years. Not a fan of the beach, I've come to love this seaside community that I call home. And while I've come to you before in a professional capacity, in all the years that I've lived here, I've never come to a town council meeting to speak about any other issue. That's how much I care about this particular issue, because of the explosive conversion of single-family homes to student housing. I know, for me, this issue is about community, and I know that that's what motivated all of you to become council members. You treasure this town, much like I do, and you're here to protect and improve it. And I can't thank you enough for doing the job that you do and taking the time to listen to all of us here tonight. When we bought our home 21 years ago, there were no student rentals on our street. And as we would walk around the neighborhoods, there would be student rentals here and there. But now there are more and more and more. And a decade ago, 2 of the homes across the street from us on our 11 House Street were converted into student housing. And these changes have drastically changed the character of our neighborhood. They're not designed for, and they're not what we signed up for in moving into a single-family home. They're not designed for student housing. And though rented to 4 or 5 students, the driveways often have 6 or 8 cars in the morning. And both houses have had orange stickers over the years, yet small cottages that are in neighboring streets never have orange stickers because they have fewer students that live in them. There's fewer opportunities for the kinds of gathering and so forth. And I have been incensed by the notion of the landlords that because there are fewer stickers, there are fewer problems. Because if you live in a neighborhood with students and life is very different, because it's the everyday things. There are things that don't reach the illegality level or the time to call the police, but it's the everyday profanity, it's the everyday noise late at night. It's just not conducive to family neighborhoods, and it's this different use that happens as a business in your neighborhood that you're not expecting, and that is changing the character of Narragansett. And I can think of a wonderful example of what my neighborhood means to me, and that is when my child was young and had been up all night vomiting and in a snowstorm, and I was home alone because my husband was out of town. I called a neighbor. Do you have any ginger ale? I need some. There's a foot of snow. I can't get to the store. My neighbor said, I don't have any, but I will find you some. Someone arrived with ginger ale, and the next thing I knew, my neighbors were digging out my car in my driveway so I could take my child to the doctor's. That kind of neighborly community spirit doesn't happen in neighborhoods that have been transformed by short-term rentals. For a few years, one of those homes was rented to year-round renters, and they were part of the community and part of the neighborhood. And I feel that more than anything, this ordinance will help restore what is that balance. I've heard the council over the years debate lots of issues about the library, about the bike shop on Route 1, and the infraction with the neighborhood there, recently about the Willows. And in every one of these situations, what's at heart of these issues is community. And so I know you all care about community. I believe that this change will stop the perverse financial incentives to change the community. And for year-round residents, I hope that you will protect our precious community by passing this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Steve DeSimone, and after that, John Davia Sr.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Stephen DeSimone, 86 Sunset Boulevard. First, to the board, thank you guys. I know you got a rough job here, but for those of you who haven't worked in private industry, I'm going to give you a quick economics lesson. I'm not going to use a bunch of numbers. You ready? If you cut the supply of housing by 25%, you increase demand by 25%, which increases prices, okay? If you want lower prices, you have to increase the supply, which means less restrictive action by this council, the zoning board, and the planning board, all right? That's what it means. Now, as far as everybody else, your housing prices, your house is worth more than it's ever been worth before, all right? If you don't love where you live anymore, I'm sorry to say it, but perhaps it's time that you thought about refinancing your house, renting it out, and increasing the year-round rental pool. Then you keep your assets and you can move on with your lives, all right? We don't want to lose you, but you would increase the rental pool, which would actually decrease the prices, as opposed to this, which will do the exact opposite of its stated goal. It will increase the prices of rentals. It will decrease year-round rentals. It will decrease the ability of people to buy in this town, all right? That's a simple economics lesson. All right, thank you for your time, and obviously I'm against it.
Kenya.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is John Davis Jr., and I have a rental on 27 Lily Lane. Davia. Okay. Maybe I should just sit down now after that. Spiritually, I don't know what else to say. I disagree with Council President that this is all about affordable housing. Okay. This is about college students. Okay. 5 or 6 years ago, we had hearings. I believe it was before your time. Okay. And the good people of Narragansett, okay, one after another came up and stated, college students did this, college students did that. Okay? It was all about the college students. What did council do? Okay, nothing. Right? They had a chance to control personal responsibility. Okay, they didn't do anything. There's an ordinance, a sticker ordinance, on the books. Okay, there's a sticker. What happens? Okay, this first time it's a warning. Nothing happens. The kids are great. They love it. Okay, they're happy. They go to school. Hey, I got a sticker. Hey, we had a ball. Yeah. What happened? And the homeowner, he gets what? Notice that there was a sticker. The second time it happens, there's a what? $500 fine. Who does it go to? The homeowner. Why? Was the homeowner there? Was he participating in the noise, the parties? No. So why is he being punished? Okay. Personal responsibility. Okay. I believe in the carrot and stick. All right. What should happen is, in my opinion, okay, with this nuisance, okay, with these college kids, is don't give a break. Hey, you broke the law. Okay, first time out. Okay, don't make it $500 as a total. $500 each student. Okay, 5 kids, that's what? $2,500. If there's 10, there's $5,000. Hey, take all that money, give it to the police department. Okay, let them use it for additional patrols during the peak seasons, peak times. They know where the action is. Let's be proactive, not regressive. Maybe because we're just an easy mark, you come after the homeowners. Okay, let's go where the problem is. It's the students. Okay, let's get them to not have that bad behavior. Okay, let's get them to be personally responsible. All right, thank you.
The next two are Greg Madsen and then Mark Connor.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Greg Madsen, 3 Major Fleet Runway. I apologize for the bandage. Hopefully this won't be a Mike Pence moment where everybody stares at my forehead and doesn't listen to me, but I will. All right, I'm here to offer my thoughts in opposition of the 3-student ordinance. But first, I want to state I'm a taxpayer in Narragansett. I own a personal residence in Narragansett. I'm a registered voter in Narragansett, and I own rental property in Narragansett. When I first came here, I thought we were going to talk about the college students. I assumed that was the biggest issue. After listening to President Pugh, it seems like this may be more about affordable housing, which I wasn't prepared to discuss, but I'll fit that in somewhere. But basically, limiting a legally zoned property to 3 students creates a lot more problems than it solves. If you're worried about the students decreasing traffic, noise, and disruption of neighborhoods, this won't do it. You will actually increase the number of student rental properties throughout Narragansett, as people with 1, 2, and 3 bedroom houses will now look to rent to students. or they will have their opportunity to sell their houses to someone who will then rent to students, once again increasing the prices. There's just going to be less properties to rent, and as a natural consequence of supply and demand, the price for off-campus housing will increase, and there will actually be more properties becoming college rentals than before. Limiting the number of students in a legally zoned property will not limit the number of guests that could be present at any one time. I can speak from personal experience that my 17-year-old daughter invited over 5 friends for a cookout, and 30 people showed up. In the days of Instagram and Facebook, people don't have to be invited, they just show up. It doesn't matter how many people live there, people are still going to come, and you're still going to have more people. I can also tell you about the parties that have occurred in my neighborhood, from families celebrating 50th birthday parties, high school graduations, and general summer celebrations that were a lot louder than anything I ever heard from any of my student rentals. Since I have owned rental properties in Narragansett, none of my properties have ever been stickered or have the police been called. That's because when they move in, I sit down with them, I tell them what's expected, I make them go introduce themselves to their neighbors so that now they have a working relationship with their neighborhood. They become part of the community. I think that's really important. Over the last 4 years, URI, Narragansett 2100, the police department, and progressive community leaders have done a great job in improving the quality of life for all residents, as evidenced by the number of stickers issued going down. The noise complaints are going down, and I think that's the way we have to solve this problem. Collaborative efforts between students, residents, and town officials should be the continuing strategy, not restrictive ordinances that will increase the number of student houses in Narragansett, increase the amount of money that students have to pay for housing, and penalize homeowners and landlords who have incurred significant expense to adhere to existing zoning and building laws. We need to remember, not only do the students live in Narragansett, but they spend lots of money here. And without the students' population, many Narragansett businesses would not survive during the winter. This would leave the Narragansett town residents having to travel to other towns to shop, eat, and even buy their groceries. Student rentals in Narragansett have astronomically increased everybody's property value. That's something that people don't ever take into account. People who bought their house 10 years ago that are complaining about students, their house is now worth 3 times what it was 10 years ago. The students have a lot to do with that. We have zoning laws in place, we have building laws in place, and we have a sticker policy in place. Do we really need any more restrictive ordinances, or do we just need to enforce the ones we have? Let's not forget, the planning board voted unanimously to not recommend this ordinance. And I think they summed it up very well, much better than I can. They said it can't just be about the vocal few that make decisions for us all. And the planning board also said this ordinance surely does not meet the goals of the town's comprehensive plan and does not foster relations with the University of Rhode Island. Thank you.
All right, Mark Connor is next.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Mark Connor, 100 Algonquin Road, Narragansett, unit number 22. I also own another property that I rent out to students. I guess I could say ditto with the last gentleman who was here. I think he made a lot of great points. I think one of the things that I heard on Councilman Pugh's presentation and so forth was an awful lot of opinion. I hear a lot of opinion. This is going to do that. That's not going to do this. Well, we haven't seen any documentation, anything about that it will actually do what you're purporting to do. Economics say, as the gentleman stated before, when you don't change demand and you decrease supply, the price goes up. And I'm hearing Councilman Pugh saying that he wanted the price to go down. I don't see it happening. This ordinance, well-meaning as it may be, I think accomplished nothing of what you say you wanted to do. I think the answer is for the few that do something that is against the ordinances and against noise, against speeding, against things, you make the fines appropriate. And you make it so that they can't get away from that. Have we worked with URI to talk about how we can protect any fines that the town has that they may put on certain students, okay, to go to their URI to make sure that they have to pay those before they graduate, before they do anything. I think there's things that can be done, okay? I think that we've wasted an awful lot of people's time and money, probably helping the lawyers a lot, okay? So they'll probably want to keep this going. But do something specifically to the problem, not to come up with these things just to say that you did something. Thank you.
All right, next we have Joe Franchina and then Leo DeRuin.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Joseph Franchina, 6 Lauderdale Drive.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members, for giving us this opportunity to talk to you tonight. By the way, there's really no delicate balance in Narragansett. We know that. And I know that personally. I've owned homes in Connecticut and Rhode Island for 30 years. I've lived in them. And never had to call police once in those 30 years for any unruly neighbors. However, since I moved to Narragansett in '03, I've been here now 18 years, I've had to call police every year, and sometimes multiple times during the year. Usually September is really tough. Owner-occupied townspeople perform policing, garbage collection due to unruly students. This influx of something on the order of 10,000 students in this small town is not manageable. For that alone, it's not manageable. And landlords reap the monetary benefits of exorbitant profits. We know that because they're buying houses like crazy and filling them with students. These are dormitories, not 1 or 2 bedroom homes. They built 2 huge homes on Lauderdale with 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms. Oh, by the way, we have to revisit this every September. A new crop, remember that, a new crop comes in every September. And we have to deal with the same thing, just a new group, a little younger, 4 years younger. Our council members, please, you must vote to ensure the overall protection of this population of Narragansett. We are an increasing rental utopia, benefiting a few, and a residential dystopia, ruining quality of life for the majority. That's the situation here.
The three-student ordinance is constitutional. It is upheld by the Rhode Island Supreme Court. Please, let's stop catering to the landlords. Vote yes to the three-student ordinance. It's a simple thing. There's opinions on both sides, but it makes sense to reduce the quantity of students in a home when we know there are 7 right up the street on Palm Beach. It's a small ranch. You look through the upstairs window, you can look down the corridor, room, 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 room. 7 bedrooms. And sometimes more than 7 or 8 cars in the driveway every day. Please vote yes for the three-student ordinance. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and address.
Leo DeRoyan, 84 Lake Road. A lot of the points that I was going to mention has already been mentioned. No need to waste a lot of time, but I'm totally against the 3-bedroom ordinance. The residences of this town have really enjoyed and often boast about having the equity growth in their homes, experiencing 100, 200, over 300% increase over the past 5 to 10 years. And yes, their assessed values at the town level have gone up, but the amount of taxes paid, pretty neutral. And the beauty about Narragansett is that we're probably, I think, the lowest tax base in terms of like the amount of taxes individual homes pay in the state, compared to the other towns in the state. So that's a direct result of a lot of out-of-staters coming in and not needing a demand on the town services, such as the schools that you mentioned. All right? Now, as we've been dealing with the media related to the health issues that are going on in this country and even in the world, everyone says we need to follow the science, right? Well, here's the real science on this town, on the issues. Well, people need to understand that there are 2 major influences that affect the town that has allowed the property values in this area to increase, to make it almost unbearable for a homeowner to come in to raise a family. And both of these influences will really never go away. The first, it's the Atlantic Ocean. The ocean creates the attraction for out-of-staters to purchase property, to people to live here, to enjoy the beautiful beaches that we have. Tourism is one of the foundations of this community, and for the state of Rhode Island. There are currently 7 state beaches in the state of Rhode Island, 3 of which are in the town of Narragansett. Okay? By the way, the Atlantic Ocean is not going away. This influencer contributes over almost $8 million in hotel tax for this town and $330,000 plus in registration fees for the town. This is science. The second is the University of Rhode Island. It's a state institution that was established in the early 1800s. Also, the University of Rhode Island is not going away anytime soon. A reduction to limit only to 3 college student rentals is not only a violation of individual rights of a homeowner, but also discriminatory against the same influencers that have supported the various businesses in our town. Again, this is science. Many town residences are pushing for this 3-bedroom limit, have promoted a variety of reasons why they believe this is needed. Here are just a few. 1, lowering the number of kids in a home will lower the risk of noise and problems. In my personal experience as a landlord over the last 20 years, you only need 1 to be a problem. There's no correlation between behavior and the number of renters in a home. 2, it will reduce the number of students in the community. That's not happening. What it really is doing is creating a higher demand, which more houses that normally don't rent are now realizing that they should rent because the higher demand is creating an opportunity to get larger rent. I wonder how many new homes were added to the town's registration roll over the last 9 months. 3, we'd like to have more families in the town. That's not going to happen. Many property owners that rent to families are having serious thoughts on converting their home from family rental to student rental. My girlfriend happened to be at Rocks a few months back and overheard a conversation of a woman with 2 children that had to seek new housing because her landlord decided to convert his home to a student rental because he could get higher rent. So this reasoning has backfired in this case by going to a 3-bedroom. She will now need to find alternative housing in the town or pull her kids from the local schools, hence hurting the presentation that was made that the elementary school counts have decreased. This is science. I've been a homeowner of a 6-bedroom home in the town for over 20 years. I've done all the right things, follow the rules. One of the things that I mandate from my kids is that I have a house meeting with them the first week they move in. Mandate, all kids. Second, I tell them, go meet your neighbors. Talk to them, bake them cookies, bring them, share your cell phone. So if there is an issue, they come to you rather than putting the demands on the police and fire. I also find talking to different people that live year-round, they create their own problem. You know why? Because they see a student rental group move in, they avoid them like the plague. They don't go up to them, they don't speak to them. It's almost like they have something that they don't want and they avoid them. So what do you expect? You're neighborly, you're not going to get the students to be nice to you. One other thing, I know we keep speaking about the Providence issue, going to 3-bedroom. This town needs to be very careful about trying to follow that, knowing that they have court rulings on this. It's a zoning issue, too. A lot of the city of Providence is made up of multi-family homes. 3-family homes, 3-bedroom homes. What they're doing is they're trying to limit the number of bedrooms that can be rented within each level, hence making a 3-bedroom, 3-family no more than 9, okay? So this was the way that they were controlling that zoning, by limiting it to 3. So this town needs to be very careful if they go across that line, because it's going to cost the town a lot of money in legal fees, because it will get challenged. The other point I want to make is that by pushing for a 3-bedroom, why go into something that we haven't even enforced what we have? So here we are wasting so much time and effort. What we should be doing is talking about how do we control the 4-bedroom ordinance we have in place and see how that works before we start to keep cutting. So you pass a 3-bedroom, so what, next year we're going to talk about a 2-bedroom? I mean, come on. We got to trust the rules that have been put in place now, enforce them, and come up with better ways to enforce them. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Three more, and then we'll take a 5-minute break. Richard Fishburne, and then Jill Lawler.
Richard Fishburne, 99 Secluded Drive.
Do you swear, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, please state your name and address again.
Richard Fishburne, 99 Secluded Drive. So most of the things I have on my sheet have already been said by people, but I want to bring out a few things that President Pugh was showing in his presentation. The first thing is schools are dropping all over Rhode Island. It's not just Narragansett. My wife works in a school, and she's seen the population drop, and it's dropping all over the state of Rhode Island. So it's not just Narragansett. The students are less in all communities. Housing prices here in Narragansett do not keep up with the normal housing prices in like a Smithfield, a Greenville, Woonsocket, or whatever. They've always been higher down here. And now they're getting like totally unaffordable for anybody that's trying to be a family moving into this community. The other thing is the demographic switch that you showed us. You showed all young population. What about the older population in Narragansett? I mean, there's probably more of us now than anybody. You showed a few 25 to 34-year-olds. Narragansett is becoming like a mini Florida right now. There's a lot of elderly people like us that are settling down, that bought a house, and now they're moving to Narragansett to retire. So, so the other thing too is you brought up about the housing and people getting outbid on houses. I don't care where you try to buy a house now, you're outbid no matter where it is. We recently sold a house in Smithfield, and it was on the market for a day and a half, and I had like 20 bids on it. It sold way over asking. So it doesn't matter where you are. Right now, housing is ridiculous, and everybody's going to be outbid. So just a couple of things on myself. I've been a Narragansett resident. I have a rental that's 3 miles down from my house. I've been here since, I don't know, probably dating myself, but when there used to be Lido's Beach and Olivos Beach and Scarborough Beach. So I go way back to this. My grandparents had a house down here. Love Narragansett. They had a nice house. We stayed there in the summers, and it was Narragansett is a great place to live. So I don't understand why landlords like myself, who take care of our property and do the right thing. I check on my house all the time. I do the same thing that other people stated, where they meet with the kids, they go to the neighbors, introduce the kids, and it's been, knock on wood, no problems at all. So I don't understand why you guys are targeting landlords. It's almost like you want to discriminate against us and kind of throw us out of Narragansett. It doesn't make sense. The other thing I would like to bring up that nobody brought up is, if you guys are trying to make this a family town, why is the town issuing permits every time somebody buys a house to add bedrooms? The house recently sold across from my rental, and the first thing the guy did was pull a building permit, took the 2-car garage, made 2 bedrooms out of it, and now it's a 5-bedroom raised ranch, and he's renting to college kids. So if you guys aren't really working, it doesn't make sense to me how you can issue all these permits, let people build houses and make them bigger, and then say, no, you can't do this. It just doesn't make any sense to me. The other question I have for you is, you talked about long-term rentals. Who can afford to pay $3,000 a month for a long-term rental? There's nobody that can afford that. There's nobody that would pay $3,000 for a rental down here. And we already went over that we've paid our taxes. Commercial. The other thing is, the town of Narragansett, the beaches are always on the news every day. Just put Channel 12 on. Every time you have the morning news, evening news, there's our beach, our beautiful beach on the news. So Narragansett is a tourist resort area. It's always going to be that. You're never going to make this a family town. It's impossible right now. It's a tourist resort area. And what this is going to encourage is, if you try to drive the landlords out, like me as a Rhode Island resident, live in Narragansett, have a house in Narragansett, have a rental, what's going to end up happening is you're going to drive out all of us, and we're going to sell our houses, and you're going to see New Jersey, Connecticut, New York, everybody, Massachusetts, everybody moving in. Just go through the beach lot. Just take a walk through the beach lot. How many non-Rhode Island plates are in that beach lot? I mean, it just, what you're doing is not going to work. It's impossible. The other question I have is, if you do reduce it to 3, and we have 4-bedroom houses, what's going to happen with that other bedroom that we're not there to police? Are the kids going to sublease it to them, to somebody? Are they going to say, hey, come on and move in, I'll give you a deal, give us like $800 or something for the, and you can, and help sublet their rent. So how can we be responsible for our house if you're limiting to 3 and we have these bedrooms? We put padlocks on them? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do. And I don't understand what 3 or 4 students is going to make a difference to what we're talking about, everything we did tonight. 3 or 4 is not going to make a difference to what's going on. It's like everybody said, all I'll do is get more money per student, and they'll pay it. The parents, it's just going to cost the parents more money to live. It's fine, we can do 3 student, but it's going to be the same amount of money we're going to get because the parents will pay it. They're looking for housing for their kids. And I think and so the other question is too, is how are you guys going to enforce this? I mean, you've done this for years. We've had, 4-person, 3, now we're 3, back to 4. We had 5. So how are you going to enforce this? I mean, I don't understand, without discriminating against the people, how are you going to enforce this rule? It doesn't, I just don't understand it. And for the people that have their houses and take care of the houses like I do, and I'm sure everybody else does, we're not absentee landlords really, because I live 3 miles down the road and I'm right there. In fact, the people the kids I had in there last year, the neighbors came over and said what a great group of kids they were. They helped me do this, they helped me do that, they helped me lift my sofa in the house. So, I mean, I don't really understand what you guys, so I'm definitely opposed to the 3-person ordinance. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Jill Lawler, 63 Sarasota Avenue. Jesse, may I approach?
Sure.
So we are here tonight because about a year ago, a council I was part of, we conducted a hearing and we did not allow every participant to speak. Jesse mentioned that this hearing today is not because it was struck down, the ordinance. It was that there were people that had their virtual hands up in the air. Remember, this time last year was when people just started the Zoom platform. It was difficult to follow. So that's why we're here. We're here for a repeat because there are people that could not speak. I believe I'm also here tonight to talk about our vision for our town. And Jesse so well spoke about our comp plan and the fact that leaders, the 5 of you, do have the opportunity to act and change the comp plan should you see fit. He also mentioned something that I was going to bring up as well. Each of you, the 5 of you, all ran on campaigns. Let's face it, we all know why you got voted in. The library was a big one. But you also spoke on the student issue, whether you thought it was 3 or 4, and there were all sorts of cute phrases there. But he also mentioned that he'd like for you to keep your minds open tonight, and I see everybody's listening intently, so thank you for doing so. So the comp plan is something that you must follow. It's part of what the town has, and it's part of our being orderly as a town, again, for our town vision. But the night that each of the 5 of you were sworn in by our former town clerk, Terry Donovan, you swore to follow the town charter. What I just passed out to you is a copy of the town charter. So the town charter for the town council in section 217 talks about your powers. I'm just going to read one sentence to you. In sentence A, to enact, amend, or repeal as hereinafter provided ordinances and resolutions for the preservation of the public peace, health, safety, and welfare of the inhabitants of the town, and for the protection of persons and properties. Let me repeat that one more time. Protect provided ordinances and resolutions for the preservation of the public peace, health, safety, and welfare of the inhabitants of the town, and for the protection of persons and property. Quite literally, if you're going to take this, it suggests that those folks behind me with the red cards up saying they disagree with me, you shouldn't be listening to them. They don't live in town. They're not inhabitants of town. So respectfully, you should be listening to the residents. Now, the residents, I don't believe, came tonight with,
Quiet, please.
I don't believe they came with the cards that were given out in the parking lot. So if there are town residents in the gallery behind me, please just raise your hands so the council knows how many of you are here. So I submit to the five of you that tonight is a tough one for you. Again, some of you campaigned not on the 3, but maybe on the 4. But after looking at what you swore that you would uphold, the town charter, the town law, I can't see how you have any other choice but to listen to the people behind me who are here year-round. Thank you.
All right, we're going to do one more, and then we will take a 5-minute break. Joe Santos, 29 Hope Lane.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address into the microphone.
Yes, my name is Joe Santos, and I live at 29 Hope Lane, Narragansett. Just want to let you know that I am in favor of the no more than 3 college students. And I am hoping that the council will vote in favor of that ordinance. Most people that are against the ordinance are real estate agents, owners of rental houses, and URI, not the residents of Narragansett. Most owners of rental houses live out of state, out of town or out of state. They do not contribute much to the economy of Narragansett other than in property taxes. Rental houses are a drain on the resources of Narragansett and contribute to a decline in the Narragansett residents' quality of life. Reducing the number of students in Narragansett will have a major positive impact on the quality of life for the residents of Narragansett. And as far as the housing shortage for students, it's created by URI, and URI should resolve it, not Narragansett. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take 5 minutes, and we'll reconvene at 8:10. Okay, we are starting with Rick Leiner, and Ed Light.
I do. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
I can help you out, sorry.
There you go. Go ahead.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Rick Leiner. We have a house at 66 Akana Boulevard in Narragansett. For the record, I speak for my wife and myself that we disagree with the 3-student limit ordinance that's being discussed tonight. I, along with you, I'm sure, and a lot of people in this room, of full-time residences that at one time owned one or more rental properties to students, perhaps sold, rented to summer people as well. And I'm sure they were very responsible and good homeowners and landlords. They were able to pursue their goals by having their cake and eating it too. They had their cake because they had the opportunity at an earlier age to invest in a beautiful area, beautiful homes, manage those homes properly with total respect to the neighborhood, the property, and the town. They enjoyed certain freedoms and liberty without any bogus limitations. I ask you, the board members and people in this room, why would you or they now choose to deny others of having their cake? I'd like to ask the board with a show of hands, are any board members here landlords? Can I ask that question? Are there any of you that are landlords yourselves? None of you are landlords. Okay. Oh, we have one. Okay, so 1 out of 5, that's 20%. My heart tells me that anybody as important as you and the judgments you have to make and the decisions you have to make that represent hundreds of people, millions of dollars worth of real estate, with only a 20% representation possibly in favor of saying no to this ordinance, I feel might be a little bit unfair and unjust. So I'd like you to consider that possibly. This decision, I think, should be entertained.
Please no laughing.
Okay. I ran some numbers for this meeting tonight. We have a 5-bedroom small Cape house, as cute as can be. My wife has done a great job in renting it. Highly responsible with the students and the summer people, and it's all about quality people renting our property. I ran the revenue for 5 bedrooms, and then I compared it to only 3 bedrooms, which you are forcing us or wishing to force us to do. It decreases our revenue potentially 20%. As we all know, taxes go up, insurance goes up, cost of business goes up, 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 up. With a 5-bedroom rental, it left a few dollars at the end of the year, which we always invested back into the property to make it better, out of respect to the town, the property, etc. By forcing us to go to 3 students renting that property, it will put us in the red. I speak for myself, and we heard earlier that that could affect many, many others. Over the last couple of years, many thoughts and opinions have been heard regarding this ordinance, such as being unethical, immoral, unfair, I think unconstitutional. You'll disagree, that's okay. But now you're going to try to possibly hurt or could have had this effect of hurting people economically, and I truly believe that's where the line has to be drawn. I don't feel that's appropriate. I think it could induce or promote additional liability to the board members and the town, and we don't want anything like that. That's just something we have better things to do with our time. I ask each and every one of you to please vote no on this 3 ordinance. I ask you to vote no on any ordinance. When you buy a home, you should have the right to do with it what you choose, as long as you do not hurt anybody else. In this country, the United States, this state, look at the words behind you: hope, liberty, truth, justice, equality. They all represent freedom, and that's what this stands for. You own a piece of property, you do what's right. If you don't get a speeding ticket in case you're going to be going over the speed limit, don't penalize good quality residents. And whether you're a resident or not in Narragansett, my wife and I are down here at least 2 days a week. We have our main property up in Coventry, Rhode Island. I'll be willing to bet we probably spend more money supporting our local restaurants and bartenders and waiters than some of the year-round residents, just because we love this town, and we've loved it over the last 8 years more than ever before. So I thank you for your time. You guys got a lot of work to do. Oh, Mr. President, out of due respect, you're a numbers guy, and I think that's great. I try to be at times. I try not to do data collection when I have a certain goal in mind, because sometimes there's some bias involved. On your demographic shift slide, you had a decrease from 25 to 34-year-old and a decrease in K through 12 grade residents or people. I ask you, and I'd love to have you respond, is it possible that the job opportunities in Rhode Island haven't always been the greatest for these new graduates out of URI to stay here in Narragansett and Rhode Island compared to other job opportunities such as Atlanta, Dallas, and other states? So I just want to run that by you. Your numbers were fantastic. However, you could look at it from other ways and other angles.
That's would be a guess, but that's possible, yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Edward Leet, 1 Davisville Lane.
Thank you.
And thank you for the opportunity to speak. When I review the guest book that we have at our house, the renters tell us what establishments they visit when they're down here in Narragansett, how much they enjoyed the week together with their grown-up kids and grandkids all in one house together. Places like Coast Guard House, Muse Tavern, Kingston Pizza, Brickley's, Iggy's, Breakfast at Melgy's. These are all businesses that make money from our beach house guests. If the point of the 3-person student limit is to eliminate beach house rentals and increase affordable housing, as Jesse implies, then the result will be thousands, millions in lost revenue for all the businesses located in Narragansett. Picture someone who's going to the beach for the day if they don't have a beach house. Do they visit all these places for dinner, or do they get in their car and head back home? Our guests go home, they shower, and then they go out, and they spend a lot of money in this town every single week. You know, multiply that by the thousands of beach houses here that offer weekly rentals. And this is what you are trying to eliminate. There is no way anyone can say that a family in affordable housing or not is going to spend the thousands that our guests save up for the year to spend every week while at our beach house. That type of revenue drop would be disastrous for our local businesses here. Let's look at another result of the 3-person limit. Instead of a get-together on a Thursday night, ending with everyone going home, now there are going to be 2 or 3 empty bedrooms that kids can sleep over in and extend the parties till the morning. How are you going to prevent sleepovers? What if a student pays the other student, who lives there, cash to sleep over for 1 night or 2 nights? Why wouldn't a student consider taking money on that side that the landlord doesn't get and the city doesn't get? So I Googled the cost, and I hope that's right. I'm swearing to tell the truth, but I hope Google is right this time. I Googled the cost of room and board at URI for the 2021-2022 academic year. Just room and board is listed at $12,528 for the school year. Now divide that by 9 months they are at the beach house. That comes to $1,392 a month. Say each student sets aside $200 a month for food, that's $600 total for the house. This 3-person strategy will result in rental students going to $1,100 or $1,200 a month. Ask yourself, if a student is going to pay $1,400 a month to live in a dorm, or are they going to pay $1,100 to stay in a beach house? If you decrease the supply, and I think the other guy said it so much better than I can, if you decrease the supply of bedrooms for students, what happens? Basic economics. Demand goes up, and that $1,100 a month is spent with student loans. So unfair to the students, but it will be paid. Close to discriminatory, I think, towards them. Will this lead to kids sleeping over and helping with this increased rent? So now that are students that are going to be in the house and not on our leases, and no parent signatures for those leases. There is no way that the 3-person ordinance achieves anything but confusion for students or non-students in the house that they are not on the lease. Local workers impacted by the loss of beach houses include landscapers, painters, electricians, plumbers, handymen, workers like bartenders, waiters, waitresses, hostesses, cooks, bar managers. Is that what you want to do? You want to cost jobs in Narragansett? You know, some of these folks won't get up. Some of these people I just named won't get up and talk at the meeting because they don't want to take a side and alienate potential business opportunities from the other side. But these local residents voted out all the members in favor of the three-person limit last November except for one. And all the candidates that ran on a platform in favor of this ordinance were not voted in. You were voted in by residents who want the summer business to grow in this town. At this time, remember why you were voted in, and all the residents who voted for you want local business to be strong. So what can be done? Increased enforcement by the police. As homeowners, we do not want large or disruptive parties at our home. Absolutely not. We welcome the police. Patrol the area. Act when needed. The increase in registration fees should be going towards the police department. But I think the more important piece we need is support from URI. If a house gets an orange sticker, there should be serious consequences for the students. Potential actions: suspended from their sports teams like lacrosse, basketball, track and field. If they are not a student athlete, suspend them for the remaining semester. Do you think that if the level of accountability was in place, a Division I college coach would make sure that the student athletes behaved? Accountability to the college is key to the continued decrease in annoyance calls and the continued decrease in orange stickers. Lastly, I ask each member of the committee to ask yourself, what is the three-person ordinance trying to solve? Will passing it hurt the town you were voted in to protect? Thank you for your time.
All right, the next two are Tom Dolan and Michelle Contronio.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your name and address into the microphone.
Tom Dolan, 990 Ocean Road or Secana Boulevard. I've lived in Eastwood Look longer than anybody. I've appeared in this chamber some time ago as a landlord. I advocated at that time that we not move to 4 people. Not favorable as a landlord or realtor. And in the years I've been in Eastwood Look, I've experienced a number of things. I've been asked by even a president of a council, not present council, why do you stay there? Why are you there? I've been asked by students who I have personal basis, how can you live there? Why do you stay there? And I ask why not? This is my house. This is my residence. I came here, why? For surfing, for fishing, swimming. Some of that fishing I can't do. I used to shellfish down at Black Point. The DEM no longer allows it. I took the liberty to test the water in September and October, years ago. Not me, but someone who did it. The surfers that were in there, because it was after a good storm offshore, would not even have been in the water if they knew the quality of it. Now, where am I going with this? I've mentioned to members of the council that if you even take a cursory view, for those of you who are not familiar with it, of the effluent that goes out at the Southern Sewer Plant. Just compare 3 months, your busy months. What do we have? June, July, and August. Compare it to any other 3 months. There's more affluent going into that sewer plant in the other 3 months than there are in our supposedly busy month. I mean, I heard people here say that we've got the beach. The beach isn't going away. I'm not sure about that. I know I don't go into the water in September and October anymore. And that's when the water's the warmest, the waves are the best. For the life of me, I can't understand why 4 members of this council are entertaining the fact, either ethically or morally, why you would want to tax our infrastructure more than it already is, whether it be the sewer plant, our water. Even as on an every other day basis, our wells got so dry that it became toxic at some time, and we've had bans in the past. Why would you want more people in taxing our community? I don't understand it. And you're going to hear about rights. I think it's all about the dollar. But our rights, I have a right. I have a right to go down and shellfish at Black Point, or I have a right to go into the water without it being polluted. Now, you're going to hear stories, from the poor guy who bought the house at $30,000, probably over the last 30 years, put in another $30,000, and he's not going to be able to survive. And you're also going to hear from, the landlord who would have to charge $1,200 per bedroom, and, otherwise he couldn't survive. And I said, well, look at the license plates. They're all New York. $1,200 only grabs them 800 square feet in New York City. I know Mr. Pugh, you did an excellent job, the affordable housing part of it. I don't know if we'll be able to get there, but you did a great job up there. And people are asking, well, if we don't like it, then we should leave. And I'm questioning that, so the shortage of housing, URI, the poor students. Now, I've rented to students. They've been from South Kingstown, North Kingstown, Narragansett. Their homes were closer to the university than the houses that I had. I guess they wanted to experience the true college experience. If there really is a shortage, then as members of the council, you should be advocating our state legislators to get a bond issue and maybe get some housing over there. As a matter of fact, there's publicly traded companies that will not only build a dorm, they will manage it for you. I don't know where we're going with all of this, but if anything, I would say with the state that our beaches and our sewer plant and everything else, I'd ask even almost for a moratorium, let alone allow more students to come in. A moratorium building completely. Your legacy as council members will hopefully be to save Narragansett, save the best town that we have in the country. As people have said, with the beaches, and in all my travels, and I've said this before, maybe in this chamber or something, the state of Rhode Island is only known probably for two things, the beaches and crooked politicians. And I think Narragansett is known for a number of things, but the beaches are a primary thing, as many of the landlords have talked about. So I hope in this case that we just don't literally and figuratively drown in our own shit. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Catronio, 20
Hi.
Southwest Road.
Hi, please raise your right hand. Hi, how you doing? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? And can please state your name again and address in the microphone.
Michelle Catronio, 20 Southwest Road.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me, but I'm gonna go over, me and my ex-husband built a house in 1999. We came down here. We built a house, raised my family. My kids went through school, they played soccer. I was a soccer coach for many years through the town, okay? My ex-husband passed away. We were divorced and left some financial issues that it's important for me to rent the house. My kids, my boys, are adults now. They went off to college, and it was a tough time. They took care of my ex, and he passed, but you know what? He built the house. I also built that, helped out. I insulated that house. I painted. That is the house they grew up in, all right? Many people say, oh, you can just sell it. Yeah, I can sell it. What, so somebody can rent it? Why can't I? There are many people in this town that I've talked to over the years. They've bought houses, they couldn't afford to live here. So they would rent it until they could do it over and they can retire here. All right? But now I end up getting the house and I go to the town, I want to rent it. All right? And now I have to put an extra driveway in because I have a 5-bedroom. I have to put an extra driveway in. So I spend the money, put the driveway in. Then there's another issue that came up 13 years later. Supposedly I never got a CO. So I did everything this town asked me to do, okay? And I took care of my property. I have no complaints from any neighbors. I do the summer rentals. I have 5 stars. All my neighbors, I haven't had any complaints. I have cameras outside. I've done everything to make sure that everything is right and I'm a good neighbor. Because you know what? When we were there, we had college kids all around in the village of Point Judith. Maybe once out of the whole time did I ever call the police. All right? And you know what? You know why? Because the kids, there was some type of group they put together, and the kids came over and said, "Hi, my name's so-and-so. I'll be your neighbor." Brought me brownies. All right? You know what I said to them? I have no problems with you guys, but I don't want red cups. I don't want you peeing on my lawn. I don't want certain things. And, you know, and we'll respect each other. It's all about communication. Not every college kids are bad. I had 6 kids that just left that were the best kids that I've ever had. I brought them Amazon gift cards. I made cookies for them. They had my cell phone. They didn't just talk to the rental agent. They could talk to me. They needed something, I was there. It's all about communication. All right? So when I hear all this stuff, this to me, I am relying on you guys to tell me how my future's gonna go, because I'm gonna lose money, because I can't have my 5-bedroom rented that I've been here for years, and I'm doing the right thing. I'm not an absent landlord. It's not fair. It's not fair that it has to be in your hands. I feel like I'm being discriminated of. I feel bad for the other people, but you know what? I called the police the other day. I said, listen, I got a summer rental. I just want to make sure I'm respectful of neighbors. Is there a time limit where there's quiet time? Do you know what they told me? No, nuisance time's any time. Do you know, they told me that they get phone calls because somebody walked by their house and they talked too loud, the police were called. How many of these are really, real accurate with the complaints? I don't believe it. I don't believe all of it. Now, as for affordability, this town has not made low income in years. This has been going on for years. So I don't want to hear affordability, because everywhere in the United States, everything went up. People losing their jobs, people that have renters in, that I know have rented their homes to families, aren't even getting rent payments because of the COVID. So now we could, now basically I'm sitting here fighting to keep this house for my family, and I'm leaving it in this town council's hands, and whatever the town residents are gonna decide for me. But I've been here since 1999, and I've been a good person. All right, also, my evaluation went up $100,000. Oh, does that mean that some family's gonna scoop in and buy my house? What is it gonna cost the retirees extra if I have 5 children moving in and they went through elementary and on? What's about $17,000 a year per kid? Isn't this state the 48th worst places to retire in? You know what? You have extra school. I understand. You know what? The school is awesome. I'm glad my kids went there. They have the best teachers. But you know what? You stand out. And there's schools all over the place that are crowded and stuff. I would think that people would want to move here just to have less, if they could afford it. But you know what? Nobody can afford it anywhere. And you know what? Part of the thing is, you got to do something with the low income, because that hasn't been right for a long time. The other thing, I have little notes. I'm just kind of winging it. Now, if you pass this thing 4-bedroom, I'm gonna have an extra or 3-bedroom. I'm gonna have 2 extra bedrooms. Do you honestly think they're gonna stay empty? What's gonna happen is the kids are gonna have their friends, whatever, from home. They're gonna be from the outer, not Narragansett, from other areas that'll be coming in. All right, so you're gonna end up, my problem is, I have 5 bedrooms. I wanna know, the town knows who's in that house, who's registered. I had to put an extra driveway. I got 5 cars. We at least know who's in the house. Now I'm not gonna know who's in that house. The other thing is, the rental doubled. It doubled. All right, so now everything's doubling. You know, now you're trying to, one second, let me just, sorry, I'm just getting worked up because this means a lot to me. I just look at it this way. This has been a problem for years. And you know what the thing that is the worst part of it all? Nobody should be fighting over this. I have a 5-bedroom, legal 5-bedroom, legal. My money went up, my value went up $100,000, okay? So now I'm paying more taxes. Now I'm being told I can only rent up to 3, or maybe 4. But the town has no problem approving whatever. That people are complaining there's 8 bedrooms, 9 bedrooms, this and that. But that's not our fault. Who approved it? I hate to say it, but the town did it to themselves. Nobody should be fighting like this. Everyone should be getting along. To a point, you're gonna have people that are gonna complain all the time. Like the one that called the police and said that somebody's walking around talking on the phone, that it's bothering them. Did anybody realize when you moved here? I just find it hard to believe when people move here that you didn't realize that this is the beach, the most popular area in the summer is to come, for out-of-staters to come to the beach. And I find it hard to believe that no one realized that this is a college town. When we built our house, I knew that. And you know what? Maybe I'm just social and I have no problem talking to the college kids. I can see someone that's a little infuriated or they're nervous about it. But we should have something together where we can communicate. We had that before. And the other thing is, all these kids they're mostly, I think, they're not that bad. But you're gonna have some rotten apples. And if you have these rotten apples, they get all these stickers, right? They should be fined whatever, the 3 times they're out. And you know what? They should be on the list. Guess what? You can't rent here anymore. Because you know what? Why should they be able to go the next year and go rent another house? There should be something. There's kids that want education, that love this town. We all came here for a reason. Maybe some of you were blessed enough to grow up here. But you know what? I did everything in my power to get my kids here for the education, number one, and the beauty. And I knew there was a college town. I knew that it's a beach town. I knew this, but you know what? It helps. It keeps the taxes down. What's gonna happen to the seniors if I turn around, say if we start selling our houses, all families, I don't know where these families are coming from, but they're gonna come in and suddenly they're gonna start paying, well, now you can take 100 extra kids. Maybe you should discount the seniors' taxes more. Because you know what? You can have an elite school. Because people will eventually come that can afford it. But right now, mine went up 100,000. So I don't understand how people can afford it. These families. Everyone's struggling everywhere. It shouldn't come to this. I've watched this for years. It's wrong. And you know what? I feel like this is discrimination. I'm sorry, that's how I feel. And if I have to sell it, it's gonna end up being somebody that's gonna rent it anyway. You guys, wasn't you, somebody approved, even a 9-bedroom. They have every right grandfathered in. Somebody approved it. I'm sorry, I might not want it next to me, but guess what? They have every right. Just like I have a right, just like everybody in this place has a right. We're in the United States of America. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, the next two, first Dennis Lynch and then Elaine Simeone.
Someone's left their phone here? Someone's phone?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Dennis Lynch, 22 Central Street.
Thank you.
I think there's one sort of quintessential question here is like, how much is too much? How many rental units can Narragansett absorb? The number actually is pretty startling that Jesse had up there of 460 some new rental units in the last 12 years, representing 20% increase in rentals. What happens in the next, what's happened from 2019 to 2021? How many new rentals have we brought in since then? What's the right number? What's the maximum number? When do we stop being a residential town? We're at 30% of the housing stock now is for rentals. And no one here is lobbying to stop the rental industry in Narragansett or to stop college kids from coming. With the number of rentals and with a 3-person limit, we're going to house over 8,000 URI students. That's more than they're putting on campus. So we're not trying to say students go away, because students will always be here. We're not trying to say landlords go away, because landlords will always be here with units. But I think the question is, can we start applying some brakes? Can we start trying to decelerate the growth of rental units in the town? Because there is a difference between living next to a student and living next to a neighbor. And it can be wonderful students. And let's say most of them are wonderful students, and they're well-behaved students. It's different. It's different when you have students living next to you that are there transient for 9 months. They may come back the next year, or you may have a new set in the next. Their lifestyles are different, their values are different. Everything is different from the type of people that are here year-round. And that's just a matter of fact, and that goes to the residential character of the town and the quality that we're trying to preserve. So you're hearing from two groups of people, basically two constituencies tonight. You're hearing from the landlords and you're hearing from the residents. And I applaud the Landlord Association for doing a wonderful job organizing the number of people that are coming out tonight to speak on behalf of the for-profit business. And I wouldn't say that many of the landlords that you heard tonight are, they very well could be Narragansett residents. When you do go through the full database of the rental registration database, over 75% of the landlords do not live in Narragansett. That's just a fact. So, we're here speaking for our own self-interest and our own motivations, and and I don't disparage the motivations of the landlords. We've heard them talk about profitability. We've heard them talk about economics. We've heard them talk about investment. It's an investment, and they would like to get an appropriate return for their investment. I understand that. But is that in the best long-term interests of the town of Narragansett and what we're trying to preserve here? And you hear residents, and we don't have count them up. I hate to tell you this, but I'm 24th, and I think there's 66 speakers tonight, so God bless. So you'll hear the same arguments over and over again. I think you have to delineate between the people up here that are talking about what is the long-term best interest of this town and what can we do to preserve the quality of the rental industry. And I don't know what the Association 2100 believes is the max number of rentals. Is it 4,000? Is it 5,000? Is it 6,000? What's the number? Because we will get to a larger and larger and larger number if we do not install some type of regulation that we have never installed before. We've not enforced the 4 unrelated. We've not enforced the 3 student. So we haven't for decades done that work, and we need to do it. Jesse referenced the comprehensive plan in the beginning of his presentation, and I think he said it was on page 3. And if you go back a page or so before that, it talks about the vision in Narragansett, for Narragansett. And you can argue about hundreds of pages in the comprehensive plan and how they're ambiguous and how they can be interpreted differently. I don't think that's the case when you talk about the vision. Because this vision, this is quotation, this vision holds forth that Narragansett's physical beauty, unique among New England's coastal towns, is a result of its seaside residential character. Miles of beaches and craggy coastline islands, peninsulas, open spaces, and the richness of Native American colonial plantations and Victorian resort heritage. Last sentence of the vision. This character must be protected, preserved, and enhanced for the future well-being of the community. That's really what we're talking about, the future of Narragansett. And Jesse's perspective on affordability, you can argue with it or against it. It may or may not come to fruition. Let's pretend it's not about affordability and that doesn't work out. If you do not put in restrictions on rentals, the character of this town will be hollowed out in a way that can never be changed and can never be reversed. And that's what's on the table here tonight, and that's what I would urge you to support, the 3 student regulations. Thank you.
Yep.
Elaine Simeone.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Elaine Simeone, 90 Angel Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island. I have been in Narragansett for 56 years. I am a registered voter. I probably voted you people in. I have no illusions that this town will not have rentals, and no one here should. We will always have college students here. We will always have summer residents here. I am now surrounded by people who have died in those homes, and now they have been bought up by Connecticut people. I applaud the landlords here tonight who tell me they tell their students, introduce yourselves to your neighbors. Be friendly with your neighbors. I get none of that, none of that. I am 77 years old. I am a nurse practitioner. The first thing our neighbors did from Connecticut was turn their garage into a bedroom. The other gentleman put in a vent on the top of his house that belongs in a restaurant. He rented to 6 students in a 3-bedroom house. I was woken up every night, urinating over the deck. They bought a hot tub from Amazon, swimming in it naked all night. Do I call the police anymore? I get no justice from the police. Some of the people here know my son was brutally beaten on our front lawn this year. Brutally. He is scarred on his knees. That boy is 50 years old. He is disabled. His knee, he cannot even walk. Do you know how he got away with it? His father was a lawyer. He was supposed to get a letter of apology. Nothing. He is in violation of the court order from this council. I don't want to have people say to me, if you don't like it, move. That is a horrible thing to say to a resident of 56 years. When I came here, there was no eastward look. There was Lido's and Olivo's. I came to this beach at 6 years old with my parents, who pulled up their car to the hedges, and my mom put the coffee pot on. We were here for the day. We loved it here. So when I married, we bought a home in Warwick. And my husband said, if we cut corners, we can buy a house in Narragansett. And yes, My house has quadrupled in price. We put over $100,000 in our home. I have a 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom home now. I do not rent. My children went to college at URI, and they went there. My husband got his master's at URI, he went there. I got a master's and a nurse practitioner's license. I still practice here in Narragansett. My son was a cop in South Kingston for 25 years. He now calls me something I didn't even know existed. He said, "Mom, you have now become a swamp Yankee." I said, "What's a swamp Yankee?" He said, "Because you don't drive past the towers anymore." I work in Narragansett, I shop in Narragansett, I eat in Narragansett. I am a true person of Narragansett. I love this town. I get messages on my phone. I just bought a cell phone because of patience. I never had a cell phone. What do I need a cell phone for? I'm 77 years old. So I get messages from the town all the time. Boil the water. The water level's bad. I have to boil my water now. I put it in gallon jugs. What is this all about? What is this all about? Why don't we have drinking water here? You know, and I am under no illusion that we will never have student rentals. We will always have student rentals, and we will always have summer rentals. But to block my driveway, to block my mailbox, 25 cars to one house parked on my lawn that my child had just seeded. Who do you want me to call? The Narragansett police? You don't want to go there. You want me to go on the lawn and get charged with disorderly conduct? Because that's on the books now. Because since my son got hurt, now he's on some page, I don't know. I'm computer illiterate. I hate to admit it, but I am. I don't have facts and figures in front of me. I just can speak to you from my heart. As a 77-year-old nurse practitioner who volunteers, who supports the Johnny Cake Center, who donates for the Big Sisters, that's who I speak to. Am I for the 3-student rule? I am for the 3-student rule. But I have heard from people here that tell me they talk to their students. They ask their students to meet their neighbors. I applaud those people because the people around me are absentee landlords. I don't know them. I don't see them. I did call the building inspector when I saw what he did next door, and he got violated. No permit, nothing. Who do they think they are? They come in here with their big money, and they can do what they want. There has to be some time to say enough is enough for we, the residents here. Thank you.
Okay, the next two, Luis Ferrandi and Stephen Ferrandi.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address into the microphone.
Louise Ferrandi, 20 Middle Road. Thank you, Councilman, for this hearing. That's a bit of a difficult act to follow for me, but I just want to thank you all for hearing this. And Jesse, I want to thank you to elevating this long-standing conversation to the real truth and the real situation. As I see it here, and I'll be brief, we all seem to have two sides to the story. We have landlords and we have residents, and residents who are landlords. But the point is, landlords have skin in the game, but their skin in the game is not the kind of skin in the game that I have, or many of the residents that live in Narragansett. We've been at this for years, as you know, as you well know. And I just think it's up to the council for now. As Councilman Cicilline said before, we've debated this issue ad nauseum, which we have, and we need to do the right thing here. Please listen to the residents and please support the 3-student ordinance. It's the right thing to do for everyone's concerned. Students, renters, everybody else. It'll keep and preserve our town. Thank you for listening.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Stephen Ferrandi, 44 Sylvan Road, Narragansett, Rhode Island. Okay, thank you, council members. So here we are again. Is it one year from now since the ordinance? No, I guess it's been about 20 years since I've been working on this. So anyway, let's go back. So a few facts about the actual ordinance itself. We're debating a 3-college student ordinance passed 1 year ago, and it was basically thrown out on a technicality. That technicality was that it wasn't a Zoom meeting and it wasn't heard enough. Okay. Now, what we also have to remember is that it was affirmed by 3 judges. Judge Keogh affirmed it one time in the Superior Court. All 5, I believe there's 5 Supreme Court justices approved it, that it was fine. And then even Judge Keogh in the last ruling, even though the town did lose the aspect of the hearing people to speak, there was another count to that ruling that said the landlord's Section 2 was their rights as far as their property rights were, and she did not grant it for them. So I guess it wasn't a total loss, but here we are again. Anyway, I'll give you some more facts on the. We've heard a lot, Jesse. You did a good job on selling the research and all that. This is something that I found from the 2010 to 2019 in the housing units in Narragansett from the comprehensive plan. The total housing was 9,910 in 2010, 10,092. So we had a gain of 1.82, 182 houses. The resident occupied housing, we went from 6830 to 6467. We had a loss of 363. Residential seasonal vacant houses was down, up by 545 units. Resident owner occupied was down, we lost 288. And the resident rental occupied was down 75. So all in all, the simple message, as we know, is that Narragansett is and has been becoming an investor-driven community affecting every neighborhood due to uncontrollable rental activity. Now, how do we remedy it? We need balance. These balance measures about the 3 student ordinance, the town needs balance. We haven't had anything work for a long time. Balance measures need to be undertaken to normalize our neighborhoods to what they were intended for, single-family residential living. They're not anymore. I've done the research with adding in bedrooms. I think in the last 3 to 4 years, Eastwood Look, where I live, has added 50 to 60 bedrooms. Now, if you divide that by the amount of, say it's 3 or 4 bedrooms, that's another dozen houses without adding another property. Okay, so at this point, the landlords they can't outbuild anymore. They can't add any more bedrooms. So now they look for the develop to the new land. They tear it down and build a new house with 7 and 8 bedrooms. Narragansett basically has lost 363 resident units and gained 540 seasonal units in time frame. Some of the other issues that the landlords have brought up, okay, we need more police protection. Well, the police protection is expensive. I'm not calling the police. So why should we have to call the police all the time? In the landlord group, it's like their little separate police force. We all pay that. We all pay that. Yes, we have a police response ordinance, but we never enforce that. I had a few other things. Another alarming issue, if people have just read the last census, we're down 8.4% in population, 12 or 1,300, one of 3. And one of the other communities is Bristol. What do we have in common? We're both college communities. So the bottom line is there needs to be some sort of balance measures. We haven't had any prohibition at all. So you have a vetted ordinance, 3 college student. The 4 unrelated is a totally separate ordinance. Take this as it is. This isn't the 4 unrelated student ordinance or the 4. This isn't the 4 college student. It's the 3 college student ordinance. So, I guess the councilors up there that are going to have to decide this. You're in an interesting position. you have two competing interests, as the last speaker stated, okay? There's two different types of people on that. You have the landlords on one side, and you have the residents of this town. So you're gonna have to choose between the residents of this town, for this particular ordinance, and the rental interests. And if you wanna choose against this ordinance, the 3 student, then you're not choosing for the residents, you're against the residents of this town. And I want every one of the councils to remember that. You know, you're gonna be going against the elderly. We have plenty of elderly. Thank you. What's going to happen to our elderly? I can tell you a million stories. I've been to a million of the horror stories. I just want it to sink in what's happening in this town. Where is our future? You have the evidence. You have the profiles. Are we just going to throw more police at it? Are we just going to rely on URI to build housing? Are we going to rely on URI to come in and save us? No, it's our town. Let's do something. And let's not worry about what we have to do. Put the line in the sand of some reasonable ordinances, and the 3 students is totally vetted, and make sure it happens. If not, you're going to be disappointing the residents, and you're going to be, in my opinion, you're going to be against residential living and residential neighborhoods. So please do the right thing. I know it's a tough decision, but it needs to be done. Thank you.
The next 2 speakers will be Paul Ferrandi and Jeff Early.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Paul Ferrandi, 22 Melville Lane, Narragansett. I've been a summer resident in this town since 1960. I've been a property owner of Eastwood Look property since 1978. I've been a full-time resident at 22 Melville Lane in Eastwood Look since 1991. I've raised 3 children in this town. Eastwood Look was a family neighborhood. And Jesse, I want to thank you for your eloquent presentation. But you also said something that was very important. This town had a lot of failures to its residents. We're here tonight, not because of me. I seem to be the enemy now because I'm a resident of the town of Narragansett. I seem to hear a lot of the investment group try to dictate the terms and conditions that I have to live under. I don't think there's one landlord that would dare live next door to one of their houses. They go back to New York. They go back to Connecticut. They go back to Johnston, Greenville, Cranston. That's great. But they don't live under the conditions that they want me to live in. I've seen the deterioration of this neighborhood, and it's because of the town's failure. We have had weak managers, we've had weak councils, and you wonder why. We've had totally weak enforcement of our zoning ordinances. The residents have to beg and plead to have basic zoning ordinance violations like signs on houses. How many times do we have to come and say, listen, signs on permanent houses shouldn't be there? It's an ordinance. The 3 prominent real estate agents in this town know that. They don't even follow their own ordinances. I can only say that it is a pivotal time for the town of Narragansett, and please, this is a constitutional vetted ordinance that is resident friendly. That's what it is. It would do a tremendous amount for the quality of life of the residents. The landlords are deathly afraid of this because it is a constitutional ordinance. They can't fight it anymore. They tried to fight every single technicality. And they're going to try again and again and again because it comes down to one word, and it's greed and it's money. There is no reason why you need to rent a 3-bedroom house, put 6 bedrooms in it. What are they doing it for? To increase their revenue. That's a business in residential neighborhoods. The word greed doesn't come up, but look deep down in your hearts, and you all, I think everybody knows. Sure, there are instances where people say they're going to retire, and sometimes it works out. But what's been accelerating in this town, and particularly in the Eastwood Look neighborhoods, Bonnet Shores is happening, Metatuxet, it's been more and more predatory investors because it's easy money and greed. And it's the town's failure that's happened to it. I'm not the issue. I'm not the problem. I've been told I am because maybe I call the police. I've been told to sell my house because I shouldn't live here. It's a college neighborhood. I'm just sick and tired of being dictated to the terms and conditions that I have to live under. I don't think any council member up there would live under those conditions. And it's not fair that you ask good residents that have been in this town for many, many years to put up with this malarkey that's been going on. Do the right thing. You have a golden, bulletproof ordinance in front of you that the city of Providence vetted for you. We didn't pay a penny for it. Put the residents' interest ahead of the special interests. Please. Thank you very much.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Jeff Early, 31 Anna Oliver Court.
Thank you.
I want to applaud the council. I know this is a tough job for you, but I've been a resident in Narragansett for 70 years. I also ran Narragansett water system for 34. If you're even thinking of going past 3 or more rentals for students, you better think about the infrastructure. This infrastructure will not handle it. And if you're going to do it, you might want to think about putting an impact fee. The impact fee will go towards water and sewer because this town will not handle it. And they don't have control over it. It's Suez water. So you see what it is now in the summertime? How'd you like to have that year round? You know, but I appreciate it, but I just wanted to just touch base on my house. When they had the unlimited rental, we had 15 cars 2 houses down from me. 3 houses down from that, there were 10 cars on a weekend. It was ridiculous. When you started to implement the 3 last year, I noticed the difference. No problems, because before that, we couldn't even get down the street. We had a fire on the street, and the police department and fire department could not get down the road. So, like I said, I applaud you and don't want to take up any more of your time. Thank you.
Okay, the next 2 speakers will be Jeffrey Mitchell and then Stanley Wojciechowski.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Jeffrey Mitchell, 23 Major Arnold. So what I wanted to talk a little bit about when we talk about making it family neighborhoods, keeping families in, is the livability, which is key if you're actually going to have kids, seniors living in neighborhoods. And I live in a neighborhood which has 3 or 4 or 5 large rentals scattered throughout it. Over the past 15 years, my house has been vandalized during the school year on more than one occasion. We've experienced paintball, and I've actually sent to the town council pictures of target practice that was done on the side of my house with a crossbow from one of these 5 or 6 student rental houses, which lodged themselves 2 or 3 inches into my house. Fortunately, none of us were outside at the time that this was going on. And what it points out is when you get 5 or 6 kids in a house, there's zero accountability. You go to the house, The police went to the house. Obviously, nobody knows anything except there was a crossbow sitting in plain sight. But still, there's no accountability. As you increase the number of people in the house, the kids, it turns into groupthink or mob mentality or whatever you want to call it, but things get quickly out of control. We have ongoing bottles broken in our driveway, cars, you hear it from everybody else, cars blocking the driveway, in the driveway, and this isn't due to parties. I mean, everybody gets focused on the parties, let's call, but when you have multiple 6 or 7 student houses, it's a party all the time. There's 35, 40 kids in a very dense area, and they're just meandering around the neighborhood at night. I've had to go outside on multiple occasions at 2, 3 in the morning because I got 20 kids, drunk kids in my yard, urinating in the backyard, dropping bottles, talking loud, and you have to make a decision at that point. Do you stay in the house and just hope everything will be okay and there won't be too much damage, or you go outside and you deal with it? And it is not a comfortable situation, when you're nearly 60 years old, going outside and dealing with a bunch of drunk 20-year-olds with beer muscles. And it's a very, very tense situation. Calling the police isn't an option because the damage is already going to be done. By the time the police get there, the kids have wandered off to somebody else's house, and you're just dealing with it again the next night. So it's not a situation with just parties and the amount of phone calls and the orange stickers. It's a day-to-day problem. I had a neighbor who had a drunk student try to break down their door because they thought it was the friend's house, and they were on the phone with 911 trying to get the police there as this person was trying to get into their house. My wife is afraid during the school year to be home at night alone. Now, what kind of neighborhoods do we want? Because we live on Fraternity Row with that many kids. We're outnumbered. You're in the house, a couple of 2, and you got 35, 20-year-olds wandering around. And nobody comes over and introduces themselves. I hear that. The only time I get introduced to them is when there's a problem at 2 in the morning, and that's when I tend to meet them. It is not what's being made out to be. I realize the landlords might be trying to do everything they can do to make sure it works, but when everybody's gone away and things are happening overnight, it doesn't play out the way everybody thinks it does. It is a very difficult situation to live with. I have a knot in my stomach knowing in 3 weeks my entire world is going to be turned upside down here, where I'm going to have to be on guard every night, wondering what's going on in my yard. So I am very much in favor of the 3-student ordinance. I'd rather deal with a house with 3 students in it and go over there and talk to them. There'll be more accountability, more people to hold accountable, and we do have 3-student rentals in our neighborhood, and I haven't had problems with those houses. I only have the problems with the ones that have 4, 5, 6, 7 students in it. So I really urge you to make a difference for the residents here, make it more livable so that I can think about retiring in my house here and not have to move someplace that when I'm not able to go out there at 2 in the morning, that, I'm not needing to move away, which is what seems to be always the suggestion. So thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address.
Stan Wojciechowski, 1044 Boston Neck Road. I own 1 3-bedroom summer rental. I really sick and tired of hearing us saying how bad the students are. I just love young, intelligent people. And that's what we have here, young, intelligent, college-educated people. Now, you're going to have many times where you have some hiccups, mainly because of drunkenness, I understand that. But on the whole, they're young, intelligent people. Therefore, your ordinances must really be saying young, intelligent people, not students, not discriminating against students. It's young, intelligent people. I understand beach houses. We hate the beach houses. So let's get rid of the beach houses, and then we'll get rid of the students. If we have no beach houses, then the students will go away. They'll have no place to go. So it's a beach house issue, I guess. I really think it's a drunk issue, really. Now, again, my grandson, he's no longer going to college, but him and his 3 buddies are renting in Narragansett. So he's not a college student, but you got young guys renting here Of course, they're paying $2,800 a month. So now what are we going to do? He's not a student. He's young. Is this ordinance going to fix it? Then I have a daughter who has a house over here, and she has a 3-bedroom house. So now she has 3 young people. Not students, but they're young people. And I imagine they could get drunk. So how are you going to differentiate between young, intelligent people and students? And should we be doing that discriminatory practice? I say no. It's not the way to go. I look at we all have opinions. And, we have to listen to the experts. And with respect to you, Mr. Pugh, we all have opinions. But we have a planning board. These are our people who volunteered, and they're the experts which we should be paying attention to. And the experts, not an opinion. This is what they come up with after a deep study and analysis and all they have to do. And they come up with does not conform with the comprehensive plan, number 1. Number 2, the current policies we have in place are being successfully carried out to control noise, property damage, and disruptive behavior. So the experts, now among those experts is a lawyer in Mr. Indeglia. You understand Mr. Indeglia is a lawyer, a fairly prominent family, I think. And this lawyer is the one who made the motion to strike this down. So we have our experts, we have an expert lawyer involved. Mr. O'Neill has been on there forever. So you have people that haven't been here just 3 or 4 or 5 years. And you got legal advice there. So you got 5 people who are experts with legal advice telling you what to do, and you are ignoring them. So I guess you ought to just tell them to go home. You don't want to hear them anymore. If you're not going to listen to your experts, then you must fire them, because you don't value their opinion. It doesn't sound good, Now you bring up Providence. Providence. We're going to follow the Providence political protocol of corruption, I might say. You remember Buddy Cianci going to jail? Providence? We're going to use that? Is that what we're going to use we're going to follow the Providence protocol. Did you hear the last news I heard? They have more murders in Providence than in Chicago. So this is where Providence is going. So I don't want to hear about Providence. I want to listen to our experts, follow their advice, find another way. We are correcting it. It's being corrected. The experts told us, planning board, we must follow that. You can't approve this. It's a very discriminatory action. And you just made a promise, this justice for all. And you do that all the time. Justice for all. I don't care if they're students. I don't care if they're intelligent, not intelligent. It's justice for all. And if you let this go through, you just broke that promise. You broke that promise. And I'm asking everybody to remember that. I want people up there, when they make their promise, they follow through. Thank you.
The next 2 speakers are Judy Hay and then Robert Calisi, I think.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address into the microphone.
Judy Hay, 779 Ocean Road. I live on the border of Eastwood Look North, and I've lived here 21 years, and I love Narragansett, as we all do. You can't fault the landlords here. I support the 3-student ordinance, by the way. You can't fault the landlords. They're landlords. They're in business of making money, and that's fine. And you can't fault the realtors, because selling homes to new buyers is what they do, and that's fine. But the residents are at the mercy of the landlords and the realtors who have a business to promote. Our area is zoned either R10, R20, residential zoning. We have businesses in our residential areas. There are no residents who live there. There are renters who come and go, different every year. It's beyond the noise. It's mostly concerning the infrastructure, the water, the sewers, and it boils down to a vetted and approved constitutional ordinance that was the only reason we're here tonight is because it was denied on a technicality. We residents have only one recourse, and that's you 5 people. So we please ask you to do what's right for the people, right the wrongs in the past. You've got to start somewhere. This is a little piece of a puzzle, and when the puzzle is done, we'll have a coherent plan. You've got to start somewhere. If this doesn't work, you can revisit it. But again, it's the tiniest little piece of the puzzle. You need a lot of pieces of puzzle. You're going to need more infrastructure. You can't keep renters out. You can't keep summer people out. Our water facilities are not adequate. Our sewer facilities are not adequate. You poor people have to work with that. Please do what's right for the townspeople, the residents of the town, the landlords as well who live here, the realtors who live here. We all need a complete puzzle. This is just a start. Start here. Thank you.
Please raise. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address.
Robert B. Cahill, 9 Birch Street, Narragansett. This meeting has kind of thrown me for a little bit of a loop because we were compared to, New Zealand and Singapore. I thought this was the United States of America. I'd just like to speak first a little bit of my history. I'm a resident and I'm a landlord here in Narragansett. My family purchased our first home in Narragansett in 1962, and I became a part-time summer resident starting in 1963 at the age of 5. Our home was a small, unheated 3-bedroom cottage. We knew we immediately had to insulate it and put heat in it because we knew when we purchased it, we needed the student income. With the student income, we afforded to keep it. We grew up there every summer. And growing up there, I felt like one of the most privileged kids in my city neighborhood, which was at the time Cranston, to be able to spend every time in Narragansett. The neighborhood where I live, which is just near Roger Wheeler Beach, there are many families the same as mine. There are now 2nd and 3rd generation families that come and spend the summers here because their grandparents and great-parents purchased the homes by being able to afford them because of the college student income. Otherwise, like my family, they would have never been able to do it. And now they still rent them to the students, but yet spend the entire summers there with grandchildren, great-grandchildren, grandmas, grandpas. That's the way they have to do it. And I'm not talking about people from New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey. I'm talking about people from Cranston, Providence, Warwick, Smithfield, Lincoln, all people who live in the state of Rhode Island. Again, as I said, this is Narragansett, Rhode Island, United States of America, not Narragansett, New Zealand. I also lived in the same home while I was attending University of Rhode Island. And back then it was a different, way different time. This was 77 to 79 or so. I can remember having a spring party. We had 2 live bands out on the deck. We tapped 10 kegs of beer on the back of pickup trucks, and we opened the first keg at noontime. We ran out of the last keg at 1 a.m. Yes, the police came several times throughout the day just to say, okay, we wanted to stop by and make sure there's nothing illegal going on, making sure there was no trouble. Try and do that now, forget it. I mean, you know, it's just amazing the difference. But I guess kids are a little more out of control. All right, let's fast forward to 1991. Our family had grown, children, grandchildren. We built a larger second home. One of my other relatives took over the smaller home, and they, to this day, still reside there, although they knocked it down and they built a larger home in the same place. So now, we built a second home which was larger so we can fit more family, more kids. I had kids, and my rest of my family had more children. So now let's fast forward again to, oh, by the way, that time, the bank wouldn't even let me build the house unless I proved to them that I had the income from the college student rentals. So without the college student rentals, I wouldn't even have been able to buy the house. So now we come to 2001. Because the college rentals basically helped me pay the house off, I became a permanent resident in the town of Narragansett. Again, I was only able to come and do it because the college student rental helped me pay it off. We stayed there in the summer. The student rentals helped pay the maintenance, helped pay off the mortgage, helped pay the insurance, et cetera, et cetera. I moved here full time, and I did it with full knowledge, knowing that, number one, it's a college community, and number two, it's a tourist community. I mean, I hear a lot of people here that like, kill all the college kids. Let's lock them up. They're all bad. They're all drunks. None of them are any good. Well, I've been here since 2001. I've never had a bad experience. Never. I mean, I've had kids living next door to me that I watched shovel snow out of my neighbor's driveway because they're an elderly couple. I've seen them chase down their garbage cans because they're an elderly couple to be nice to them, put them away for them. And then this same group of college students had one party the entire year. And I know because I live there and it's right across the street. One party the whole year, which happened to be Cinco de Mayo. And there was only like 10 cars, 12 cars there, when there's normally 4 cars there anyway. Those same people that these kids shoveled the snow for and chased their garbage cans for called the police on them at 7:30, 7:45 at night. And the police came and broke up the party because there was about 18 kids there. I'm sorry. I had my 60th birthday party 3 years ago. I had cars parked around the entire 3-block area. I had 50 people there. We had barbecue going from 3 o'clock in the afternoon till 11:30 at night. We had music playing. Not one time, not one person called the cops on me. How come they call the cops on kids had 12 or 15, 18 kids there? 10, 12 cars. How come they get the police called on them, but I don't? Why am I any different from these college kids? What, because I'm 60? It was my 60th birthday party? What if it was one of these kids' birthday parties? Would there be a difference? Of course there would. Because the police have to respond to the attitude that is anti-student, anti-college, anti-rental. And that's the way this town council is acting. I might add, a small minority of residents, that half of them go to Florida every winter anyway. They're not here for half the year, so I don't really understand what the huge concern is. So, anyway, especially addressing you, Mr. Pugh, I mean, I'm basically one of those young families that you want to be here. And then recently, in 2017, I bought another home. I emptied my 401k. I refinanced my house because I want to give my family, my son, the same opportunity that I had. If my family hadn't bought my house, built my house, I would have never been able to afford to live down here in Narragansett. I don't make the big bucks like you guys on the town council and lawyers and doctors make. I wouldn't have been able to afford it. I think I've said this to you guys before. Last time I got a chuckle, I guess this time it's not. But I had to put down $500,000. I'm sorry, $250,000, $250,000 to be able to make the home work, renting out all the bedrooms for student rentals and summer rentals. Hopefully letting my son stay there a few weeks out of the summer to make it work, to be able to afford the home. What young family can afford to come up with $250,000 to buy a $500,000 or $750,000 home down here in Narragansett? That is just not going to work. We have what we have, and it's been working. Since somebody mentioned URI from the 1800s has been there. The tourists have been here. I mean, I know at least since the 30s, this has been a huge tourist area. It's been working, and we can make it work better. I mean, one of my solutions would be collect the rental registration fee on a per bedroom basis. If you have to up it. Make it $100 per bedroom. Okay, so you got 4 bedrooms, it's $400. You got 5, it's $5. You got 6, it's $6. All the way up to 8, 9, it's $900. You know how much money, how much additional income that would give the town of Narragansett? It would give them millions to be able to hire more police officers, buy more police vehicles, hire more ordinance people with the town, with the building department, to be able to resolve all these issues. And at least I could absorb, if you charged me $100 a bedroom, I could absorb that cost into my rental fee. But if you start telling me I can only rent out 3 bedrooms, I have to sell my home. And this is the home that I purchased so that I hoped would be the future home of my son, doing what my parents did for me, by building the house, paying it off, and I was able to move into it after the mortgage was paid. So my son's not going to be able to live down here because I can't keep this house if all of a sudden I can only rent out 3 bedrooms. So again, you're going against what you really want. You want the young families here. Young families can't afford to do it unless somebody like me, who's been living here most of their life, is able to do it for them, and we can't do it for them with the prices and so forth that are here. I think my solution is a good solution. It'd be millions and millions of additional income to be able to solve all these issues. You want to arrest the kids, you want to throw them in jail, you want to fine them, that's great. Do what you got to do to keep it orderly, but at least you're not infringing on landlords like myself who have lived here most of my life. You're not infringing on anybody's constitutional rights to be able to do with what they please with their property as long as they're not breaking laws. That's all I really have to say. Thank you.
The next 2 speakers are Tony LeConte and Diane Pearson.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Tony LeConte, and I'm at 65 Edgewater Road. And I'm here to voice my opinion against the ordinance. I just want to say, as a landlord, we follow all the rules. We keep up the property as best we can. in all the ordinances. We follow all the rules. We make sure our students are properly safe, and the property looks great. My feeling, though, is that a lot of people might think that all landlords are money grubbers. Well, I'm not a money grubber. I have other property that I own in other states, and I'm always worried about my tenants. And I pay especially concerns that their safety is always at stake, and that's really important. And I feel that what's happening here is by going to a 3-student ordinance is only going to create a bigger problem for the town. I know it sounds great, and it seems it's simplified to say, okay, this is going to lower the student population, but in reality, I don't believe it's going to lower the student population. I think what you're going to do is you're going to open up a can of worms. And it's better to know the devil you know now than the devil you don't know. Because what's going to happen is you talk about investors that come into this town and they want to grab all the properties. Well, when we came in here, my wife and I, we fell in love with Narragansett. So we're not here just to make money. And it's not a point of making money, to be honest with you. It's great to come down here. We're down here for the summer. We love it here. We bring our friends down. But a lot of people have also said that they're concerned about the water issue. Well, the water issue is based on Suez, I believe. That's one of the companies that we dealt with. I think that's an issue with them. And when people say about the students are using too much money, well, let me ask you something. I have grandchildren, and you might have grandchildren yourselves. So how many washes do parents have to do with young children? Quite a bit, I would assume. You're going to use a lot of water just on children. So is that going to be a problem with the water? I think the issue has to be with Suez if you're worried about the problem with water. It has nothing to do with students, has nothing to do with the landlords. I believe all the landlords in Narragansett aren't here to burden their opposition. I think they're here that they can keep the properties in proper respect to the neighbors. I know my neighbors tell me that my students have been terrific, and I'm happy to hear that. And we do meet with our students all the time, and we're available. Even though we have agents, we make sure we're available too if there's a problem. And again, I think that the three student will only negate what you're looking for. And also, when you talked, Jesse, about your statistics, you were talking about the population here in Narragansett, about the students. Well, right now, the millennials, they make up about 37% of property homeowners right now. And that's broken down into 2 segments. You have the young millennials, 21 years of age, maybe to 29. They make up about 14%. And the older ones, are usually the millennials, are 31 to 40. They make up the other 23% of purchasing properties. Now, we have college students here, and the problem with college students is that if you want them to, a lot of them, I don't know what your statistics would be, and I don't know myself what the number of out-of-state students there are that come to URI. But if they're going to get a job, they might want to leave this area simply because they want to go home and get a job in their own particular state. But if people want those students to stay in this town or this area, then there's got to be a lot of job offering. And I don't think there's any type of jobs that are being statistically showing how many students that graduate from URI are applying for certain positions, if in fact they have positions available within the town. And so if there's no available positions, then why are they going to stay in Narragansett? And then the other thing is that you say affordability about the housing. Well, you know what happened this year. It's been outrageous. It's not just Narragansett, it's everywhere. Houses in my own neighborhood doubled the price. If that didn't happen in Narragansett, we got a problem. I mean, seriously. Everyone has houses. You read it every day. They didn't have enough houses for people. They couldn't build enough houses. But, you know, they could be, we think everything's fine right now. And, you know, we're in an economy. These students, you know, what my concern is that they have parents. I don't know what their parents are capable, what their job situation are, but they're trying to support their kids and send them to our state, Rhode Island. And what this would do to them is only increase their financial burden. And it's not like I would make any more money. It's the last thing I would worry about. Part of the reason why landlords want students in the houses, I mean, like you said, some people want them because they need it for their mortgage or whatever. Other people would need them for insurance purposes. If you own a house and it's not occupied, you got a problem with the insurance company. They don't want that. Why would they want an empty house? You could have a flood, broken pipe. You're going to be there to inspect it every day? You got students here that are there and responsible. These people are responsible. They're our leaders, our next leaders. If we can't accept them as our leaders in the future, then you, especially, being younger, you got a big problem. But these are the students that we need. They're going to lead this country. So basically, I think you should really, I hope you all consider the fact of how this ordinance could really affect everyone. And I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Ms. Pearson, you're an attorney, correct?
Yes, I am.
I don't think we have to swear in, do we? Should we? You're representing some clients, correct?
Yes, I am.
I don't think we have to swear you in for that purpose.
Thank you very much.
Just please state your name and address.
Diana Pearson. I'm an attorney. I have an office at 1050 Main Street, East Greenwich. I represent clients in Eastward Look. I also represent the Narragansett Peer Residents Association. And on their behalf, I'm asking this council to balance the needs and interests of all parties, full-time residents, investor landlords, and student renters. In my practice, I spent 17 years as an assistant solicitor in the city of Warwick. Some of my responsibilities for all of that time was counsel to the Warwick Zoning Board and the Warwick Planning Board. I am familiar with the comprehensive plan. I have reviewed it extensively, that plan for the town of Narragansett. I would like to add a little bit to President Pugh's comments on the comprehensive plan. It is 3 elements. It's the statistics of what has gone on in the past. It is the roadmap of the goals, what the town wants to be, and it's the action plan of how to get there. And those elements are this council's responsibilities. And it's not a wish list, it's a mandate. The council in 2017 adopted, after that extensive information and review and hearings, that comprehensive plan, and this council is mandated to enact upon it. Those elements include, as Council President Pugh indicated, the baseline report indicates the seasonal housing, defined as college student rentals and summer rentals, has increased by, pick a number, 468 over 12 years. My numbers were 549 units over 9 years. Also statistically, the age group of 20 to 24-year-olds constitutes 21% of those living in the town of Narragansett. They're the college students. The roadmap where the town wants to go must implement policies to attract and reestablish families and year-round residents. And those year-round residents are renters. They are not college renters. The action plan says this has to be a short-term goal. The comprehensive plan defines a short-term goal as being done in 3 years. The comprehensive plan was enacted in 2017. The time is now to enact those changes to carry out those goals. Enacting the limit of 3 college students per rental unit is how to get there of, and I quote from page 21 of the action plan, encouraging year-round rentals to build a stable year-round population. It lessens the push to rent large houses to students and balances the playing field to bring in families and year-round renters. Again, the word is balance. The mandate is balance, I would suggest. Again, it's been said, this has been vetted by 3 courts. It is a zoning law of general application, meaning that the town council can enact it. It is not a deprivation of property rights. You are affording town residents and interested parties a hearing. You have done that. You have done it in the past. Again, it is time to enact this change in order to implement that action plan. It is also the most easily monitored and enforced change to bring that policy into place. All it takes is the rental registration form. References to the 4 unrelateds is a red herring. 4 unrelateds is in fact year-round renters. Again, on behalf of Eastward Look residents, Narragansett Peer Association, I would ask the council balance the interests. The investors are needed, the landlords are needed, the college students are needed, the residents are needed. This is the plan that must be enacted, I would argue on behalf of my clients, and ask you to do so this evening. Thank you.
Excuse me, Ms. Pearson. Councilor Murray has a question for you.
Yeah, I had a question.
Yes.
Our planning board didn't support the 3 students. So doesn't that have any bearing on the comprehensive plan?
They are advisory in nature. As this council did last year, you take that into account. You listen to the residents and the investors and the landlords and all the interested parties. And this board, as they say, the buck stops with you. And you enacted it after hearing, and you're doing it again
I didn't
this
support
evening.
the 3 students. My position's been consistent from
I understand.
a previous ad hoc committee. So.
But again, the planning board is advisory.
Yeah.
You're the legislative body, and again.
But
I would
isn't it
ask-
part of the planning board's duty to follow the comp plan?
Interpret it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next 2 speakers are Myra Gergis and another Gergis, which I will not attempt to pronounce the first name. Starting with, okay. To 41. All right, we have Rupert Friday and then Anthony Torti.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
So my name's Rupert Friday, and I live at 113 Montauk Road, which is in the north end. And I have handouts. Can I take them to the board?
Yep.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify on this proposed zoning ordinance. My family and I have lived in the northern end of Narragansett for 21 years and year-round residence. I have a master's degree in planning and worked for the Maryland Department of Planning, where I coordinated local government planning assistance. And President Pugh, you did an awesome job presenting information tonight. I think if Mike DeLuca leaves, there's somebody ready for his position. I have two brothers who own houses in Pittsburgh that they rent to students, so I'm very familiar with the issues of student housing in single-family residential neighborhoods. And I ask you to adopt the three-student ordinance before you. When I went to college, the challenge was how many students could we get in a phone booth? Today in Narragansett, it seems like the challenge is how many students can we get in a single-family home? We're losing our community. The short-term rental business is so lucrative in Narragansett that we are now a big target for outside real estate investors. This status quo is not an option. Inaction and delays are not benign. Speculators are driving up prices of houses so that families and year-round residents can't afford to buy a house here. Impacts from too many students living in single-family houses understandably make prospective families and prospective year-round residents reluctant to move into a neighborhood. I was one of those families. We avoided neighborhoods with student housing at the advice of our realtor. But those problems have moved into our neighborhood and our street. We need to create a balance between the interests of families, year-round residents, and the landlords and college students. Narragansett has a long history of summer homes. Families who have bought houses here, spent their summers here, and invited their friends to visit them here. These families are invested in the community. They care about the community. Some of them rent to college students during the school year. But neighbors know who these folks are, the owners, the landlords, and can call them when there's problems. And some of them are here tonight. But this historic culture of summer homes and rentals to students has changed and is changing rapidly, which is why Narragansett must adopt the three-student ordinance. The absentee landlords were not here tonight. This is fundamentally a planning and zoning issue, and it is best managed by town council adopting adequate zoning. As was discussed earlier, the three-student rule is used in other communities so that we know that it works. We know that it prevents most of the problems created by too many students living in a house. It's already been discussed about Providence and being upheld by the courts in Rhode Island. What hasn't been discussed is that a very similar provision is in place in South Kingstown. You notice they don't have the same problems with student rentals, even though the university is located there and they have 2,300 seasonal homes. This zoning ordinance implements Narragansett's comprehensive plan and is consistent with other zoning provisions in the books. As a resident homeowner in an R10 single-family residential community, I can have 2 boarders in my house by right, as long as I'm the owner occupant of the house. If I want to have 5 or more, I need to get a permit and a license. In R20 and R40 zones, homeowners aren't even allowed to have 5 boarders. Yet if I move out of my house and rent the entire house to college students, there's no similar limitation, permit or license requirement. As a homeowner, I can operate a bed and breakfast, but I'm limited to 4 transient guests. Again, if I am an owner occupant. It seems to me that 3 is a sound limit on the number of college students that should be permitted to live in a single-family house when the owner is not present. Narragansett has a bullseye on our town for outside real estate speculators who are buying houses here. As somebody said earlier, it's hollowing out our community. Please adopt this ordinance to establish a better balance between the interests of families, year-round residents, and the interests of landlords and college students here. Thank you again for this opportunity to comment.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your name and address in the microphone.
My name is Anthony Torti. I live at 15 Milkay Way. Well, it's certainly been an education for me tonight. I came prepared to talk about certain items, and one of the things that struck me is that as all the speakers were talking, I found there are 5 different groups actually speaking tonight. There's the residents like myself, there are resident landlords, there are in-state landlords, there are out-of-state landlords, and there are college students. So your task is now to balance the interests of 5 different constituencies. I would say that from a priority standpoint, the residents and the resident landlords are your top 2 priorities. You know, you certainly don't want to penalize people who live in Narragansett, who have a vested interest here, who take care of their property, who take care of their students. I live between Burnside Avenue and Eastwood Luck. I live on a dead-end street. We have college kids. There are 3-bedroom rentals. Unlike some of the people you've heard before, I actually go out and introduce myself to the college kids. So when they come in, you know, I attended URI. I graduated with an engineering degree in 1979. When the kids come over, you know, when the kids move in, I introduce myself. I introduce myself to the parents. You know, I say, guys, if you need anything, let me know. I've loaned them tools. I've helped them fix cars. I've dug a few out of the snowbank at the end of the street. So, you know, I try to develop that sense of community. I also have these telephone numbers of the landlords of those houses. So as part of a community, we look after each other, okay? Within 200 yards from my house, we had an investor come in from New York City and built 3 monstrosities, okay? So that fundamentally changes our neighborhood. Also, though, we had diagonally on my yard, we had people from New York City come in who bought the house as an investment and have moved here permanently and retired here. They're approximately my age. So the question is how do you balance all these things? And also, the other thing that came up is responsibility. What I gave you all is an analysis of our town and the towns in South County. So if you look at the density of houses in Narragansett, houses and condos per square mile, Narragansett is well above, it's 4 times that of South Kingston. South Kingston is where the University of Rhode Island is. They have 35% more houses, yet we have 15% more rental properties. So that we're disproportionately becoming the rental agency for the University of Rhode Island. So the object here is not to say we hate students. The 3-student rule works great. When you get to 4, when you get to 5, there's a geometric progression. Okay, the difficulties do increase. Okay, this isn't just, this is, you know, my experience. It's the experience of other homeowners. With 3 people, there is that accountability. With 3 people, well, here's what happens. Boyfriends, girlfriends move in. So now you went from 3 to 5. When you have 4, oh, now you're going from 4 to 8. Each of those people have friends. You get this geometric progression. So it's not just adding one student. They're adding that one student and all of their friends. But I think what the council has to consider is maybe some different rules for these different constituencies. And I just, as I was listening, I thought of this. So for example, if you're a resident in Narragansett and you have, more than, you have a 4 or 5 bedroom property, then maybe you should get a pass on having a 1 4 or 5 bedroom property. The gentleman who spoke earlier said, I bought a property so that my family can live down here. Well, that kind of makes sense because they're invested in the community, so they should get extra consideration. Then you have the in-state landlords. They shouldn't get the same consideration as the residential landlords, but I think they should get some consideration, okay? Because again, they're local, they're invested in our state, they're residents of the state. The ones that I think we really have problems with are the out-of-state landlords, okay? They're the ones, it's a pure investment, they have no skin in the game, they have no responsibility, they have no accountability to the residents of this town. So I think if we can have a tiered structure, because, what I'm seeing here is residents getting pitted against residents, which is the absolute wrong thing. All right? We need to get the residents together as a group because we're all part of this community. We have an investment in this community. What we need to do is take a stance against the predatory investors coming in who only care about profits, who have no vested interest in the health and well-being of Narragansett. We also need to pursue, with URI and with others, why is Narragansett, that has half the population of South Kingstown, have more rental units? Okay, this whole thing of supply and demand said, well, if we cut the demand, the supply in Narragansett, they have nowhere else to go. We're not New Zealand. We're not an island 1,000 miles off the coast of Australia. Right? South Kingston should bear some of this burden. If we restrict the number of students in Narragansett, that makes South Kingston a viable option for investors to create houses there. Someone else mentioned a plan that I had a similar idea. The university needs more housing, okay? They can have a partnership with private companies who will come in, build the housing, manage the housing. The university can take part of that profit to take care of whatever infrastructure they have to do. They can have an agreement that says, well, if we can't get students to live here, they can rent it out to non-students. So there are other options. The responsibility of housing URI students does not lie with Narragansett. That is not our obligation. The obligation is to preserve what we've lived, what we have here and not make it worse. I've been here for over 30 years. My wife's family has been here for over 70 years. Right? We see this trend. The trend needs to be stopped. It needs to be stopped with reasonable action. It needs to be stopped with consideration toward our residents who are landlords. We do not want to put them in a financial bind. So I am in favor of the 3-student limitation, but I would also ask maybe have some consideration for the landlords who live in Narragansett, and so that they're not strapped with a financial burden. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to ask about that, Susan?
Apparently not. Oh, now there it goes. Anthony had some interesting ideas, and I was just wondering some of the treating the residents that live in the town that own property differently than people who are out-of-state landowners. Is that even acceptable? That idea, I mean, it sounded, he was sort of being collaborative and really trying to bring the community together and not divide them, and I love that. So I was just wondering about that legally.
It's something you'd work through, but you couldn't decide that tonight, obviously. So it takes some time. We have to do some research on that, I think, from the planning department and the legal department.
So I just want to follow up on that. Are you saying that having in-town landlords have a different restriction on occupancy than out-of-town landlords? That seems like it would be 100% illegal to me. Are you saying that that has a possibility of standing up in court?
I thought it was more of a benefit to the idea was more of a benefit to the landlords in town, but it'd be hard to determine. I can't give you a straight answer on that one right now, unfortunately. It'd be difficult to create, that's for sure.
All right, thank you. We're going to take oh, sorry, go ahead, Susan. We're just going to take a quick break, give the stenographer a few minutes to rest her fingers, and thanks, Jim, for the reminder on that. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right, we're going to get back started up again, and we will start with the next two, John Millo, and then it looks like Nora Richard. Is it John Miller?
Miller,
Millo. Yeah.
John Miller.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is John W. Miller. I live at 99 Central Street, which is about 2 blocks from here. My mother bought that property in 1929. And so, I'm sorry, it was 1938. And unfortunately, we had a hurricane that same year. Luck wasn't too good. And it took a couple of years to spruce the house up. But then, in the meantime, we were living in the Narragansett Pier Casino, which my father owned. In a small, we lived in a small apartment there. Subsequently, living at 99 Central Street, I was aware over the years, this rental problem is not entirely new. It's been around for a while. But I was aware of some of the problems that emerged with the students. And so I, at one point, moved temporarily to New York. And strange enough, I was in Manhattan for 32 years. Guess what? Living in a rental apartment. But the thing that has interested me most recently, we had a election coming up in Rhode Island, and soothsayers were all saying that Rhode Island is going to lose one of its 2 representatives, and I think I joined Susan in being happy that we've kept our 2 representatives. In the meantime, there was a story in the Journal a couple of days ago about it's the census I should be talking about, that the census in Rhode Island, surprisingly enough, the 39 towns in the state, what was the number here? Only 3 lost population. And the 2 were Foster and Colt Memorial. Where's that, Mike? No, it was the other town. But they were both, they only lost 2 to 3% of their population. But there was one town in the state that lost heavily, and that town was Narragansett, 8.4%. And I think, to me, the proof is in the pudding. All these data we've been talking about, the proof is that the town of Narragansett lost that population because the people, the resident taxpayers, were leaving or selling out to the student rentals. And I think it's very important that you vote in favor of the 3-student setup. And I wish you luck and thank you for your time.
Okay, I'm having trouble reading number 44. Can anyone read that? Norm Ricard? Okay.
It is Norm Ricard.
Hey, there you go.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Norman Ricard. I live at 53 Hemlock Avenue in the Sand Hill Cove area. And I appreciate the fact that you're giving me time to speak for a couple of minutes. The reason why I'm very concerned, and I heard so many times from all the speakers, I think I'm the 44th, so many speakers saying about how the student population has actually increased the value of houses in Narragansett. Well, the truth is that property value have gone up because of supply and demand, and all over the state, not just Narragansett, the house values are extremely high right now. But what I'm really concerned about is, I'm 81, my wife is 77, we've been married for 58 years, we live across the street from a house that has 12 to 15 students a year. It's ridiculous. How they ever got that house passed through zoning for 3 apartments is absolutely crazy. So during the wintertime, it's terrible with cars and snow and parking. It's all over the street. But my wife and I witnessed something last year that nobody here, I don't think, ever witnessed. There was a student that had an overdose and died. So all of these people, these real estate geniuses that have been here tonight, have probably never seen that, because if they did, they'd never forget it. So my question to you is this. I hope you pass this ordinance for only 3 students, but is it per house or per apartment?
Single-family dwelling, so houses, single-family houses.
So if it's 3 apartments, that means what, 9 people, or what does that mean?
James or Steve, what's the base of the definition if it was a multi-unit apartment building?
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. So if it was a duplex, it would be 6, essentially, 3 and 3.
So
we don't have any, to my knowledge, we have very few, if any, 3 families in town.
And then like larger apartment buildings, they don't really have more than 3.
No,
right?
those are commercial, usually zoned commercial anyway, so those really aren't affected by this.
So is the answer 3 students per apartment?
If it was a duplex, like a 2-family house,
Right.
multifamily, it would be 3 student maximum per unit.
So we're talking about 9 students if it's a 3 apartment building, am I right? Okay, thank you very much, I appreciate that.
All right, thank you. All right, the next 2 speakers, Pina, it looks like, and then Lisa Beth Sanford. Does that look like Pina to you guys? Oh, someone needs to take over this. All right.
Please,
I apologize.
That's all right. My name is Peter Aiello, 101 Allagash Trail.
please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name and address again.
Peter Aiello, 101 Allagash Trail. So, everybody here has a story. I have a story. I summered here from a young age of 3 till about 7, and then my parents moved us to Narragansett. Lived in Pisani Platte basically almost my whole life, which I hope most of you people know what Pisani Platte is. But proud to say that I guess I'm a resident landlord. My wife and I have a couple of 6-bedroom houses. We don't have very many problems because we are very active. We're both licensed realtors, and I'm against even a 4-bedroom zoning. So that's my story.
My name is Lisa Beth Sanford.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And please state your name and address again.
Lisa Beth Sanford, and I have a house at 9 DeSano Drive. Okay, I have a couple of questions. First of all, thank you guys for keeping an open mind and listening to all of the people in town. We really appreciate it from all sides. Okay, sorry. Thank you for, thank you for listening to us and for having open minds, because it's much appreciated from all sides. There's been a lot said. I want to say that probably most of us in this room and who have been here think of Narragansett as God's country. You know, we love it. But we may not be full-time residences, which means that we could be inhabitants, which means not necessarily a resident, but a person who, or animal that occupies a place for a period of time, which means that all of us should be, all of our voices should be heard, whether we're here year-round or part-time, as per the charter. One of the things that I really think is that this three-student ordinance is much too blunt and too broad of an ordinance, because it's not picking the areas that you want to pick. The neighborhoods in the North End, such as Metatuxet, that were never meant to be beach houses or student houses, that's going to be hit by this ordinance, along with places like my house, which is a small 4-bedroom cape that is right by Scarborough Beach. So we're going to be hit by the same ordinances. And so I think that a zoning ordinance would be much more effective and fair to the whole community, and not so blunt of a law or ordinance that will criminalize people rather than regulate them and do what you would like the law to do or the ordinance to do. The other thing is we want this to work for everybody. We want this community to be a beach, a residential community, have some commercial, have fishing, have all of that, right? That's part of what we are. So please consider that in not voting for the 3-person rule and trying to think of a better solution that is for all of the inhabitants. Thank you very much, and we appreciate you.
All right, the next two speakers, Catherine Celiberto and Kevin McKenna.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name and address.
Catherine Celiberto, Celeberto, 14823 Sterling Oaks Drive, Naples, Florida, 48 Earls Court, Narragansett, Rhode Island. I think that everybody in town knows that my primary address is Naples and my secondary address is Narragansett. 30 years in Narragansett, 20 years full-time, 10 years part-time. This is what happens when people retire. But I am a resident, I consider myself a resident, and I share the same concerns and goals of residents. I do not rent my house, never have, never will. There's been a lot of misrepresentations tonight by the rental owners. I couldn't get to all of them, so I'm just going to address the ones made by the representative of the Narragansett 2100. Last night, Mr. Lembo stated on Channel 10 that Narragansett has been unaffordable for decades upon decades. Well, Mr. Lembo must have been born under a lucky star, because in 2009, he purchased 20 Black Alder Trail for $285,000. In 2010, he purchased 3 Meadow Root Trail for $179,000. In 2011, 49 Pettisquamscot Road, $210,000. 2017, 28 Linden Road, $255,000. That house has a very sad backstory, and I think some people know what it is. 20 Black Alder Trail is the address from which Mr. Lembo claims Narragansett residency when he applied to every board and commission in Narragansett. And I mention this because we're talking about veracity, and Mr. Lembo represents the Narragansett 2100. He also claims residency in Johnson in order to claim the homestead exemption there, and serves as the vice chair of the planning board there, which requires residency. Mr. Lembo online asked me to go to his house to have a glass of wine to look at his garaged vehicle. Silly man. I went online. He has 6 vehicles registered at 20 Black Alder Trail and an ATV, even though he's a legal resident of...
Ms. Delaberto, I just
I
want to
have to continue. This is due process. I have the right to say what I want to say. Our residential houses are no
Hold
longer
on.
homes.
Joe, please sit down. Jane, please,
Mr. Lembo,
please
have a
sit.
seat.
Please sit. Joe, please sit. We're going to get an opinion from the solicitor.
Complaint against you with the Ethics Commission.
attacked personally from
No, I'm...
Joe, take a seat, please. Please take a seat and we'll deal with this. Please take a seat.
What do you mean, who cares? I pay...
We're talking about veracity. We're not talking about how much in taxes.
Joe, we're going to ask you to take a seat.
May I continue, please?
Hold on, Catherine.
Residential houses...
Catherine. Everyone stop speaking.
At what point do the values of my homes that I bought in the crack...
Mr. Lembo,
Mr. Lembo. All right, Thomas. All right. We're going to take a break. We're taking a break.
There are 6 garages.
We're going to take a break now.
No, I...
You could come up.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the 4 unrelated ordinance because representatives have been made that it's the 4 unrelated ordinance which has increased house prices. The 4 unrelated ordinance has not been enforced for the 5 years it's been on the books. It was enforced for 3 months only. So I fail to see how that has contributed to the escalation of houses. Let me speak to the affordability issue. I've looked at a 10-year history of sales in Narragansett. Besides the escalation in prices, which began really 6 to 7 years ago, another phenomenon emerged: the way houses are advertised for sale. The emphasis has shifted to the amount of income a single-family home can generate. The ads no longer say great school system, great neighbors, great rental opportunity, great investment opportunity, 6-figure potential income. There's a 7-bedroom right now for sale. The advertisement says potential 6-figure income. Our rental houses are no longer homes, but businesses. The use of residents as rental businesses is the single most important reason house prices have escalated 67% in the last year. That's the official figure across all price ranges, 67%. Here's a personal example. My friend's daughter graduated from URI. She left the state for 6 years and came back. She's an OR nurse. After living out of state, she came back to her parents' home. She took a job with a local hospital. Again, she's an OR nurse. They make a serious income. She's staying with us on the nights that she's on call because she cannot find an annual rental. We're not talking about how much she can afford. She makes a good salary. She can't find one because people who were formerly annual renters are starting to morph into seasonal rentals. There's an apartment building right on Mathewson Street. Those were 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. People lived in them for years. A new owner came in. He now rents them 3-month minimums, month to month. He emailed me. The figures are berserk, but the rental periods don't even make sense. I don't know what he's doing, but he's planning to make a whole bunch of money. That's all I can say. I'm online. Families are constantly on looking for a rental. It's always the same story. The owner came back from California and he wants to live there. Don't think so, signs on the house as soon as they throw the people out. And there are people who can afford a decent rental. One person, a single father, $18.50 a month he was paying. His landlord raised the rent to $37.50. There's a family right now in Bonner Shores, 8 kids. The 10-year-old has cancer. The owner came back from California, said they had to move. They can't move. They're paying an extra $1,000 a month just to stay there. I don't even want to get into the option to purchase agreement they got into. It's just awful. In any event, as I said, owners who used to rent annually are now morphing into seasonal rentals. I've seen it happen on my street, a house at the corner, 30 years. One family was there, 30 years, because I've been on Earl's Court 30 years. The owner has decided to go to student and summer rentals. Series of cars. 10 rentals on Earl's Court. Earl's Court, you know how short the street is. We're lucky we have a bunch of annual rentals, but we have a lot of elderly owners, and of course, I'm concerned about that. URI has 6,200 beds on campus. That was interesting to learn. A college prioritizes on-campus housing for out-of-state students. It's not a lack of on-campus housing. It's student choice not to live on campus. It's not lack of beds. Right now, we're at a tipping point. 1/3 of the single-family houses are rentals. Mr. Tierney has stated that he's been sure the 4 unrelated ordinance is suddenly enforceable. Great. That ordinance can be used to deal with the summer rentals, which still leaves us with a need for an ordinance to deal with the student rentals, because that's where the real money is. $50 million plus per year is a conservative estimate. I did the math just based on URI's numbers at $700 per student per month. This is why the rental owners were mumbling objections when Mr. Pugh's statements at the beginning of the meeting. This is why they're holding up disagree signs when residents get up here and they're concerned about their neighborhoods. Even though I'm only here part-time, I do not want to come back to a series of unknowns. I don't want every year I have to make friends with new neighbors. This is not why I moved to Narragansett. Right now, if you pass this 3-student ordinance, this is very important. It doesn't limit the rental owners to 3 students. They can ask for a special use permit to go up to the number that they want to try to go up to. They don't want to go through the process. There is a process. They don't want to do it, because when you get a special use permit, and if you have 5 rentals, you suddenly become a rooming house, which moves you into the commercial tax category. This is what they're trying to avoid. There's more to it than that's being said. Bottom line, and this is it, the voting residents want a 3-student ordinance. Are you going to fulfill the will of the people? Just wondering. Finally, if anybody has a conflict, you probably shouldn't even be on the panel, but if you do, please have the common decency to abstain from voting. Thank you.
Okay, Kevin McKenna.
Kevin McKenna, 31 Pleasant Avenue, Narragansett, Rhode Island.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And again, please state your name and address for the record.
Kevin McKenna, 31 Pleasant Avenue, Narragansett, Rhode Island.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members, for listening to our arguments tonight. Thank you, town employees, for staying so late and listening to the various arguments. My wife, Colleen, and I have lived in Narragansett for over 40 years. We care deeply about Narragansett. Our families have owned properties in the town since the 1930s and 1940s. We met in Narragansett, and we got married in Narragansett. We built a house in Eastwood Look in 1979. We raised our children there, got involved in our neighborhood, our parish, our schools, sports, and community activities, and we made lifetime friends. We saw our neighborhood gradually change from a place where families would gather for Halloween parties and Easter egg hunts for the children to a place where gangs of students would walk to open houses for parties, with hundreds drinking, yelling, and screaming, and being awoken by shouts of expletives. We saw it all and more. And a few times we were told, "Get out of here. This is our place." So it wasn't an easy decision, but we did move out after over 30 years because we wanted a better quality of life for ourselves. We still live in Narragansett, and we see homes again in our neighborhood in the center of town being sold to out-of-state investors and being rented to college students once again. We followed the town's efforts to address the college rental problem over the years. For too many years, the choice was made by the council and town administrators to ignore the situation. We were greatly encouraged by the passing of the ordinance last summer that restricted the number of college students to 3. Earlier this year, we listened to a comment that Eastwood Look is not coming back. It's a student community. This statement was very difficult and sad to hear because we believe that the town is culpable for this situation. Rental properties are lucrative investments for the owners, and in essence, the town has enabled the explosive growth by not passing and enforcing ordinances that restrict the number of students allowed to live in a property. The difference between 3 and 4 students renting a home in a residential neighborhood is significant. One additional student in an area like Eastwood Look will increase traffic in the neighborhood by approximately 250 cars. The 250 additional students will also put additional strain on our water and sewage treatment plants, not to mention the stress placed on our full-time residents living in that neighborhood and the police and fire departments. I am not against rental properties. My family has lived in this town for more than 80 years, and I'm well aware that Narragansett has had rental properties for years. However, I am against out-of-town landlords converting residential homes to off-site URI dormitories. It is our belief, both Colleen and I, that Narragansett should keep the ordinance of 3 student rentals and have a well-thought-out plan for registration and enforcement of this ordinance. Thank you very much.
All right, the next 2 speakers, first Colleen McKenna and then Ron Cantanzara.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name and address.
My name is Colleen McKenna. I live at 31 Pleasant Avenue. I just want to say I really appreciate your patience in listening to all. Much of what I've prepared, you've already heard. But I feel so deeply about Narragansett that it's important for me to speak it, so thank you. Contrary to what landlord groups indicate, we are not against rentals. We are not against student rentals. They are really part of our fabric. But we are deeply concerned about how the vast numbers of increased students are impacting both the quality of life and the resources of this town. When you look at the number of houses that have transitioned from owner-occupied to rental-occupied in the past 10 years, it is truly startling. But what is also an essential component is the numbers of people living in these properties. There are very few houses that have 3 or 4 students. The newer houses or renovated rental properties have 6, 7, or 8 bedrooms. I grew up in a family with 8 children. We know that these houses are not being built for families like the one I grew up in, because those families don't exist anymore. These properties, with their increased numbers of occupants, are testing our infrastructure, requiring more services from the town, more water, increased use of the sewage system, the possibilities of police and fire calls, creating a greater carbon footprint with cars back and forth to the campus, to name but a few. The landlord groups have indicated the increased numbers of students mean that local businesses will gain. I would suggest to you that if these houses were occupied by families or year-round residents, local businesses would also gain. Landlord groups have indicated that the calls to the police are declining. I would submit that these past 2 school years, the data would be skewed because of the pandemic. And growing up in a large family, I know that there's a lot more noise coming from a house with 8 kids rather than 3 kids. It's a fact of life. The basic fact is this: is Narragansett expected to house all of the students that URI is enrolling? Narragansett, and the Narragansett that I love, is a community, a place where we put down roots to raise our family, to engage with our neighbors and the friends that we've made, to support the local businesses, the schools, the library, the town groups, be it buying raffle tickets, supporting a food drive, whatever we can do to be part of the town. We appreciate that the students and tourists are part of our community as well. Yet we are here not for a few weeks or a school year, but hopefully until the end of our days, investing and caring about what it means to live in Narragansett. There's been a lot of changes over the years, but with respect to the rental issues, the town has either looked the other way or chosen not to address them. This is the time to address them. And I ask you to please pass a 3-student ordinance and to create, and this is really important, to create a workable procedure for its enforcement. I thank you for your time and your patience and your diligence to get this right. Thank you.
Go ahead. Sorry, Ron, just Councilor Murray has a question for Mr. McKenna.
Sure. You come, no, your husband. Yeah. Now, Pisani Platts is still a pretty tightly knit neighborhood, correct?
It is.
Now, and you guys have an association, correct? It's still a Pisani Platt Association or remnants of?
It's part of the peer association.
Mr. McKenna, can you use the
Well,
microphone?
no, not the pit yet. You got to use the mic.
Pisani Platt does not have.
Right, well.
Pisani Platt does not have a separate
Right, well, you
association.
guys, in your deeds, you are an association from yesteryear, and you can create a new association. And you can form one, and then by majority, that section of town, you can restrict student rentals. Just like riverfront estates, okay? Because that's what you can do. That's legally something you can do. I'm sorry.
We've been together a long time.
Sure.
What happens to the people that own property there that rent it?
Well, they have a right to vote because they're homeowners, but if you have more homes that don't want student rentals, then it's majority rule. That's still legal in this country, I believe.
But I mean, could they possibly apply that to Eastwood Look even?
Well, you could, but because it's so, inundated with, I suggested this before, but everybody says that, I'm the kingpin of student rentals, okay? That keeps coming up, and I'm not, but James, correct me if I'm wrong. Can't a neighborhood form an association and restrict student rentals?
Depending.
Yeah. It would have to depend if the association was in their deed. You just can't form an association.
Well, they used that, in their deed, they have access to they can do it, all right? I'm telling you, riverfront estates, no student rentals.
Yeah, but you're asking, can a neighborhood form, a neighborhood can form an association,
Right.
but you can't form a legally binding, you can't form an association that can legally bind other property owners in this subdivision.
On a majority
without-
vote, you can't.
No.
Then what about riverfront estates?
If that's a previously formed association
Right.
at the time of the development, but
Right.
what you're saying is just a general neighborhood.
Right.
A general neighborhood cannot.
Well, all right, but whatever. I think, I don't know. I'm not an attorney.
We'll look into it. Thank you, though.
We'll look into it.
We'll
Thank
look
you.
into it.
All right, do we have it's a little past 11. Do we have a motion to extend the meeting 15 minutes? All right, motion by
second.
Susan, second by Eva. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved 5-0. Mr. Cantanzaro?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Ron Catanzaro, 17 Atlantic Ave. I gotta move that up a little bit, sorry. I wanted to take a moment to personalize community and quality of life, two terms we've heard quite a bit of tonight. This story is but a single thread in the social fabric of Narragansett community. We moved here 3 summers ago after a 2.5-year search for a walkable community. We have 3 sons. The youngest will be a senior at URI, my alma mater. I lived in Narragansett before. Took me 40 years to come back. But this is for my middle son, Alex, why we chose Narragansett. He was diagnosed with epilepsy, a seizure disorder at 3 months old, and is significantly delayed, but we are blessed for what he can do. Alex loves to take walks, loves to take pictures on his iPad. His favorite subjects, cars, fire trucks, police, and rescue vehicles. A few of our police and fire personnel know Alex personally, a thread in the fabric. On these neighborhood walks, we've met some of our neighbors, and one in particular is a gentleman named Bill. Bill loves cars and has quite a few antique ones and has a lot of stories. So Bill's house is a regular stop on our walk. Well, one day, a seizure struck while visiting Bill, and Bill kindly gave Alex and my son, who was walking with him, a ride home so that Alex was safe, a thread in the fabric. This past Sunday, Bill walked over to our house to tell us of a small car show on Boston Neck Road at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, yesterday, since he knows Alex shares his passion with cars. Well, Alex and my wife attended, took lots of pictures, talked with Bill, and one of the owners actually let Alex sit in his car, a Packard Clipper, no less. This made his day. It is precisely the community that we had hoped for and hoped to find, my wife and I, for him. This is what is at stake tonight. We need to create and weave more of these types of threads to maintain and grow our social fabric. For if we pull out too many threads, which one will be the one that unravels our community? Leadership has many characteristics. Courage is the one that stands out. Be courageous. Support this ordinance. Thank you.
The next 2 speakers are Kate Valley and Suzanne Amoroso.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Caitlin Valley, 101 Allagash Trail. So, it is sad to hear these stories of homeowners having to deal with the actions of disruptive students. However, those bad few do not speak for the whole. By limiting the amount of students per rental home, the demand for these rentals will increase and students will be forced to spread out over the town, causing those non-rental neighborhoods to have more homes to accommodate this increase. Because the matter of the fact is, there will always be students here who need to rent homes. Yes, Providence did pass a similar ordinance, yet you omitted the fact that this ordinance was only applied to part of the town adjacent to Providence College. Yet no ordinance was passed pertaining to the amount of student rentals in the areas of Brown University, RISD, and Johnson & Wales. Furthermore, comparing statistics from over 30 years to today's prices is a bit outpriced. With any town of Rhode Island, you compare numbers from that far back, there will definitely be an inflation in housing prices. When I drive in Narragansett, I cannot help but notice those million-dollar homes that take up acres of prime beachfront property, million-dollar homes that bring up the cost of living for neighboring houses. Why are those not being called question right now? Those homes, I see constructions for more, bigger houses, bigger yards, and yet no building ordinances or codes are being applied to these homes. As you had stated earlier, there are stricter regulations elsewhere, but this does not justify you starting to chip away at our rights as homeowners now. This is the United States of America, and as citizens, we have rights to purchase houses and run businesses as we see fit. Capitalism, which is an economic system in which a country's trade and industry are controlled by private owners rather than by the government, is the fundamental economic system that runs this country. And yet, here you are trying to control and regulate these businesses that stand here before you. As you so nicely put it, your interests are for the bettering of this town, so I urge you to please reject this ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Okay, it's Susan. It's not Suzanne. S-U-Z-A-N, Amoruso, 111 West Bay Drive.
Sorry, Susan.
I
should have
know.
known that by now.
Hey.
I told him.
I know, it's the bane of my existence, I'm telling you. Suzanne is the go-for, but it's really Susan. Okay, we've heard a lot of information tonight. I've hung out this long because I really feel this is a truly important issue for the town of Narragansett. Basically, we can hear from all these sides, but what's at issue is who is making the decisions in the town of Narragansett? That's the big question. So we have, is it the investors, the people who are making money off the rentals?
Susan, try to move the mic a little bit, maybe
Oh.
down a little bit if you can.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like a commercial now. Can you hear me now? Okay, so anyhow, the investors are involved in a very lucrative business. So of course, they want to continue because they don't want to give up this very profitable business that they're involved in. They want to protect it. So, and I look at the homes that are up for rentals, and most of them started off as 3-bedroom homes. And that's what they were made to fit in with the neighborhoods they were. And now they're so profitable that, they're getting expanded. And I feel, I agree with you, Jesse, that it does limit people in their ability to buy a home because every home seems to have in its little byline good good rental potential, good rental history. So then the other issue, is it URI that's running the town? I mean, basically, I'm a URI supporter, love the university, but I think they failed in providing housing for their students. And I think that creates problems for students too, because they're not really part of a big community. And we have become like a secondary campus. We've become the dormitory campus. So, and the students don't want to change because they like it here. It's cheaper. They get to party because they're kids. That's what they go to college for. You go for learning, yeah. But, so that's an issue. But the rentals are operating as a commercial venture in mainly residential areas. And then you have the residents who are saying, please listen to us. And I think one thing has been done through most of the presentations by people that want to up the limit is that somehow full-time residents are not seen to be as valuable as the rental business and the students. But it's almost like full-time residents don't spend money. But I think we have to remember is full-time residents, they buy groceries. The stores are not going to go out of business if our rentals don't increase or go down. They go to the pharmacies. They go to restaurants. They do takeout. They go to salons. They do home repairs. Actually, they might even spend more on upgrading their homes because it's their residence. It's something that they want to improve all the time. The landscaping, it's much more extensive when you've got a property owned by a full-time resident. And another thing that residents do that all these other people can't do is they volunteer. They're the ones that fill the positions on the boards that you sometimes struggle to fill. And most important of all is they are the voters. They vote. The non-residents, they want to have a say in how things are run in the town. Well, they can express their opinion, but the bottom line, the responsibility of the town and its future is on its full-time residents, the people who have voting rights. Because how would some of these investors feel, say like from wherever they're from, Coventry, Cranston, how would they feel if their rights were ignored because they're full-time residents in that community? So your interests cannot be expressed equally just because you own property someplace. You have an interest, but it's an interest. The full-time residents, these are the people that elected, the town council. They're the ones that really create a whole different sense of community. And I'd hate to see us lose that. And I think the 3-student limit is a step in the right direction. And the next thing I'd like to see the town council, I know is we have to do something with summer rentals. Because this nightly turnover, every 2 or 3 days of turnover, it's not conducive to, a healthy, stable community. And many other communities are suffering with this. So I think we start with this, and then I really think we should move on to, other issues, because we need to preserve a sense of community. Thank you.
Do we have a motion to extend the meeting another 15 minutes? Moved by Deb, second.
Yes, second.
Second by Eva. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, the next 2 speakers are Colleen Connor Malacone and then Paul Zanfrillo. All right, so we'll move on to Paul. If Colleen comes back, you'll have a chance to speak. But Paul Zanfrillo.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Please state your name and address.
Paul Zanfrillo, 7 Windward Circle. Thank you for hanging in there, Council. Thank you to the staff, and especially the clerks who are keeping great track of everything. So much has been said tonight. I'd just like to offer a different perspective. The real question you have to ask yourself, what it comes down to is, who are you going to tell has to sell their house? Residents have been told quite a bit, just sell your house if you don't like it. But the landlords could do that too, if they don't like the terms. And they'll do really well. We've all talked about the prices that have gone up. What's really amazing to me is the grassroots support we've seen from the residents tonight. I attend a few council meetings here and there, as you know. But I've seen people here from resident side, real grassroots support. And it wasn't the kind of AstroTurf that 2100 supplied. I thought it was great that they were holding up these signs, because every time you saw one of these signs, it was saying, I want my money. Don't take my money away. because everything for them, for a commercial entity, boils down to money, no matter how they're going to use it. Whether they're going to use it to buy a house for their kids, it's money. And so the question really is, it really doesn't matter what the planning board said. And Jill's excellent summary, it doesn't matter what the landlords say. What really matters is, and we heard this a lot, the will of the people. Now, this issue is way bigger than the library. This gives you an idea of the political will in town that you see. The residents didn't have a big organization. Word got out through publicity, through email. And so I would say that please vote on this up or down tonight. And Ms. Bonanno, I know you talk about seniors a lot and your commitment to seniors. How many seniors came up here tonight asking for relief? You're a champion of the seniors. And it's great to do the feel-good things like the bingo, and I mean, those are wonderful for our community. This is the #1 issue for our seniors in town. And I'd just like to leave you with one small thing. I thought it was very interesting how when Ms. Celeberto came up here, giving her piece, as controversial as it was within her constitutional rights, that we had Mr. Lembo come up, and, you know, everybody loses their temper now and then, threatening to sue, getting all bent out of shape. And the way that he sort of towered over Ms. Celeberto is the perfect metaphor for how we've been bullied by the landlords, how we've been bullied by Narragansett 2100. And their outrageous statements about the residents. I'll just take one from, you know, they're always talking about the vocal minority. They're always dumping on us, snarking on us. You know, Ms. Lawler said, you need to serve the people and not listen to the landlords. And please don't give up on us like Mr. Murray has. Eastward Look is not coming back. So do you want to join with him and abandon hope for the residents? Yeah, flex all you want, sir. It's a terrible position to have. Do you want to join with Mr. Murray? Or are you going to join with the grassroots? The will of the people is the 3-student ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, the next two, Lorenzo Benedetti and George Nanas. Lorenzo left. All right, is George here?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
George Nonis, 60 Exeter Boulevard, Narragansett. Good evening. As a resident of Eastwood Look for 19 years, I've had good relationships with my student neighbors by reaching out to them at the beginning of each year. Contrary to what Mr. Ferranti said, is there any landlord that lives in the neighborhood where their rentals are? Right here, you're looking at them right here. I've lived there for 19 years. And people say, well, why did you move into Eastwood Look? Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Number one, I don't mind students. They're good people. They are people. They're not like some cancer that is written on the social media by some of the neighborhood groups. They're not invading our neighborhoods as written on social media by some of the neighborhood groups. And I have to applaud that one individual that came up and talked about how at the beginning of the year he goes, he introduces himself to students, he gets their numbers, he gets to know everybody, the landlords. I want to ask all those people that came up here that are the residents, how many do that? I would venture to say very few. I think they're afraid to do that, and all they do is complain. They complain and do nothing to try to resolve it other than let's put an ordinance in place to help me resolve the problem that maybe I should work out with my neighbors like normal people do. One part, well, you can boo all you want back there. One part that I did not want to talk about tonight, but I have to. I want to comment on those disgraceful comments on social media, which I've already talked about. They use scare tactics. And one of the things, you saw it tonight. You saw a personal attack tonight right in front of you. And that person, those people of those neighborhood groups are vicious. They are anti-student. As much as they say they love the rentals, they are anti-landlord. There's got to be a way to mix the two together. Now, there are some of the people in those groups, the same people who wanted to ban non-residents from the town beach and recommended racist actions like limiting bus arrivals from the town beach and having recommended forcing non-residents to enter a separate entrance and to frisk them for weapons. Are those the kind of people that deserve your support? That's not the Narragansett that we want, that we live in, and that we support. Absolutely not. They don't want to unite Narragansett, and they disparage the police chief. They disparage many of you on here that you've lived through that, but you're good enough to let it roll off your back. Those are the people that are asking you for support. In fact, many of these people, they call themselves residents. But what does that mean? It's like a badge of honor. And you heard about it today with one of the speakers said, look behind me, see all those people, they're residents. Residents? Are you a resident if you go south, if you go west, if you don't vote in Narragansett, but you speak as you are the spokesperson for Narragansett? I don't think so. What is a full-time resident? Is it somebody that takes off when the students are here, they go south, they have a nice time at a second home? Or are they permanent residents that, in fact, live here all year long? I think we're mixing the two, and people are quite nice to apply that to themselves. Narragansett's strength is its diversity. These groups should not get your support. And I want the council right now to focus on the issue. I've heard a lot of comments, which is why I put myself at the end, because I wanted to hear everybody's comments. And I think it's very easy to get swayed from all the comments. And the real purpose here is it 3 or is it 4? We've heard a lot of comments about 8s and 9s and 10 bedrooms and 20 kids and 25 cars. We're not here to discuss that tonight. We're not here to talk about the 6-bedroom, the 8-bedroom, the 10-bedroom. That's a separate issue that you'll discuss. And we have certainly comments about that as well. We're talking about the focus should be, is it 3 or is it 4? A lot of the comments from the residents, we like rentals. We're not against rentals. Yet, all the comments, a majority of comments are too much noise, too much litter. Guess what? If you have 3 kids instead of 4, does that eliminate the litter? Does it eliminate the parties? Does it eliminate the noise and the people speaking at night? Ask yourselves, think about the 3 versus 4, not the dormitories, the other things that were thrown out today. That's a separate discussion. And we're not saying we agree with that either. But let's focus on what we really need to focus on. Not some stories and anecdotal incidents of large parties, and that's not going to go away. You've always indicated that that's not going to go away, whether it's 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom. But that's the issue tonight, 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom. We've already talked about many times, I've sent statistics over showing that education and enforcement has worked over the last several years, and the numbers have gone down. Is it going to go to 0? The only way it's going to go to 0 to please some of the residents is if there are no rentals, although they will stand up and say, well, we're not against rentals. But clearly the comments tonight, many of them were against rentals. And neighborhood groups are pushing the false narrative that there's uncontrollable, quote, uncontrollable growth in the rental community. And I know that Jesse had gone back and looked at numbers, but your numbers are kind of funny, because if you go back enough, you will see an increase in 400 rental units if you go back that far. However, I only went back to 2012. So in the 9 years from 2012 to 2020, the number of rentals from registration forms was 2,739 to 2,755, a mere 0.5% increase. That's a 0.5% increase. Of course, if you go back, there was a period of growth for 3 years where it took a significant jump. But since then, it's been flat. But if you listen to the residents, they're invading the rentals are invading our neighborhoods. It's growing exponentially. Well, obviously, the numbers don't show that it's growing exponentially. Now, does it mean that, as some of the people have talked about, that the number of rentals will not increase with this ordinance? We've already seen that happen. That's a different conversation. That's not the normal activity that we've shown over the last 9 years. So the belief is that the ordinance will result in affordable housing, which we haven't seen so far. Living in Eastwood, look, I see the signs go up. I see the price tags, and 2 weeks later, they're going $750,000, $850,000. There's 2 homes in Eastwood, look, one is $1.3 million, the other was $1.8 million. I mean, will they sell? Who knows? But it's certainly, those are not affordable houses for communities. And we should have seen, if that process of the scare tactic of the three college students went into effect, we should have seen some of that effect from the scare tactic. And we haven't seen that. And I don't think we will see those prices going down. I think there's other ways to look at affordable housing. I think we need to look at maybe parcels of land that might be, not that people will want that next to you, but that may be turned into affordable housing. I don't know if there's a big area that's commercial on Point Judith Road in Burnside. I'm not sure, that's been years and years talking about commercial development, but that's a huge area. Maybe the town buys that and converts it into affordable housing. I don't know. So in looking, there's been a lot about penalizing owners who have put money in, followed all the codes, and that's true, and that's happened. But this is really discriminatory ordinance. I mean, it focuses on college students. And I ask the new diversity committee, how does that interact with the fact that we're trying to reduce students? I mean, do students have a seat on the table in the diversity committee? They certainly represent a large portion of the population. And I'm not sure if they do or not, but I think they should. We shouldn't be fearful of diversity in this town. We should accept it wholeheartedly. And one thing that this ordinance does not address is summer noise. Tourists come in, they double the amount of people. So if it's a 4-bedroom, you're talking about 8 people. So now you've doubled the amount of people in a normal rental house. But this ordinance does not affect that at all. And believe me, they're just as noisy or more noisy when you've got 8 people than 4 students. So that's an issue that you need to think about. This ordinance does not impact the people in the summer at all. So in summary, we've talked about not being consistent to the comprehensive plan, but I think you all need to focus on the issue tonight, screen out everything else that you've heard about large bedrooms and cars and everything else, and think about the 3 versus the 4. What does the 3 buy you that the 4 does not? It's one person. It's one car. Could it be one party? Perhaps. Doesn't mean the other 3 are not going to have a party. So that's your focus. There's a lot of good comments tonight, but you need to focus on what the purpose of this meeting was, which is really, should it be 3 or should it be 4? What does the 3 buy you? I think early on somebody made a comment of, start with the 4, let's see. All our assumptions, do they work out? Are we seeing people that are selling their homes at a lower rate? Are we getting families in it? Are we getting feedback that, wow, the 4 has made a big difference because the 5, the 6, the 7, the 8 bedroom are reducing their students? Let's try that first before we go right to the 3, because, again, Providence did it, therefore it must be right. Think about that is the main issue tonight. Try to screen out, and it's hard to do, to screen out all the other comments, but think about that. And we're not, certainly, I'm not anti-resident, I'm one that's a permanent resident, live here all the time. I don't spend my winters in Florida or in Arizona or anywhere else. So I guess I qualify as a, quote, resident, full-time resident. And I don't know how many others do in here, but thank you for your time.
Do we have a motion for a 15-minute extension?
Second.
Motion by Susan, second by Eva. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved 5-0. The next 2 speakers are Josh Pelton and then Karen Aiello. Is Josh here? All right, Karen Aiello.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Please state your name and address.
It's Karen Aiello, 37 Algonquin Trail. Karen Aiello, 37 Algonquin Trail.
Thank you.
I have to say I'd rather not be doing this because I'm not a public speaker, but I feel that I need to. First of all, to the council, thank you for listening. I hope your ears are open, you're going to analyze the statistics and the facts and data and really vote based upon that. I'm speaking from being a URI graduate. I lived off campus 3 of my years with 5 roommates. At the time, many years ago, when I lived off campus, it was a problem with 3 or 4 bedroom. Who was going to be on the lease, who wasn't going to be on the lease. So this zoning question has been, or ordinance has been around for a very long time, because I remember not all of us were on the lease. And what that promoted was no accountability. I come from the background being a realtor for 30 years too. That's my trade. I'm a property manager, and we own 3 homes in Narragansett. My daughter graduated engineering at URI. She lived there when she was an undergraduate and a graduate, and she works in the town. We have family who lives in the town full-time using the school system. So this is my background, where I'm coming from. Realtor, property manager, URI graduate. We talked about the ordinance. When I say 3 or 4, to me it's the same, so I'm going to use them as the same. It's 3 or 4, it doesn't make a difference. Promoting the ordinance, to me, is just giving an out to the students. It's not going to deter them from filling the bedrooms. We particularly own one of our homes, well, it's a 6-bedroom. It's 3,600 square feet. It has 4 bathrooms. The house is big. I can't imagine 3 people living in it because they would feel empty. I'm sure that they're going to sneak people in, which means I'm not going to have control as to who is in there. I own another home, which we bought, and a single woman with her children were there. She ended up sneaking in some other people and renters. The rental property that we have, we are constantly there. We manage them, we're hands-on, we have control. The single-family home that is across the street that we rented to the single woman, we weren't allowed to go in or check it out. And she was unfortunately the one who broke the rules, parked on the street in Bonnet, let other people in, used more it's a 2-bedroom, used it as a 4-bedroom. It wasn't the students, it was the single woman. When she left, it was so bad that it's now empty because it's so bad no one can live in it. My rental properties are well taken care of and managed. I'm actually confused about the ordinance because I believed it before it was proposed because of nuisance, noise, taking back the town. But then Mr. Pugh's suggested that the ordinance is because of the housing crisis. As a realtor, I know that this ordinance is not going to solve the housing crisis. 3 or 4 people living in a bedroom doesn't solve any problem. There's a small percentage of students or people that are the issue. It's a small percentage. Educating, no parties, fines, penalties for the disturbance, lists of people who are bad renters not to rent to. These are solutions that will solve the problem, not putting a restriction on it. There should be consequences for bad behavior. That is a solution. Giving an out for a large home for people to sneak in is tying the hands of homeowners, and it's actually doing the opposite. It's going to create loss of control. Let me see. I see what other points I wanted to say. Being that I do property management, every day I've been getting calls, people looking for housing. This ordinance has only spread out the amount of rentals. It hasn't stopped the rentals. It's just spread them out to all other areas and has increased the prices. Rentals from the beginning, when I started renting in September for this coming September, they have gone up significantly because of the shortage. You're not going to be able to change that this is a beach community with beautiful beaches and people like to come visit. You're not going to be able to control that. You're not going to be able to control that we live next to URI and has become a, community area, a college area. What you can control is the way that people act, and we really should be acting together. I'm offended that I don't have a right, or somebody who's a homeowner. I am right there as a homeowner. I pay taxes. Why is my right less because I don't live in my house full-time? I live in it part-time. I'm offended that they're calling homeowners or landlords greedy. Am I greedy because I want to work? Am I greedy because I'm an entrepreneur and I have a plan, a personal plan? Why does that make me greedy? I take care of my properties. I pay my taxes. I'm offended that I was given the right to build a 6-bedroom, 4-bathroom home. All the permits, paid for the permits, paid for my taxes. Now you're telling me I can't have 6 people in it. I think it's discriminatory. We live in America. If you start penalizing us now for, for using it, the use of our house or how we want to use it, what is next? It's scary. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Let's see. All right, the next 2 speakers, John Hanley and then Deborah Reidman.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name's John Hanley. I live at 10 Wilderness Drive in Narragansett. It's really late for me. I will be very brief, but I want to say, first and foremost, I'm 100% supporter of the 3-student ordinance. Okay, so that was all I was going to say. But I came here tonight. I've been, here since 5:45, and I signed up late because I wasn't even going to speak. But I'm listening to some of this stuff of people with squirrely statistics drawing even more squirrely conclusions from those statistics. It's sort of upsetting. And I do believe you're intelligent people and you can see through that. Another thing that was said early on was that, and I don't want to get too controversial, but it was someone from the 2100 Club saying they were concerned about the quality of life in our neighborhoods. Well, I'll talk a little bit more about that later, but to me that's just completely untrue. And then a couple of speakers ago, the gentleman was accusing residents of being not neighborly. Well, I've been in Narragansett since 1975. I'm a URI graduate twice over. I've been a homeowner since 1983. So I've been here and I've seen all this stuff, and I've seen years and years and years of this issue being bandied around, and finally we have some action that's been vetted through the courts, and I think it's time that we just institute it and then move on from that, and if you have to evaluate it, yes, but let's get something done. And then there was one other thing, it's sort of like a statistical thing. But it's like people are saying, well, what's the difference between 4 and 3? And we're hearing all these statistics about 8% here, 3% there. Statistically, that's 33% more of everything. And don't tell me it doesn't matter, because it does matter. Because it's 33% more times at 1:30 in the morning, somebody drives by with the radio blasting and wakes me up. Yeah, I'm not going to call the cops for that. It's 33% more times that somebody speeds up and down White Swan Drive or Southwest Road. I'm not going to call the cops about that because it's over. It's 33% more times there's garbage in the yards, and then it's 33% more times that the garbage cans sit there all week till the next collection. And just one other thing, because I don't want to be confused, I do like the students. I walk my neighborhood every day. Every student in my neighborhood waves to me, I wave back. This is not the student issue. This is, you gotta control what goes on for quality of life for people who live there. Thank you very much.
All right, Deborah Rodman.
Please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
First of all, I must
Just
say...
can you state your name and address, please?
All right. My name is Deborah Rudman. I live on Boone Street in Narragansett, Rhode Island. I have a rental adjacent to my house that I've owned since 1964. My house is a single house, and I don't rent that out. I keep it as strictly as a summer home. I must say, I am completely shocked at the tone I've heard today with the division of our residents, landlords against property owners, and I just couldn't believe that this is going on to this extent. I'm a part-time, I live here in the summer. I wish I could be here year-round. All my life I've been here. My family has come to Narragansett since I was born, or maybe 2 years later. And then they rented, and then they purchased a house in 1951 that eventually came to me. Meanwhile, I had a brother that died, and I was concerned for family and children, his children, so I purchased the house next door at 108 Boone Street. It was originally owned by 3 families from New York. I converted it into 2 families. One side is 4 bedrooms, and the other side is 3 bedrooms. Up until recently, I've always had my grandchildren live there. They've gone to, I graduated URI, my daughter graduated URI, my granddaughter graduated URI, and I've always had one of my grandchildren or a relative next door to me. They had to move out recently because of our job change, and that's what the situation is. But I really am really appalled by the division that I see between landlords and renters and whatever. I don't know what I am. Am I a renter? Am I a landlord? I'm both. I live here. I've lived here all summer long, all my life. I want to go on to, I have rented my house to students for many years. And with the exception of one time, which was someone drinking, a drinking problem, I've had really no large problems. I did it once. In the meantime, since I don't live here year-round, I hire a realtor from Narragansett to watch my property. I also have someone that comes in once a week to check my house and also to check my rental house to make sure there are no beer cans or parties or see that how many people are still living there. I also want to express that when I rent my house through a realtor, okay, and I think that's very important, they understand that if there's certain things that go on, that they will be evicted. I don't allow large parties. I don't allow drinking. I don't allow any disturbing of the neighbors. I don't allow them to have any ping pong or firearms or fraternity parties, sorority parties. And I also have a clause in there that the house is for renters, or people who are renting it, and that they can't have visitors more than, perhaps I think it's 4 days. I'm very strict about that. And I feel that since I do, and I also feel that my students have supported the banks, the stores. Some of them some of them work in the town. Some of them do their residency in the town. And I've had no problem with them. Some of them also, they also do a lot of volunteer work. I strongly am opposed to the 3 rentals. I've had 4 rentals on one side and 3 in the other. I've had no problems, but I do think it's important in doing this to make sure that there is proper rules and that you have a realtor or someone that's constantly looking after the property, and that's what I would recommend. I use a local realtor, and I would not rent it without a local realtor where I don't live here in the part of the winter. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to extend another 15 minutes? All right, motion by Susan, second by Eva. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion approved 5-0. Next 2 speakers are Rich Marusa and Judy Marusa.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Rich Marusa, 45 Davisville Lane, Narragansett. Ladies and gentlemen of the Town Council, it is way past my bedtime, so I am going to be very brief. We all can agree that there is a water problem in the town of Narragansett. I'd like to propose that the difference in the town water consumption between a 4-bedroom and a 3-bedroom unit. I'm going to reference a report from the United States Geological Association. It says the average U.S. household is 2.5 people, and they consume, on average, about 165 gallons per day. If we bring that into a 3-student bedroom, that would be approximately 198 gallons of water used per day, and extrapolate that out to about 49,900 gallons of water per student year. As we look at it from a 4-bedroom, it would be 264 gallons of water per day, multiply it out to 66,328 for the student year. The difference between a 4 and a 3 is approximately 16,600 gallons of water. If we use Jesse's number of town rentals of 2,768 and multiply the 16,600 gallon difference of water, the town of Narragansett, by going to a 3-bedroom ordinance, would save 46 million gallons of water per year. Thank you.
Please, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address.
Judy Marusa, 45 Davisville Lane. Many of you on the town council are familiar with my emails to you. Our town has been monetized. We've been monetized for probably, well, since Airbnb, VRBO all came into business. Prior to that, as many of you who have been here a long time would know, and the way to find a rental was that people drove down from Cranston, Central Falls, Providence on a Sunday afternoon. They looked in the windows for the signs that had little house that had telephone numbers on it. And that's how you called up the owner, and that's how they reserved. They did not even know what the inside of the house looked like at that time. And many of them weren't very nice. We've been monetized by VRBO, the Airbnb, all those other things that Jesse put up on the screen, because you can now be in Jersey and look on this website and see exactly what the houses look like. So they did improve over the years. They also, unfortunately, expanded over the years. Now, for full disclosure, we are snowbirds now, and we did own rental property in Narragansett, which is why we know the history going back. We did not increase the size of our house. We didn't change the footprint of our house. Our garage is still a garage, and our dining room is still a dining room. The same thing with the other rentals that we had owned. We did not change any footprints. One of them was in the old Eastward Look, one of them was on Durkin Drive, and the one we currently live in on Davisville Lane. I agree with everything that Jesse had in his proposal, in his presentation. How do we know the outcome before we even try 3? Everyone's making a prediction on what is going to be the outcome without actually trying it. We don't owe URI any guaranteed number of housing. We don't owe investors anything on their investment. We have some people who have owned for years and bought at a much lower rate of price home. They're going to do okay if they have 3, as long as they didn't remortgage and remortgage and remortgage, they'd be fine. And that was a big percentage of the people who were here. How many of these investors only bought in the last 5 years? Stickers. The reason stickers aren't working is because there's been no real enforcement of stickers. There's no eviction if stickers happen. You evict a house or 2 houses in a season, I guarantee you, word is going to get out to the student of what happens if there's a sticker. And the reason there's fewer stickers is because students don't call the police on other students. In Eastward Look, I'm afraid to call the police. There's only 2 or 3 residents on my street. You think the kids can't figure out who called? You think I want my house to be a target for students? Maybe black spray paint on my house, or who knows? So everybody keeps talking about where are the students going to go? If we only do 3 in a house, where are the 3 others that are in the 6-bedroom house going to go? Well, there's only so many houses. And there's already students in those other houses, and those houses are reduced to 3. Where are they going to go? They can't. There won't be enough housing. Good. Good. That's what we want. Fewer students. We've taken enough of URI. Enough. Let me check my notes. I'm sorry, they're all over the place. URI continues to accept more students in their enrollment. But we're the ones who house their students. Yes, there are answers to this for URI, and they are called REITs, Real Estate Investment Trusts. If people want to make an investment, instead of buying an investment house, invest in these REITs. They're built in many states for college campuses. What they do is they make a building, it's off campus but near campus. They have lobbies with smoothie bars, coffee bars, fitness centers, washer dryers. They make the investors money. It's a good thing. The school should do that and look into that. Let's see what else I have. What we need in our town is a better balance. That's what we're missing. And I think that's all I have. I do want to say that we are snowbirds, and I'm a little tired of being considered a second-class citizen because I choose to spend time with my family that has gone to a different coast. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have a new name added to the list, Carl Marchand.
I guess,
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes, I do.
Please state your name and address.
Carl Marchand, 76 Lambert Street. Good evening, and thank you, everyone, for holding this meeting. Change happens. I'm sure we all wish we had the Narragansett of 50 or 75 years ago, just like I wish I was 20 or 30 years younger. But change happens, and here we are today. This town has a 200-year history of being a summer resort and a bedroom community for URI. And I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. The demand is not only by investors, but it's also by people who want the privilege of living here part-time. So there's many second homes in this town that stay vacant for 6 months because they're full-time residents somewhere else. These are the houses that produce nothing for the local economy or helps the local businesses either. A vacant house does not add to the development and the progression of this town. Students, you know, the villains. It's so wrong. I think we all had children who have come up through the ages, and they're all probably pretty good kids, just like the students who come to URI and spend time going from young adult into adulthood. They're on their own. They're starting to progress to become a self-sufficient part of the community. And they're vilified by many people in this town. These people bring diversity to this town. They bring economic impact into this town. They volunteer. They're a big part of the workforce in this town. But many people in this room vilify them, and it's so wrong. There are bad apples in every group. I think there's been recommendations to many town councils over the years that the best way to get the right behavior is to make it hurt. Okay, those are the problems that are responsible for all the other issues that this town deals with. The fines have been limited to $500 for what, 25, 30 years, 40 years? Doesn't hurt. They call up mommy, daddy, said, oh, you know, I got a ticket, pay it. And then they go on their way and they misbehave again probably. I think the first step in making a fast fix to bad behavior is increasing the pain. Why aren't the fines been pushed up within town to a much higher rate? If my son had to call me and say, hey, Dad, I need $1,000, I need $1,500, I need $2,000 because I just got whacked for peeing on the lawn, I don't think he'd want to make that call to me. And I think an economic impact would be the first step in the right direction. I look at these houses and they've got $130,000 worth of cars parked in the driveway. $500 fine isn't a deterrent to the bad behavior. I think we could also capture a list of students who are bad apples and create a list so that they get blackballed on the rental program. Nobody's willing to sign a bad student. Now what are they going to do? So I think there's ways to go about fixing a lot of the issues that we have in this town. We have the ordinances in places. We need to enforce them. The big division between the residents of this town is not a pretty thing. I think this country has enough division. It's coming down to the local level. And we're all going to have to live with one another after all this too. And it's not a good scenario. I think if we approach this and attack the problem, I think we will get the results we all want. We want to have a bedroom community, beautiful seaside town that is just spectacular. And we want to live peacefully amongst everybody who wants to come here without any discrimination. So I ask you to turn down this 3-student ordinance. I think 4-student ordinance probably isn't needed either. It's not going to change the behaviors of any of these students. I just heard some hypocrisy while I was sitting in the back here. Many of the people who came up here and spoke used to be landlords up until a couple of years ago. All of a sudden they've retired and now they've taken the rental house off the market. Well, it was good for them for all the years they needed it to get to the point where they are today. I also heard a lot of other people say, oh, I was a student at URI, and you were probably a student who rented in town. A lot of hypocrisy from the people who've got ties to either Narragansett rentals or they were URI students. And here they are now, because they're in a different position in life, don't want to deal with them all. It's kind of really just hypocrisy. So, I'm going to end this on a light tune. There are some positive things that came out of this tonight. We heard some suggestions that maybe we should all be baking a few more brownies and meeting our neighbors more readily. And maybe a lot of this bad blood that exists between the locals and the students would all go away. It's reaching across the property line and saying, hey, let's respect one another and we can live peacefully in this town. I don't think doing actions that won't change student behavior is a waste of time. And as for the water calculations that just took place, he missed one part of it. What's going to happen between that fourth student? He's going to move into the house that isn't a rental right now, who will become a rental next year, and they'll still continue to use the water, so there's no water savings except we put another rental in play. It's just the law of dynamics. Anyways, thank you for your time, and have a great evening, and get home early. Thank you.
Do we have a motion to extend 15 minutes? Motion by
Second.
Susan, second by Eva. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I did promise Mr. Lembo he'd be able to come up and briefly speak just in response. So please keep it brief.
I'll try again, make it
Mr.
brief.
Lembo, you're still under oath.
Okay, yeah, it's good, all right. Again, thank you for this time after that implied attack on
So
my...
Joe, just to be clear, this was specifically to respond, not, that's what you're doing, right?
Well, I'm going to respond, but I also have to defend my character.
That's fine.
Right, so I'm going to bring up my story. Other people have talked about their stories.
Go ahead.
Okay. So again, after that implied attack. Now, I apologize for the outburst. You know I respect this chamber. I respect U5. I respect staff. Diane knows this is not me from, 12 years in Johnston doing planning board with me. But again, my notes may be a little jumbled. Jesse, I will try to respect everyone's time. I'm jumbled, so I'm going to state a few things that need to be stated that will lead up to the character of me, how I got here, why I'm here, and why I am so passionate that we, as a landlord organization, are trying to do the right thing. This organization has offered compromises. But the issue tonight seems to miss all these points. And it's not about even the disturbances anymore, because it's only 1.7% of the rentals. We have the police data that affect us. In my introduction 5 hours ago, I stated that the 2100 corporation came together years ago to work for the better quality of life in this town. I believe our work has produced a result. Now, we're hearing a lot of controversy. We're hearing hypocrisy from people, and I will say one of my own speakers used these words of the ignorance, bigotry, and discrimination of the other side. This divisiveness in this town needs to stop, or else we're going nowhere with the residential issue, the beach issue, the library issue, whatever it is. But now I have to state, how did I get here? So everyone's telling stories, so let's go there. So bear with me. when I was a young lad in Providence, I was losing friends to moving to Narragansett. Friends moved to Bonnet Shores, and I could not because my parents said, we cannot afford to leave the Mount Pleasant section of Providence. Through the 60s and 70s, they all came down here. So how did I get here in 2008, as someone wants to know? When my mother passed, I sold the house in Providence after my father had already passed many years prior. I purchased that house with the intent of eventually getting here. And I'm going to get here, God willing. That house was rented. I refurbished it. I became a part of the community in my North End. I rented it then to my daughter and her friends who went to URI. Then I rented it to my nephew and his friends going to URI. And then it has now become our family home. So along with my multiple jobs and everything I do, I am the property manager, as many of us on the 2100 will represent. We are actively working towards making the better community. I'm cutting the grass, I'm doing the painting, I'll do whatever repair I can. I even have an 82-year-old neighbor next to one of my rentals who this year decided to cut the grass at my house because he saw how stressed I was on my time. I have 3 young women that rented from us during URI in another home. What? I'm defending my character. No, I have to state how I'm stating that it's on the public record
Joe,
that
can
I
you
own
just
multiple homes.
can you just respond to? All she did was say the price of your homes.
But
So what is the response to
She
that?
started with my comment.
We've
in the
spent 5
media.
hours tonight.
Right. She started
You
by
spoke-
saying in the media, I said Narragansett was never affordable, and she said, how did you get here? So I'm showing how I got here.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did.
Joe.
Well, can we play it
Joe,
back so I can hear it?
Joe, you spoke this evening. Do you have anything to say about the price of your homes that Catherine brought up, which was fine to bring up? If not, we've done public testimony for over 5 hours.
Oh, thank you. So I also have a rental home that I've been able to achieve, finally, from hard work, doing the right thing in this town and being part of the community. I am not hearing from the other side the community aspect. We, the 2100, have done enormous work in this town. We deserve, or actually, we deserve you, the council, to read our recommendations. It isn't the number 3, it isn't the number 4, who knows what it is, but read our recommendations so we can start on a path to get to where we need to be. Because frankly, as someone else said, if this passes or whatever, who knows what's next? And frankly, I don't think it's about the 3, the 4, whatever. There is a group here that does not want students or anyone from Johnston or Cranston, anywhere in this town, as Mr. Nona said. So when I'm attacked for oh, by the way, this bad landlord tonight, did you see what I did? I made sure we had all the media here tonight. And I also made sure that every media outlet had access to a resident as well as a landlord and a student. So just remember that on my character. And she mentioned my position on the Johnston Planning Board. So that has to be addressed, Jesse.
Can you address it?
Yeah, I'm going to address it now.
Okay, now?
Okay. I've learned a great deal being on that planning board. And I've learned that I could probably someday bring a lot here to help out this town from my intellectual property. I was just part of a major 3 million square foot project in Johnston that's going to bring 20 years of tax stabilization. So these are things that this landlord brings to this town and the community. I hope someday, God willing, and it could be within 2 years, I will be here full time. I'm trying to skip over some things.
Town solicitor,
Yes.
question for you. So Mr. Lembo had an opportunity to speak earlier this evening. He had a chance to respond to basically a simple statement that he owns homes. Is that sufficient?
Mr. Limbo's had a chance to speak. He's had a second chance to speak. I think he should keep his comments to the issue at hand rather than his personal experience, just to get this thing moving. It's 12 a.m. I think it's time to wrap it up
Okay.
and
All right.
move forward.
All right, thank you, Mr. Callahan. So anyway, my final notes then is, 3 final points, quick. If we do, as someone said, get into this 3-person per home, what's going to happen to the 4 and 5 bedroom homes that have the extra room? You won't know who's in there. We won't know who's in there, and these students are very smart. Keep that in mind as we plan the compromise where we will go. Passing this 3 ordinance is in no way going to help the affordable housing that we are so deficient in here in Narragansett at 3%. I've dealt with this in the other town. We need to be at 10%. We are in no way there. There is no way this ordinance is going to help affordable housing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lembo.
And I
Thank you.
applaud you quite a bit for all. I do thank you for this time, and I do hope that reasoning will prevail through all of this. And again, I apologize for the outburst, but in a public forum, these things don't happen in other towns. What happened tonight?
Thank you.
So, thank you. Sorry.
All right, that's everybody on the list. Is there anyone else who did not have a chance to sign in the room that would like to speak before we close the public hearing? Okay. What's that?
We have to extend the time.
We'll extend now, yeah. Is there a motion to extend by 15 minutes?
Yeah, I'll extend it for 15 minutes.
I'll second.
Motion by Susan, seconded by Eva. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion approved 5-0.
Can I make a motion?
So we have a couple things to think about. So we have a motion that we can act on this evening to vote. We're still in the public hearing. Do any council members want to make any comments while in the public hearing?
Yeah, I'd like to say something.
Go ahead.
Well, the problem with Narragansett is that we all live in Narragansett. You know, we're all, you know, we're a victim of our own success. Residents, landlords, tourists, all jockeying for property rights, quiet enjoyment. And this has been going on, like Mr. Marchand said, that for hundreds of years. So somebody said earlier, we need to strike a balance. I've been consistent on the 4-bedroom, 4-student, 4-related policy. This was agreed to many years ago. We've had exhaustive meetings. We had an ad hoc committee with the neighborhood groups. We had landlords on the other side, and it was decided that 4 unrelated was the way to go. And Providence came out with a 3-student, which was restricted in a certain area, and that was rammed through last year hastily, which created a debacle and wasted a year where we could be enforcing and rolling out the 4-bedroom, 4-student, 4 unrelated policy. So I disagree with my esteemed colleague here, Jesse, about, yes, there was definitely an eye roll. You know the faces I make. Unfortunately, when it was rolled out, we had a perfect storm. URI shut down many of their dorms because of COVID-19. This pushed students into the town and into 3-bedroom homes, which, rents went from $600 a bedroom as much as $900 a bedroom. And there was testimony here tonight. And basically, we're taking 3-bedroom homes, the 3-student rental is creating 3-bedroom homes into 3-student rentals. So it has the opposite effect of what was supposed to be realized of limiting students. You're just opening more demographics of homes available for rent for students. So, and making homes unaffordable for families and people trying to get into Narragansett. The volumes of homes for rent increase under the 3-student policy. That's a fact. Combined with low interest rates and higher per bedroom rates, people can easily afford to buy a $450,000, raised ranch, 3-bedroom raised ranch, and turn it into a student rental because they're paying 3%. So, and then doing the Airbnb during the summer. I'm curious, who's here for Narragansett Pier residents? Anyway, well, come on forward. I had a question. My question is, I read your document, and it says goal age 4. Goal age 4. You got goal H1 through H4. And it says ensure long-term community sustainability by promoting diverse opportunity and equitable and affordable for residents of all ages and incomes. I've never seen that before. Since when did you guys become woke?
The president of our association, the chair, Ron Catanzaro.
Mr. Catanzaro, you're still under oath, Mr. Catanzaro.
Yes, I am. Thank you. I can't speak to the document, all of the facts of the document.
Okay.
I reviewed it as a board
Right,
member of the MPRA, but our chairman, Harry Schofield, he authored the document.
Right.
He, as you know, has got a long history in the town and is very diligent with his facts and figures. And I think Catherine was kind enough to publish that to the entire world on social media, so everybody has read that document.
Right. Well, the term equity means inclusion for everyone.
Yeah.
So does that include students?
The document says that we are not against student rentals. Did you read that line in the document?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
But
so why are you asking me the question?
equitable means everybody. So I don't know.
It's
I
very
just
clear.
didn't know you folks
The
were woke,
words in the
so.
document state clearly that we're not against renters and we're not against students. I am a student. I was a student here. I did rent here. But it took me 40 years to come back here to buy a house. That's what I did, right? So the NPRA is not against any of this. We're looking for a balance. And that's what the document says.
And it was Mr. Schofield and that group who agreed to a forced student rental policy 5 years ago. We had the meetings. We've done all the research, and it was rolling along great until the previous council rammed through the 3-student.
Patrick, you've
heard
from the lawyer who came to represent us.
Yes.
That was very clear in that there's a lot of issues with the 4 unrelated. What is unrelated? Is my 3rd cousin related or unrelated?
It was a
to me?
4-student.
Is it my 2nd cousin twice removed? What, I mean,
So it's going to
there's
be a
lot of issues.
4-student, 4 unrelated policy, and it's in continuity with a 4-bedroom bulk zoning. That's what we've been talking about. That's what's been going on until last year, till they rammed through this 3-student and mucked everything up.
I don't think the 3-student was rammed.
Well, it was. It didn't pass muster.
Yes, it did pass. And it was a technicality where people were going
That's
till
right. It was
midnight.
rammed through for political purposes. That's what happened.
Just to be
I was
clear, we're not taking a second round of comment. This is because Patrick
I'll
called
move
you
on.
on. That's
I'll move
fine,
on.
that's fine. But for,
But he's
But I
in
mean,
the
as
other
they
as
would
well.
say, define equity.
Mr.
What
Guys,
is equity?
hey,
Kevin,
we're not
Jay,
doing a
Kevin.
second round of comment unless a
Okay.
council member calls someone up.
But he called us out.
But he will do that. Patrick Murray will do that.
Define woke. You know,
Right.
what is woke mean?
Mr. McKenna,
Yes.
thank you.
That's, you can go to CNN, they'll tell you all about it. All right. No, not yet. Okay, so. All right. To get back to a family town, we need to provide incentives. And I've been over this exhaustively. Like a single tax rate to provide businesses tax relief so we can provide jobs. Increase the homestead to 20%. Limit Airbnb rentals to renting per week and not per day. That will cut down traffic. Last week, I tried to provide a path to have owner-occupied or live-in managers for 6 bedrooms or more with these houses. But, you know, I mean, the group, you can't please these people. And in neighborhoods, I don't know, I may want to talk to the attorney, but I think some neighborhoods can form an association if everybody's in agreement and limit student rentals. So I just think that this has all been vetted before. My position hasn't changed on the 4-student, 4 unrelated, which provides continuity with a 4-bedroom bulk zoning. And that's what we're shooting for, but we wasted a year not enforcing anything. So we couldn't roll out anything because of the 3 students. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right, Councilor Drzezinski.
Yeah, so I did listen to everybody. I wanted to wait to make my comments at the end. I know this was a very difficult issue for me to really tackle. You know, I did talk to Jesse, and he did say when he was having to address this 3-student ordinance, he lost a lot of sleep. I did as well, but I also, when I get stressed out, I grind my teeth, so I do have 2 chipped teeth that I have to make a dentist appointment for coming up soon. And just to kind of comment, like I was a URI student ×2. I graduated in 1996, and I just graduated this past May, 2021. Well, I didn't live down the line this past year. I did live down the line back my last year of college. I was in pharmacy school. And, you know, not being a hypocrite, to me, it didn't matter whether it was 3 or 5 students. It was just the experience of living down the line. And I really love the area. I grew up in Pawtucket. I always loved Narragansett, but just living down the line made me really experience Narragansett. So I did buy a couple years after I graduated, but I did have an opportunity overseas with a job opportunity, so I moved. And I moved for 10 years, so I became a landlord during those 10 years. But because I appreciate community and I wanted to maintain the community atmosphere in my neighborhood, I rented to families. And they were long-term renters. They were there for years. I live on Harbor Island. I love it there. It's a great community. So I moved back. Of course, I moved back because Narragansett is my favorite place in the world. It always has been and always will be. So I'm invested into making this community great and maintaining the community. As you all may know, I'm a pharmacist. I actually barely made it here. I worked in Connecticut at the Cancer Center today. So I made it here just in time, just in the nick of time. I'm going back there tomorrow. But as a pharmacist, I do like data and stats, and I was able to hear a lot of information and a lot of things that really changed my perspective on the way I thought previously. And I did do a lot of my research on my own because, like I said, I was really struggling with this issue. So I believe that most municipalities and towns, and not just in Rhode Island, but across the United States do have, they have limited, they have 3 unrelated or whatnot. Even our sister town, South Kingstown, has a 3 unrelated. Why we haven't been able to pursue anything like that, I have my theories, and it always boils down to, it's all about politics. But I'm not going to get really into that deal, and I won't expand more on that. But I did want to discuss my feelings about the 3-student ordinance and some of the things that I came up with just in my research. So I'll just kind of go over that with you now. In college towns all over America enact occupancy limits for students for 2 reasons. Number 1 is safety, and number 2 is to maintain affordability, as homes in college towns often can sell for 10 times the annual rental income or more. The unintended consequence of the student housing market in our town has decimated owner-occupied home ownership in neighborhoods like Eastwood Look, and has caused continual nuisance problems throughout the town, even though, as we have seen, they have improved. All over the United States, towns have enacted occupancy limits as low as 2 students per household. 3 is a very common limit, and I think it is a reasonable limit in Narragansett. I have no concern with regard to the constitutionality of this occupancy limit. I believe state enabling legislation gives the town the power to enact an occupancy limit. The only reason we are revisiting this is because of a procedural issue, not a constitutional one. I've heard from many people throughout the town. I am sympathetic to both sides of the argument. But at the end of the day, I have to side with the year-round residents who are suffering in our neighborhoods. I support the 3-student ordinance for Mr. Gilchrist, who first brought this issue to my attention years ago when I went knocking door to door when I first was running for political office. I will vote for 3 because I am concerned about a declining population of year-round residents, a declining population of school-aged children, and most importantly, I am concerned about housing affordability in our town. I realize my decision may disappoint investors and some longtime constituents, but I feel this decision serves the best interests of our town and year-round residents. You know, I wasn't going to run for public office. I wasn't going to run for town council this past election. But I felt last minute I decided to run because I wanted to be a unifying voice and a healing voice for the town, because the library issue was a big deal. And I believe this is a big deal as well as Galilee. So when I ran, I said I was running for the people, for the town. And that is why my decision will be based on that tonight.
Susan or Deb? Deb? Okay.
All right. Can everybody hear me? Because sometimes people say they can't hear me, so. Still not loud enough? How about now? Okay, sorry. Eva, as usual, has said a lot of things that I would have said as well, but I'll try my own way. The issue of student housing in Narragansett has been debated long before I became a member of the town council. I spent a great deal of time since last fall learning about and forming an opinion about the issues since then. First, I want to make it clear that I believe that students should be welcome in our community. I also believe that residents must be treated with respect by all parties, students, landlords, and town officials. I believe that the University of Rhode Island has not played a role in this issue except to provide students with available listings and a list that includes how to be a student commuter. I'll talk about more about that in a second. I've spent a significant amount of time reviewing and researching the issue and have some deep concerns about the way in which rental properties work in Narragansett. Here are some of my concerns. And I won't read this whole thing because it's 6 pages long, and like all of you, I'm exhausted. One is about the environment. I have always been engaged in ensuring or trying to ensure that we look at the world through that lens. I think that the utilization, the water issue that we heard about is actually quite real, and that we have problems already in this town, and we don't need to exacerbate them, and they have been exacerbated. And one of the ways that we know this is because we have issues with the way our potable water is actually provided to us, and we also frequently are required to limit the amount of water that we use in the summers. There's also an issue with stormwater runoff. We have a lot of houses that are used for rental purposes where the landscape has become either hardscape or including rocks and soil. And when stormwater runs, if it runs, you know, through those things, it picks up all kinds of pollutants. Those pollutants end up in our waterways and in a town that's surrounded on 3 sides by water. That's an important point to look at and figure out. And the more hardscape there is in a property, the more likely we're going to have stormwater runoff. One of the things that we've done to mitigate that is created the bulk zoning ruling, which limits how much house can be built on a property and how much hardscape and softscape there can be. But that's not enough. I'd like to go back to the University of Rhode Island for a moment. One of the issues that has been brought up tonight that I think is important is that the university has 17,000 plus matriculated students, of whom barely there's 6,500 spaces on campus. And I just learned today that they're actually not going to use 900 of those this year as a caution with regard to the Delta variant of COVID. And that leaves students in the lurch, but students in the lurch at URI is in fact a URI problem. In Narragansett, we don't have 6,500 spaces for students. We supply sometimes as much as 10,000, but somewhere between 7,500 and 10,000. I think that's a lot for a town that's actually 8 miles from the campus. And, you know, as Eva pointed out, South Kingstown does have a 3-student ordinance in place, and even though much of their property is much closer to URI, we actually house many more students than they do in South Kingstown. I think the idea of the REITs was an interesting one for Ms. Maruso, and I think we should, I don't think there's anything that we should do, but I think URI might want to investigate that. I know that many people have suggested that the town work more closely with URI, but I believe there have been many instances in the past where efforts were made to do so and have not really been particularly forthcoming in terms of activities that would solve some of our problems. I wanted to just mention, there's a lot, we received probably close to 100 emails on this issue, and some of the things that were brought to our attention, I just want to make this point. We often receive emails that state that a small majority of residents, mostly in one area, have complaints about student housing. I have spoken to or received emails from people in the following areas: Point Judith, including Breakwater Village, Sandhill Cove, Scarborough, Eastwood Look, Briggs Farm, Narragansett Pier, Metatux, and Bonnet Shores. The complaints are not even largely about noise. I have received complaints about trash that have attracted rodents and litter left on other people's properties, parking on private property, parking on private property and in no parking zones, the cost of public safety for student-based issues, the lack of engagement with some absentee landlords, speeding in areas that should not be sped in because they are residential in nature. And I know that in at least one area, there were new signs put up about what the speed limit was, but I have a hard time believing that students who largely come from suburban areas don't know that the speed limit in a residential neighborhood is generally 25 miles an hour. There's been theft, larceny, breaking and entering, trespassing, public urination in broad daylight and in the dark, I imagine. Numbers of actual individuals greater than the number of bedrooms living in a house. Lack of maintenance resulting in dangerous conditions, including fire protection, with a lack of sprinklers, appropriate smoke and CO2 detectors, emergency lighting and exits in some of the larger houses. And I think the other point from a lot of year-round residents is that the enjoyment of property and quality of life that they deserve to enjoy is lacking as a result of this, the numbers of people who are living here as students. So I think one of the other points that's so important is that there's a tipping point that we've achieved. And we need to step back from that tipping point and, get ourselves readjusted and balanced so that we know, so that we have residents who are permanent, who are part-time, we have students, we have summer tourists, but we have them in a way in which everyone can enjoy their lives. And we don't have that right now. So I think that's important. As far as noise is concerned, I agree that there have been improvements about noise in the past few years, certainly after what happened in 2014. I think that's kind of a low bar. But the other thing is that I also hear and have learned that a lot of times people don't call the police. They don't, try to do something about issues related to noise and bothering and the bothering of individuals who live here. So that issue is not fully resolved, even if the complaints that have been made has been reduced. And I also noticed in the graph from Narragansett 2100 that actually the complaints for noise have taken a turn up in the last year. As far as enforcement is concerned, members of town departments have been working on an enforcement program, and they stopped by that because of the most recent court decision. And I believe that depending on what happens either tonight or soon after, that could be brought back to the fore, to the beginning, to the front of the line of things that need to be done.
Deb,
more. I'm almost done.
Can we make sorry, I just want to make
okay.
can we have a motion to extend 15 minutes?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
All right, motion by Susan, second by Deb, all in favor?
Aye. Anyway, I want to be clear that I believe that Narragansett will always be a town of visitors and students, and most full-time residents I speak with agree. The problem I see is that we have reached that tipping point I mentioned, and we need to make this correction. We passed an ordinance regarding bulk zoning, and that will resolve many of these issues, but this ordinance is not retroactive because the houses that can no longer be built have already been, and they exist. Some of the other recommended alternatives may have some credence, but I think at this point in time, what I prefer is to go with the current 3-student ordinance and move from there if we find that there are issues that are unintended consequences, as people spoke. And Patrick has mentioned that presumably people are purchasing 3-bedroom houses to use as rentals. I think we have to see if that continues, but also that some of the larger houses might become available for use in many other ways, including possibly affordable housing. So thank you very much for your time.
So,
Thank you, Deb.
thank you, Deb. First, I want to say to the council, I know this work can be difficult. I've served for a long time in the town of Narragansett, and when we have the difficult issues, it can be really overwhelming at times. So I know how hard it's been for everybody to listen tonight and hear both sides of the argument. I did say earlier that I'm for housing regulations, but I thought that 3 was too restrictive, and I was with Patrick on the ad hoc committee when the town worked long and hard to come up with that number for 4 unrelated. And so I really stood by that, and I think we have to regulate something, but I think 3 was too restrictive. And I listened tonight, and I have to tell you, I was a little upset. I've sat here for 12 years on councils after councils where we've enacted and adopted policies in this town: open container, social host, the response recovery. We raised the fines to the highest amount. So the past councils, and all of them have been different, but they've all added and have been valuable to this town. And so it was hard to hear there was a weak council, or we haven't done anything in the past. Every council I've sat on, people have worked hard to move forward on helping the quality of life in this town. And so tonight, I know there are going to be the votes for this, and I'm happy that if that's, the 3 votes up here tonight are for 3 student. I don't like to see the town divided. We did the library division. I saw it tonight, pick a side. And I'm a believer and an optimist to try to figure it out together. So I'm happy for the people tonight if it's going to be 3, but I do think that it's not going to solve the problems. We did put in the bulk zoning as well. So we've done a lot of things to move forward so that we can live together and enjoy the quality of life. So although I'm not in support of the 3 student ordinance, I just want to let everybody know in the town that all the councils that I have worked on for the last 12 years have all contributed in a positive way, and I'm proud of my colleagues tonight for the work that they're doing as well. And thank you to the staff for being here at this late hour. We all appreciate it, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Susan. Councilor Murray had something else to say.
Yeah, I just want to get it on record that I've been a licensed realtor since '93. I've been active since 2000. I have a duplex in the pier. There's 2 two-bedroom units. I rent year-round. I have no dog in the fight. I don't do student rentals. I think I did one in like 10 years, and I did it for a favor for somebody. So I don't get into the seasonal student rental policy or have anything to do with it. So I just want to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think it's obviously clear where I stand on this. For all the reasons that I brought up in my PowerPoint. And I just want to be very clear that I'm of the position that this ordinance is fully in line with and compliant with the comprehensive plan from 2017, which is important because that's our guiding document, and this is a mechanism to execute on those goals. So I just want to be very clear on that point. We have a consensus. We've discussed that. I'm of the opinion that we might as well go ahead and take the vote on that since we just did. Before we do that, however, we all know that procedure is very important through this process. And I just want to take a 1 to 2 minute break to consult with the Newtown solicitor to make sure we do this properly, and then we'll go ahead and take the vote. So just a couple minutes. Thank you. First, we have taken public testimony. We have all stated our positions. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make the motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, do we have a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading an ordinance and amendment of Chapter 731 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Narragansett, Rhode Island, entitled Zoning, specifically text revisions at Section 2.2, definitions, and a new Section 7.21, student-occupied dwellings.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we just had our public hearing, so there will be no comment. All in favor? Aye.
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 I couldn't hear, sorry.
Oh.
Was that 3?
I said aye.
Okay, all opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion approved, 3 to 2. Thank you to everybody who came out tonight. Very long night, but I think for a lot of us it was well worth it. And do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night, everyone.